All right, this is the VGC Draft League Power Rankings. Welcome to the video, and we will be going through all 96 teams. You've ranked them all. We're just going to go over like what teams are good, what teams could do some improvement, where they can be improved. Yeah, let's get right into it. I'm joined with Tom Elvis here.
Hi. I'm Tom Elvis. I'm one of the coaches in this draft league as well. And it's been really fun looking over all the teams. I don't know what else to say. Let's get into it, I guess.
Yep. All right. Okay, first thing, huge thank you to everyone who's been involved with this. This has been a huge project. It's taken way longer than it should have. It really wouldn't have been possible without all these people. I mean, they've just volunteered and put so much effort into it. So, yes,
although
thank you to all of these people.
Yeah, thank you to everyone. But nobody has put in more work than you have. Let's be fair.
Thanks. That's really nice to hear. All right. How are the teams ranked? That's pretty important. Let's just go through it now. All the teams are given a base score, just 1 to 10. So essentially, we sent out a survey to a few people who were experienced in Draft League, which you saw on the previous slide. And the base score was just the average of the scores that were given to the teams. But they are not the final rankings. We have made a lot of changes since those scores. Each group was ranked separately, so it's not just a giant list of all 96 teams. Each group separately. The only part that is together is the top 10. We have a top 10 overall. That'll be at the end of the video. And yeah, feel free to comment on any teams that you think should be higher or lower. But, just please be respectful. And I mean, it took a lot of time and a lot of people, so we probably know better than you. Just saying.
Yes, definitely.
Okay. Let's not wait anymore. Let's get right into it. Oh, first thing, got to add in a bit more competitiveness. So here is the average base score for each group. Group 7, right at the top, as it should be.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Group 1. All right. Now the 12th place team in Group 1 is Quay Lectra's team. I hope I said that right. I think just overall, it's not the best team, but it's got quite a few weaknesses.
I think, overall, I think, is it Appleton or is it the other one? I can't even remember.
I actually don't know whether this is for Apple or Appleton.
Yeah, either way, neither are the best Gmax Pokemon.
No, it's kind of the waste.
I do think that this team has a pretty nice Trick Room mode. They could definitely put in a lot of work, but it also has some weaknesses.
Yeah, and I don't think the Trick Room mode is by itself strong enough to carry this team further up in the rankings. But it could do well, but we'll see.
Everybody should keep in mind that power rankings are usually not 100% true to what the results actually show in the end, because it's still up to the player to make it work. So this is just this doesn't consider the player at all, just a team on paper.
Yep, exactly. And also, these, I forgot to mention in the intro, and I really should have, but these are the teams from before week 1. So no trades are taken into account in the teams you see here. So there may have been loads of trades since. Just want to point that out. Next team, number 11, is Riddler, and Riddler's 11 Devils. Overall, I think it's got a lot of Trick Room Pokemon, and then you've just got a couple fairly gimmicky things, being Torque or Venusaur, which isn't the hardest to counter in a draft league. Like, it's strong in VGC, but it's nowhere near as good in draft league. You've also got Krimpe Gudra. Again, that's just kind of a fairly gimmicky thing. You know it's coming. You will be able to prep for it. I think this team could just do with a couple things that are less obvious and easy to prep for. It's got some strong modes, but they're very obvious and it's not overly versatile.
Yeah, definitely. Most things that are good on like a general ladder are usually not that great in a draft because, like you said, they're very easy to prep for in advance for the opponent.
Yeah. Anything else to add?
I can't think of anything. Unless it's really cool to see Gmax Butterfree. Although it might not be the best one. It's a cool Pokemon.
Yeah, it is a cool Pokemon. We'll see if it actually Dynamaxes at all. But if it does, it will be cool to see.
Yep.
All right, on to the next team. In 10th place, we have Airhead, the coach of Oh Yeah. Overall, this is actually a pretty solid team. I do like some of the picks. Urshifu, Cortana, I think they cover for each other fairly well, as well as you've got Gastrodon and Chandelure, kind of help with Cortana's bio weakness. It's just a couple picks that are a little bit weird. The Ice Cube.
Yeah, Ice Cube doesn't really make a whole lot of sense.
But, yeah. And also, I would say the Togedemaru, because there's no real reason why this team needs Lightning Rod. And I mean, I guess it's a steel type, but I'm sure there are better steel types you could get in that tier.
Probably, yeah. And also, the two Trick Room setters. I mean, Mimikyu is not all about Trick Room, but usually in a draft, you draft it for its ability to set Trick Room. But you already have Porygon 2.
Yeah.
Plus you already have another Ghost type as well. So it's,
Yeah, I think that it's just overly invested into those two Trick Room setters, and you don't actually have any form of Trick Room sweeper to pair with them.
Yeah, it would have been nice to see a sweeper instead of one of those setters, for sure.
Yeah, definitely. But I think other than like the other half of the team is actually really strong. I think those later on picks just could have been slightly improved on. That would have brought up the team.
Yep.
Okay, next team. Unless you have anything else to say.
Nope.
All right.
Not that I can think of.
All right. In 9th place, we have Rainfall, the coach of the Phoenix Stampede. This is a fairly hard Trick Room team. That's pretty much what it does. You know Trick Room is coming, so you can prep for it. Looking at this team, they do have a lot of different ways to set up Trick Room. So it will be quite hard to deny Trick Room going up, but you can just prep for it with things like Imprison or just manually reversing Trick Room. Just things like that.
Yeah.
Because without Trick Room, this team kind of breaks down. Like, the only Pokemon that could possibly be used out of Trick Room is like Heatran. I guess Life Orb should support that, but the rest of the team's just pure Trick Room.
Yeah, I mean, if they do get Trick Room up, it's a very scary team to face for sure. But that's I agree with all the other things you said. Also, Shedinja, I don't think makes that much sense for this team.
No, Shedinja is overall a bad Pokemon in draft.
Yeah, it's the element of surprise type of Pokemon that you bring to tournaments and stuff where people don't expect it.
It's good on paper, but if you actually bring it to a game, it's not going to do anything because your opponent will have loads of coverage moves to beat it. And it was actually tier 4 in this draft league. If it was tier 5, it could have been understandable, but it's a bit overpriced at tier 4.
Yeah.
Anything else to comment on this team?
No, I don't think so. I mean, it's a pretty good team.
Yeah.
As are most teams, to be honest. But yeah, we can move on to
All
the next
right.
one.
Yep. Next team. All right. This is Cast's team, the coach of French Weakling, and I think this team's got a lot of really strong picks. You've got Incineroar, Venusaur, Barraskewda, Meowstic, Thunderous. They're all like terrifying, and Darmanitan. There's a lot of big threats on this team. I just don't think they are supported too well. You've got Thunderous, which can set up rain for Barraskewda. Venusaur has no Meowstic gets Sunny Day, so you can and Rain Dance. So Meowstic can run dual weathers if you wanted to for Venusaur and Barraskewda. The Uxie is, I don't really know what the Uxie's doing here, to be honest. I think they've kind of tried to draft a last minute trick him over the Uxie Rhydon, if I had to say, but it's not the strongest.
Yeah, I mean, Rhydon does at least get Lightning Rod for your rain mode. Well, for Barraskewda.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Darmanitan Galar it's a really scary Pokemon, but how is it being supported here? Like, usually I want to see it with like Tailwind or something, like Prankster Tailwind, or just that hyper offense mode, but it's not. You can run like Choice Scarf on it, but
yeah, I mean, like a Tailwind with a band would be, I guess, scarier.
Yeah, Tailwind to Choice Band's a lot scarier.
At least you have the option for screens at least, because it's quite frail, as are many things on this team. So screens could be nice.
Yeah, but, I think screens are generally better for bulkier teams though, as it can't make up for really frail Pokemon.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, it's a solid team though. Lots of big threats that are really scary to prep for.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Shall we move on?
Yeah.
All right. In number 7, this is Ruan's team, the coach of the Scary Skrill. Before we start talking about this team, Ruan was a replacement and he has traded 5 Pokemon since this team, so don't judge them based on this team. They've changed like half the team since they did not draft this team.
Yeah.
So, right.
We will judge the initial team. That's what we're here for.
Yes. Yes, these are all the initial teams, as we said before. Right. Snorlax is a really scary Pokemon. You have a potential Cresselia for Trick Room. You have Togetic for Redirection if you want to support it that way. Or I guess you could just go with Coaching Riolu. Coaching also works with Pokemon such as Bulu. Actually, Araquanid, that'd be pretty cool to see.
Oh, yeah.
You've got that Intimidate with Arcanine. You've also got Alolan Persian. It is really physically bulky, really fast, good support moves. Don't know if you need like Alolan Persian and Arcanine, considering they're both kind of supportive physical tanks. But I think having both is fine. Swoobat is a nice tier 5 hit to Tapu Bulu.
Yeah, with the seed.
Yeah, the grassy seed.
It's really nice tech.
Yep. Dragapult's just a strong Pokemon here. It doesn't pair with anything in particular as far as I can see.
No, I feel like it's a good option to have. For a Trick Room team to have a very, very fast mon as well.
Yeah. On this team, it's just kind of the fast Dynamax option.
Yeah.
I think that's what Dragapult does here. And there's also Skrelp.
Yeah.
I think that kind of speaks for itself. Would have been nice to have a slightly stronger tier 5, but
you gotta respect someone for picking team mascot.
Exactly, you gotta respect it.
Yeah, even if it's Skrelp. No offense to Skrelp, but like stat-wise, it's not the best.
Yeah. Overall, pretty solid team.
Yeah, definitely a lot of interesting options.
Yeah, there's nothing that stands out as like really good or really bad, so it's pretty balanced.
Yeah.
All right. Guess we shall move on to the next team. In number 6 is Progatog's team. This is the colossal team of this group.
Are
Colossal
you
support.
suggesting that there will be more colossal teams later on?
Yep.
Okay.
All right. Yeah, Colossal supported by Dragonite Primarina here. Dragonite, probably its main role will just be Aqua Jet. However, Primarina by itself is actually a really strong Pokemon. It's a really nice pick on these kind of teams.
Yeah, it always does super well in every draft I've ever been in.
Yeah, exactly. Those bulky water types are just really strong. You have Glastrier as a Trick Room. Glastrier and Regirock as Trick Room Pokemon. It's slightly concerning that Mr. Mime is your main Trick Room setter, unless you use Indeedee Mail to set up Trick Room.
Yeah.
Obviously, Mr. Mime, this is the Kanto form, so it can't use Eviolite to gain that extra bulk boost. Or its natural bulk isn't terrible, it's just not great.
Physical bulk is pretty lackluster. But
Yeah.
if you invest in it, I guess it's fun.
Yeah. And obviously, you have to talk about Weezing Gigas.
Yeah.
You can't not mention that.
On paper, it's super good. It's the same as with other super like obvious combinations with in a draft. It's just not as good when your opponent can prep.
Yeah, but, I think Regigigas is actually pretty hard to counter, as it's just a big, bulky, powerful normal type.
Yeah,
you can usually run things like Lumberry on it to prevent like Will-O-Wisp.
Yeah, but there are ways to like.
There are definitely ways to counter
the Weezing or stuff. Yeah, there are ways around it, but it's a very scary Pokemon to face for sure.
Yeah, for sure.
I will say that it's kind of sad that the Glastrier and Regirock share so many weaknesses for your Trick Room mode.
Yeah, they do.
Which is otherwise both of them are very strong options in Trick Room for sure.
Yeah, I think overall with this team, you got some really strong options. However, they're very predictable. Chansey's not doing much of, and the Trick Room mode's not the strongest because you've got weak Satyrs, and then your 2 sweepers both share weaknesses, as you said.
Yeah.
But yeah, definitely some really scary stuff. Guess we shall move on to the next team.
Yep.
Number 5, Salivadora, the coach of the San George Torpedoes. Okay, this team, the most obvious Pokemon here is Gmax Lapras. Gmax Lapras is always scary. I do think it's not the hardest Gmax to prep for. You can run things like Brick Break and Default, which remove screens.
Yeah.
But with something like Weakness Pulse, it can hit pretty hard.
Oh yeah, and it's kind of impossible to kill, even sometimes in 2 hits.
Oh yeah, it's really hard to kill.
Yeah, it's very, very bulky. That's the best thing about Lapras.
I think Gmax Lapras is the kind of Pokemon you don't aim to kill. You just aim to tool its Dynamax out until you can kill it then. Got some really strong Pokemon. Rillaboom, obviously, priority Grassy Glides hit really hard. Pheromosa in tier 2, it's just a really solid versatile pick. You can't really say anything bad about Pheromosa. You got Pincurchin, Rising Voltages are surprisingly strong for no apparent reason.
It's so slow that it can't be undersped.
Yeah, you cannot underspeed this thing. It's like the perfect counter to Trick Room because it will underspeed your Trick Room setter and it will be able to hit it with whatever it wants, really.
Yeah, I guess the dual terrain could be an issue.
Yes, I was looking at that.
But yeah, it's also nice to have them. But I think Electric Seed and Grassy Seed both raise the defense, right?
Yes, they both raise physical defense. So if you're gonna run dual terrains, it's generally nice to have one seed that raises defense, one seed that raises special defense, so you have more options. But yeah, it's fine though.
I still get the Pincurchin for the Trick Room mode.
Oh yeah, Pincurchin is great.
Yeah.
You also have some really solid Pokemon here. Celesteela. It's just a really bulky steel type that can do a lot of damage or it can just play stall.
Yeah, it's a very good Dynamax Pokemon.
Yeah, really solid Dynamax Pokemon. Airstream and Steel Spike are both really good moves, as well as all of the really random coverage it gets that it really shouldn't.
Yeah, it has all the coverage it needs for sure.
Yep.
And Gothitelle is really nice as well.
Yeah, just the Shadow Tag. I think that's just a really solid Pokemon here.
Yeah.
And
Passimian gets Defiant, right?
Passimian does get Defiant. So
which is nice because Rillaboom is pretty weak to Intimidate otherwise.
Yes, nobody will be bringing Intimidate to this team. There's also potential competitive Gothitelle.
Oh, and also Malamar.
And contrary Malamar.
Yeah.
Yeah, Nidoking, Espion, Archeops, and Malamar can also deal a lot of damage with all their tools. I think they're all really solid picks. I think this entire team is just there's nothing really bad about this team. It's pretty good, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if you're looking at the base score now, it's pretty close to like what the average is for the entire draft, I would say. So it's definitely not a bad team by any means.
Yeah, for sure. There's a lot of good things. Okay. Anything else you want to comment on?
No, I think we covered most of it.
Okay. All right. In fourth place, we have Dicey, coach of the Sacramento Skull Bunnies. Okay, so this team, you got Grimmsnarl with Grimmsnarl Zapdos is pretty scary because Zapdos is naturally pretty bulky. That's going to be pretty hard to take down. Also, you got T-Tail Excadrill, both of which are great together because, I mean, it's just a really solid sand mode. You are investing both of your tier 1s into sand, which is a bit shaky. I believe Excadrill's tier 1. But it's still a solid mode. And also Grimmsnarl can support them quite well, as they're both relatively bulky. Well, Excadrill, if you Dynamax it, it's pretty bulky. You've got Torracat with that Intimidate. Torracat's just really solid tier 4 as support. Same Mienshao. And it can deal a lot of damage to Mienshao.
Yeah, Mienshao is great and can't fake it out either, right?
Yes, it gets in a focus.
Yeah. So can't be intimidated, can't be faked out. Yeah.
Yep.
I feel like every Pokemon on this team makes sense.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm not too happy about Quillfish, maybe, since you have Torracat already. I feel like Torracat is just better if you want to.
Yes, I don't think Quillfish will really be coming to any games.
Yeah.
I mean, also Milotic.
Pretty good Trick Room setter as well.
Yeah, Reuniclus can set Trick Room. I don't know what it's setting Trick Room for, though.
Trevenant, I guess.
Trevenant is also a Trick Room setter.
Yeah, but it can be a sweeper as well.
Yeah, I'm guessing it's more of an anti-Trick Room mode. I'm not too keen on those two picks, but...
Yeah, they...
and obviously Milotic is a really, really good tier 3. I mean, it's a bulky water type with competitive. That's pretty much everything you want in draft.
Yeah. The only thing it doesn't have is super great coverage, but
yes,
everything else, well, it would be too good if it had it, to be honest.
Yeah, it's just a really undertiered Pokemon here. It's great value.
Yeah.
Also, Silvally is really good in draft, just because you can change its type. Also, it's also fast parting shot, which it kind of does a similar thing to Torracat if you choose to bring a bulky Silvally, but I still think it's pretty solid too.
Yeah, sure. I mean, it's in a draft. It's gonna be good.
Yeah. Right. Moving on. In third place, we have Sanderson B, the coach of the Valiant Volcarona. All right, this team, we see, Charizard, GMAX Charizard, really, really scary Pokemon to prep for. Those sun-boosted, solar-powered GMAX Wildfires just kill everything it touches. Regieleki, I will say I'm not too keen on Regieleki. However, obviously it does get Rising Voltage with Tapu Koko to set up electric terrain.
Yeah, if your opponent doesn't have solid way to get hit by electric attacks, it's very, very scary. For sure.
Yeah, those Rising Voltages will be dealing a lot of damage. Also, there is no drought Pokemon here, so you will be relying on Sableye to set up Sunny Day, which, Sableye is pretty solid, I guess, because it's Dark type, so you can't Pranks to Taunt it. You can't fake it out because of its Ghost type, so you're pretty much guaranteed to get off Sunny Day.
Yeah. But it's a very expected turn.
It is very, yeah. You've also got Lilligant and Vileplume, which can both have Chlorophyll. So
yeah, Vileplume actually hits surprisingly hard. It has pretty respectable special attack.
Yeah, Vileplume is pretty good. Although I don't quite understand the Lilligant because you don't really need 2 grass type Chlorophyll users. You have also Landorus for Intimidate. You have the Cobalion Sneasel B-top option. That'll be pretty strong. Scraggy is okay. I'm not a fan of it.
Yeah, I think it's going to be probably not going to be brought to a lot of games, but we'll see.
Yeah, I agree with that. And especially with, I think you got a few Pokemon with fairly low base stat totals, Scraggy, Sneasel, Sableye.
Yeah.
I also don't really know how Jellicent fits in. It kind of just feels like you've said, oh, I need a water type for my Firewater Grass Core. Let me take a look what there is in Tier 3.
Yeah, it can set Trick Room for reversing Trick Room.
I guess. I think the only time it would be clicking Trick Room is to reverse it, most likely.
Yeah, if this team doesn't really have a Trick Room mode.
No, it doesn't. But yeah, overall, very solid team, and why it's been ranked in number 3.
Yep.
A lot of scary things. A little bit predictable, however you do have options, so... and yeah, if you have like a ground rock type, like a strong ground rock type, that does beat a lot of things. Take the electric, like the Electricized stuff, Charizard, Cobalion. But yeah, it's a solid team. Next team. In second place, Staneto, the coach of the Morville Morwells. This is a very offensive, scary team. Tailwind, Porygon Z, Cinderace, beat-up Justified Cobalion, not Cobalion, Terrakion, sorry. Galarian Moltres can also do a lot of damage if it's Weakness Policy or Berserk. We also see Ferrothorn and Swampert, both really bulky Pokemon. Just with that one big weakness each. Mobile, pretty solid Intimidate Pokemon. Can also be Sheer Force Life Orb to deal a lot of damage.
Yes.
There is Butterfree for Rage Powder, Sleep Powder, if you do need that sort of support. Raiku's just kind of there. Same with Graplocked. Raiku's just a really good tier 4. I can't really complain about Raikou. It's tier 4 for some reason.
Super good Pokemon overall. Graplocked, I don't really understand for this team.
No, because you've already got Terrakion, which is just an objectively better fighting type.
Yeah.
So I don't think it'll ever be brought. But I think overall, this team's like, if you're trying to prep for this team, you are really scared because you have to do a lot of calcs to make sure your Pokemon can live these max strikes, G-max fireballs, like +4 max rock falls.
Yeah, there's just threats everywhere you look if you're prepping for this team.
Exactly. And I mean, despite that, the bulk on this team is actually not bad. Like, even though it is a pretty hyper offense team, it's still got some bulk.
Yeah,
like Terrakion, Galarian, Moltres, Swampert, Ferrothorn. They can take hits for days.
Yeah, for sure.
Do you have anything else to add?
No, I think we covered most of it.
Okay. All right. First place, Cruiser, coach of the Detroit Darkrai. This is just a really solid team. You've got G-Max Rillaboom, which is a great G-Max pick. Togekiss, really versatile Pokemon. Metagross is just really solid. Suicune is tier 3 for some reason.
Yeah, Suicune.
We don't question why it's tier 3, but
no.
Well, we just take advantage of it. Yeah, it's really solid, bulky water type, with loads of support options. A little bit of a lack of coverage with Suicune, but it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, doesn't really need it.
Exactly. Scrafty as your Intimidate Fake Out. Gengar it's just a scary, fast, offensive Pokemon that can also imprison Trick Room, which is pretty important with this team, as it's fairly weak to Trick Room.
It's just a pretty fast team, so yeah.
Yeah, there's no like trick Room counter. Cinderace, another fast, scary Pokemon that's just really hard to prep for due to Libero.
Yeah, which is great in a draft.
Yep. Purloin is just a good like tier 5 support.
Yeah, it gets a lot of good prankster moves.
He gets a lot of good prankster moves. I won't reveal any tags or anything. But
yeah, the only downside is that they are pretty much forced to run Focus Sash on it because it's very, very frail.
Yeah, so you can't really bring Purloin and Gengar to the same match because Gengar kind of needs Focus Sash as well, unless you
I guess
go
you could
like
probably do a Violite or Purloin, but I don't.
Possibly. I guess you could also go with a choice item on Gengar.
Yeah. I mean, we're not gonna do the work for them. That's up to
exactly.
But yeah, it's
exactly
still a pretty good tier 5 pick for a prankster.
Yeah, definitely. You've also got Jolteon for that electric type. Garchomp, which is a really scary Pokemon. I believe it was tier 2. It's just a really good ground type for this team. And the only pick that doesn't really fit in is Sceptile.
Yeah, I mean, I get why you would want it because it has Unburden, which goes with Rillaboom's Grassy Surge, but also it's another you don't want 2 grass types, probably.
Yeah. Having 2 grass types is okay, but the fact that Sceptile's entire role is to be paired with Rillaboom, like you'd be leading double grass basically, which is not ideal. Other than Sceptile, the rest of the team is really solid. There's not really any major weaknesses. It's really scary. You've got bulk, you've got versatility. I mean, yeah, other than Sceptile, can't really complain about anything.
No, it's a really good team across the board, and that's why it's number 1.
Exactly. Yep. And that is the end of Group 1. So I guess now we are moving on to Group 2. All right, so let's just go to the first team. Number 12, JD Man. It's definitely an interesting team. You've got some slightly unorthodox picks. G-Max Pikachu is quite an obvious one. That's probably not the best value G-Max pick, but that paralysis can be really annoying if you don't prep for it.
Oh yeah. The G-Max move itself is one of the best ones.
Oh yeah. The G-Max move is great. You have I think quite a hyper offensive team. Just as the Talonflame, we can set up Tailwind for Pokemon such as Dracovish, Kartana, Heatran. They can do a lot of damage. We
Some
see
redirection with Butterfree.
Yeah, you get redirection with Butterfree. Ditto is there to prevent any setup, I guess. You have Heracross, which is actually not a bad tier 5. I have used Heracross before. It is stronger than you think. It gets guts, so...
Yeah, it hits very hard.
Yeah, definitely.
Defense.
Yeah, exactly. Don't underestimate that thing. I think overall there's just... I think there are some good picks, and this team does focus mostly on hyper offense. I think some of the picks just don't really fit in with the team.
Yeah.
I don't quite get why Shedinja's there.
And also Surfetched.
Surfetched, Flygon. I guess Flygon's just a ground type, but I don't think it does much else on the team.
Yeah, probably not. I'm suspecting the weakness chart is not the best on this team either. I see a lot of things that are weak to similar things.
Yes, I think there's...
But yeah, definitely a few really interesting mons, and I'm sure the team can put in a lot of work.
Yeah, I think it's a team, if you overlook something in prep, it can be really scary, but if you prep correctly and keep everything in mind, like you know what it's going to do, you've just got a bunch of hyper offensive Pokemon. If you prep for all of them, you should be fine facing this team.
Yeah.
But still some scary threats. Yeah, let's move on to the next team. Number 11, we have Luxray, the coach of the Dutch Ludicolo's. And again, we will say that Luxray joined as a replacement, so he did not actually draft this team. He has traded 7 Pokemon, which is like most of the team since this. We're still going to just go over the team like we would with any other, though. I think there's a few weaknesses here. Initially, I see a fair few Pokemon weak to ground. I see a fair few Pokemon weak to Fairy.
Yeah, that's the first thing I saw as well.
Yeah. There is not... You have Trick Room. But I feel like most of your Pokemon are just slightly too fast for Trick Room. And you don't have any other form of speed control to help them. Like Tyranitar, Regidrago, Goodra, like that kind of mid-speed. They're not that slow speed you want for Trick Room. Toxtricity, definitely an interesting G-Max pick. Again, I think you probably could have gotten something slightly better value from that G-Max pick.
Yeah.
I mean, because you can get like a free tier 1 or tier 2 from that G-Max pick.
Yeah, nothing against Toxtricity, but yeah, the other one are just objectively better mons.
Yeah, exactly. Toxtricity is a nice mon, but when it's in the same tier as like Rillaboom and Grimmsnarl,
yeah,
it's pretty hard to justify drafting it. There's you got some like Spectra is your main fast mon I can see here. I don't know Haxorus's speed. I think it's okay.
If I remember correctly, 95 or something like that.
95. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. With this team, I feel like there's just a lot of those mid-speed Pokemon, and you have no great way of supporting that.
Yeah. No Tailwind, or I don't think you have a lot of max Airstreams either on this team.
No, I don't see any max Airstreams actually.
I mean, maybe one of them learns some really bad flying move, probably, but yeah.
Quite possibly.
And also, no real way to utilize the sand from Tyranitar.
No, and that would have been another form of speed control if you had something like Excadrill or Dracozolt or another Sand Rush user that could just take advantage of the sand and, well, be fast. which I think is what this team needs, really.
Yeah, I agree.
All right. Next team, number 10, we have Zoom Super, the coach of the Pony Island Pride, and big Gmax Lapras, obviously a pretty big part of this team. Gmax Lapras is a really strong Pokemon. Also have Regieleki and Dimanitangala, which are two very hyper offensive Pokemon. You generally don't see them with Lapras, but it could. I mean, I think Lapras is more like to support the bulky Pokemon in the back, such as Galarian Moltres. Potentially Buzzwole. I do know Buzzwole does like to Dynamax though, so I don't know how that would work. You have Ludicolo to take advantage of the rain that Max Geyser from Lapras could potentially set up.
Yeah, and Escavalier as well, just to take advantage of the rain.
Yes.
And not get killed by fire moves, I guess.
Yes. I actually don't know. Does Perlin get Rain Dance?
I think so, yeah.
Okay, so you have another way to set up the rain with Pranks to Rain Dance. We also see a small Trick Crew mode in Escavalier and Alolan Executor.
Yeah, both of which are pretty good sweepers, to be honest.
Yeah, they are actually. Although it's not much for Trick Room mode, I think those two are very good value.
Oh yeah, Escavalier is so slow, so it's hard to underspeed if your opponent wants to do Trick Room.
Yeah, exactly. And Alolan Executor, obviously a really set for tier 5. It's just really strong. I personally think it was a little bit under-tiered. So it's a nice mon there.
Yeah. I see 5 mons weak to rock and no resist at first.
Yes.
So that's not ideal.
Yes, of course there are reasons why this team is not quite at the top. Just some type chart things. I also see you have 2 water types, but both, I think you're only fire resistors like Chandelure with Flash Fire, right?
Oh, yeah.
And you have like Galarian Darmanitan, Buzzwole, Escavalier. Yeah, I think there's just a few type weaknesses here.
Oh, yeah, and neither of your water types are actually...
No, you have 2 water types.
That are neutral to fire.
Yeah, exactly. Neither of them want to fight fire in the sun.
Nope, they do not. But it's definitely an interesting team. There's some good mons. I guess Ribombee, I don't really... Does it get redirection?
No.
No,
it doesn't. It's just... Yes, I don't think it really fits on the team. I guess you could potentially speed swap with a Escavalier. That's the only thing I really see.
Yeah, that's true. But then Ribombee becomes kind of useless. It's just like...
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think it really fits it.
But yeah, it definitely has some interesting options for sure. And Gmax Lab is always good.
Yep. All right. Next team in number 9, we have Sean. I hope I pronounced that right. Please correct me if you think that's wrong. Coach of the... Yeah, I'm not going to try. Leicester Infinapes. Sorry if I butchered your name and team name. We see Gmax Charizard, really big scary Pokemon with Whimsicott, potentially set up Sunny Day to support that, and Tailwind. Charizard's definitely a huge threat on this team.
Oh yeah.
We also see Galarian Zapdos, that is a really scary Pokemon. And Naganadel. All 3 of those are really good fast sweepers. That's definitely something you have to be pretty scared of in prep.
And Alcremie can decorate like anything on this team to make them super scary.
Yep.
If it wants to.
Yes. I do want to point out that Comfey can probably Draining Kiss the Galarian Zapdos from weakness policy.
First thing I thought of that would be so scary to face.
Yeah, so you've got those 3 really, really scary offensive sweepers that could... Yeah. You got to prep for all 3 because any one of them could just sweep your team. We also see... There's a bit of a trick room mode here. You have Whimsicott, Comfey, Gardevoir, and Jinx, which could all potentially set up Trick Room for Alola Marowak.
Yeah,
That's
Alola
about
Marowak
it.
is yeah. I mean, none of the setters are like super good at setting Trick Room.
No, I'd
But-
like to see, because you have 4 fairy types on this team.
Yeah, I don't really understand why.
I mean,
Gardevoir.
Alcreamy's good on the Trick Room for Decorate.
Yeah, that's
Comfey
true.
and Whimsicott both do their things, but Gardevoir should probably be traded here.
It's probably a bit too heavy on the fairy types, but
Yes.
but I could still see why you would draft all of them, but probably would want to drop one.
Yes, I definitely agree. Frostlass is, I think it's a good Pokemon in draft, but it doesn't really fit on this team too well.
No, I mean you have already have very good speed control, so you don't really need Icy Wind or something like that.
And that's kind of its main role.
Yeah, I don't really see it maxing. I mean, this team you're probably maxing Charizard, Gyarados, or Naganadel every time. I would assume.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, unless you're going Marowak for counter
unless
Trick
you're going
Room.
Trick Room, yeah.
Yeah, and Stoutland's probably just here for Intimidate.
Yeah, which is fine, I guess.
Yeah, that's definitely better.
It's not my favorite Intimidate mon, but
no. Yeah, it's overall a really scary team. Like you could, there's just big offensive threats. Although there is some kind of slight synergy issues in the lower tiers.
Yeah, I think that's what brings the score down, because like this team can break through any other team with all the threats and the speed control it has, for sure.
Yeah, definitely. All right. So in number 8 we have Comrade Squidward, of the coach of the Cleveland Clefables.
I'm glad we're getting very easy names for you to pronounce.
Yes. I'm going to have a lot of angry comments about just how I pronounce these names.
Yeah. That's the
okay. GMX Blastoise. I mean, it's a bulky water type. It's got GMX Cannonade. Yep. It's just a really solid Pokemon. With the Landorus T, Volcarona, I do like those picks a lot, actually.
Oh, yeah, me too.
Volcarona is just a really versatile Pokemon. Landorus is actually also a really versatile Pokemon, and it's just a really strong Intimidate.
And a really strong Maxer as well.
Yeah, exactly. We see DD Male. It's a strong Pokemon.
Yeah.
I also see Regirock, and correct me if I'm wrong, but Indeedee Male is the only Pokemon on this team that can set up Trick Room.
Yeah, I think you are right.
Yes. So I don't really know what Regirock is going to be doing, considering Indeedee Male is not exactly a reliable Trick Room setter. So you can't really use Regirock that reliably.
Probably bring it if you're worried about your opponent setting Trick Room. That's
yeah, it could be a counter Trick Room option.
Yeah.
But I think your opponent will definitely prep for it if they plan on going for Trick Room.
Yeah.
We also see Venusaur, and I don't see a Drought user.
No, but does Comfey? No, not Comfey. Does Klefki get Sunny Day? I'm actually not sure about that.
I don't know. I'm sure we checked it when we were ranking the teams. So it's quite a while ago.
Yeah.
So yeah, I can't remember.
A lot of teams. So
exactly. There's a lot of teams.
Just Sunny Day.
Okay.
So you have that option. So you actually have a pretty good Sun option, because Volcarona can also dish out good damage in the Sun, I guess.
Yeah, that's definitely true. I feel like an opposing fire type could potentially take advantage of that Sun.
Oh yeah. Volcarona doesn't even resist fire attacks, so
yeah. Corviknight, Alolan, and Persian, they're solid picks for sure. Dragcloak is interesting. It can definitely do some really annoying stuff. That'll be a really interesting Pokemon to see on this team.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen anyone else pick it. So it has a pretty good speed tier.
Yeah, it's pretty fast. It has a lot of good supporting moves.
Yeah,
and it's a tier 5.
Yeah, I guess it would be fairly bulky with Eviolite as well, if you want it to be.
Yep, potentially. Don't know about Drifloon though.
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of that pick.
No,
I mean, you do, at least you do have the terrain, so you can easily take advantage of Unburden.
That's true. I guess it just have those little support options, but if you want to run Tailwinds on this team, I personally prefer Corviknight over Drifloon.
I mean, Drifloon can't do like anything offensively. Can only do support here. Corviknight can at least do both if you wanted to do something offensively.
Yes. Overall, it's a solid team. You've got some pretty flexible options with like Blastoise, Lando, Volcarona. I think like that first part of the team is really strong.
Yeah.
The rest of the team is kind of it's pretty good. There's a few flaws, but Klefki with screens next to Blastoise, Landorus, and Volcarona. That's going to be pretty tough to break.
Oh yeah, for sure.
All right. Next team in number 7 we have a simp for Yam, the coach of the Strasbourg Swallows. We see Gmax Urshifu. They're obviously really good value. Like, a really strong tail gone for free.
Yeah.
Cinderace just a really top Pokemon to prep for. Indeedee female is it. I don't know why it was in tier 2, but I mean, we take it. Like it's a really good value Pokemon here. You have a Alolan Raichu, which can take advantage of Psychic Terrain with Expanding Force, or it can take advantage of Pincurchin's Electric Terrain.
Yeah,
with Surge, Surf, Rising Voltage. Yeah, it's a really scary thing to face.
Yeah,
it's just so fast. We also see the Hail Core with Alolan Sandslash and Vanilluxe. So that's, I think, Hail's just really good for kind of a low tier weather option.
Yeah.
Because Hail Pokemon are generally pretty low tier. So
I think Vanilluxe is a pretty underrated mon in general.
Yeah, Vanilluxe got some great options. Blizzard, Aurora Veil.
Yeah, it has a pretty high special attack stat. I'm not a huge fan of Alolan Sandslash because it's just those 4 times weaknesses.
Yes, it's not the hardest Pokemon to prep for, but
no. But I mean, it's at least it's something that to take advantage of the hail, which you need to consider when you're doing your prep. So I understand why you would pick it.
Exactly, I think it is a pretty good Pokemon here. I think both of the tier 5s are actually really good on this team. Actually, it's Pincurchin's not tier 5, is it? I don't know.
I don't know either. You have Gyarados for Intimidate as well and other things.
Yes.
Which is a very good mon overall.
Yes, Gyarados is definitely a really scary Pokemon with Intimidate, Moxie. It can do pretty much whatever it wants. Like, it can just be a bulky Intimidate user, or it can Dynamax, Max Airstream, get Moxie boosts. You don't know what it's going to do. Togetic, Togetic is a really strong tier 4. It's definitely amazing value, but it's a secondary direction Pokemon, so I don't know if you really need both Indeedee and Togetic.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
Because you definitely want a redirection mon on this team, but you probably don't need to.
Yeah, exactly.
And Indeedee is already so versatile.
Yeah, exactly. At first glance, I don't see what the Sneasel's doing.
Yeah, I would have to agree.
Yeah, the only thing I could possibly see is like Surf with weakness policies and Cinderace, but that's stretching it a bit far.
Yeah, it really is.
Yeah, last Pokemon are Duraludon's just another strong max option.
Yep.
Don't have too much to say about that.
I really like this team overall. I think it's
it's a really good team.
It's got some pretty unique options compared to a lot of other teams. So yeah,
Yeah,
I'm a big fan personally.
and you may notice this team, despite being 7th place, the base score is very high.
Oh yeah,
a lot of
group
these Group
stacked.
2 teams, yeah, there's a lot of really good Group 2 teams.
So yeah, being
and
place
yeah,
7 here is not a bad thing in this group.
exactly. All right, let's move on to number 6. All right, we have Manny W, the coach of the Downtown Dragapults. This team, you've got some options with G-Max Venusaur, with Sunny Dariolo. I would have liked to see a slightly more consistent Sun setup, but that works. We see Tabu Fini, which is just a really strong, versatile S-tier.
Yeah.
I don't see anything that takes advantage of terrain. However, you can always just slap a Misty Seed on something like Mudstale or Zapdos that could just really take advantage of that Spidaf boost.
You have a lot of things that are just naturally bulky that would appreciate it, yeah.
Yep, exactly. We see him on top for the Intimidate Fake Out. It's just a really solid Pokemon.
Yeah.
We see Zapdos and Moltres, both potential Dynamax Airstream users. I don't really know if you need both, but
yeah,
I guess Moltres could take advantage of Sun with Max Flares, maybe.
Yeah, for sure. It's a pretty underrated Dynamax user. I think it's pretty strong.
Yeah, Moltres can do some really big damage.
Does it get Tailwind as well?
No, unfortunately, it does not.
Yeah, so Mandibuzz is the only Tailwind.
Yes, Mandibuzz is the Tailwind on this team.
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of having 3 birds. Maybe I feel like it might be one too many, but
I think there was a lot of really under-tiered flying types in this Trials League, so I'm kind of okay with it, knowing that.
And this team is not really. I mean, it has other Pokemon to make up for the weaknesses.
It's kind of built around those weaknesses. You haven't just said, "Oh yeah, I have a weakness. I'm not going to do anything about it," though. Which I think a few of the slightly lower down teams have done. They've just ignored their weaknesses.
Yeah.
This team's kind of built around it quite well.
For sure. I guess Wigglytuff is there for a competitive option, maybe?
Yeah, probably the competitive. I don't think I'm particularly weak to Intimidate. Actually, you don't care about Intimidate at all, so I don't think the competitive was needed.
I don't really, no, probably not. But I mean, there are still, like the max moves, sometimes reduce your stats to proc Intimidate. There are probably instances where it's useful, but the team itself is not that weak to Intimidate.
Yep. Also, I think we should probably comment on coaching Riolu. That could pair with Metagross and Mudstell pretty well.
Oh, yeah.
They're both really strong max options with that support, especially if you then give a Misty Seed to them to get that Spidef boost on top of the coaching boosts. Yeah. That can get really out of hand really fast.
For sure.
Yeah. Don't want to face that.
Porygon 2 and Mudstell is super solid Trick Room mode.
Yes. I don't know if you need Porygon 2, considering you could have gone for a potentially lower tier Trick Room setup. Your just a Trick Room mode is only a small part of your team.
Yeah, that is true.
Yes, it's still a strong mode though.
Oh yeah, and Porygon 2 is very difficult to kill.
Yeah, Porygon 2 by itself is just a really strong Pokemon, really annoying to deal with. All right, moving on to number 5 now. We have Datrevdo, the coach of the Nottingham Fortress. All right, we see first thing, G-Max Rillaboom, Incineroar. That's obviously really good way to start a team. They're just really strong Pokemon. Incineroar is actually very versatile in draft. It's not just the support Pokemon we see in VGC. It's a really strong offensive Pokemon. It's like 120 base attack or something. as well as its really good bulk.
Yeah, and decent coverage.
Yes. We also see Milotic, which Milotic is just an incredible Pokemon. Like,
yeah, it fits perfectly for his team.
Exactly. There's quite a few of these Pokemon are weak to Intimidate, so that competitive just really helps out the team. Deters those Intimidates that your Rillaboom, Incineroar, and Sand mode just don't want to deal with. Until we get the Sand mode, we have Gigalith and Excadrill. You don't really have an amazing Pokemon, Trick Room Setter to support Gigalith, which you could potentially fit somewhere else on the team. But Excadrill can be a really scary Pokemon, especially if it Dynamaxes, which probably is one of the main Dynamax candidates for this team.
Yeah, most likely.
The other Pokemon that could Dynamax is Porygon Z.
Oh, yeah.
That's just... I think if you prep for it, you can deal with it fairly easily, but it is still a really scary Pokemon with those Max Strikes. We also see Meowstic. It's just a really under-tiered Prankster Pokemon with dual screens, general support stuff. Just increase the bulk of this team even further.
Yeah.
Landorus Eye. It's just a really strong Pokemon of sheer force, earth powers. And unfortunately, this team would have been a lot higher, but there are 3 Pokemon that we haven't talked about yet.
Yeah.
Cottony, Tangela, and Maractus. If those 3 were better, were swapped out for something else, this probably would have been first place of like any group.
Yeah, I agree.
Those 3 Pokemon, first of all, they're all grass types. Second of all, apart from Tangela, that none of them are that good. Like Cottony, you don't need Cottony. It doesn't get Tailwind. You already have Meowstic. Maractus, I get. Like, you want Storm Drain for Blandurus, Incineroar, or Sand mode, but
you already have. They're already bulky, and there's also
exactly. You have Rillaboom, as well. Milotic, Screens, and Tangela. If you keep that, I think these 3 Pokemon, they just Tangela is pretty good, but on this team, I don't know. I think you could trade all 3 personally. You don't really need Tangela with Rillaboom. Like you already have a grass type switch, and you don't need a grass type redirector really.
Yeah.
The rest of the team is really good, and this team, in most groups, this team would be a lot higher. But it's just this group is really tough.
Oh yeah.
Yep. I think that's about all I have to say.
Same.
Okay. Next team at number 4, we have Teumbi, the coach of the Atlanta Blaze. I personally really like this team. We see Grimmsnarl, just a great value G-Max pick. We have Thundurus, Nihilego, Rotom Heat, just a great core. That's like a really good VGC core, and it's like really, I think it's pretty flexible.
Yeah, for sure.
The Thundurus isn't quite as versatile as it normally would be because you have Grimmsnarl. Like, you probably won't be using Prankster Thundurus because of Grimmsnarl.
But Defiant is...
But Defiant is still very strong.
It's a very great option.
Or special offense, that's always an option. It's got really high special attack. You can't forget about that.
Yeah, it's impossible to know what set they're bringing every week, which is good in a draft.
Exactly. We see Urshifu Single Strike. Obviously, Urshifu is just a really scary Pokemon. Those Wicked Blows just do tons of damage.
Yep.
You just gotta kill it. There's not really any way to stop those Wicked Blows.
Yeah, you can't even protect.
Exactly. Serena is really strong in draft. In my opinion, it gets decent coverage. It's just a really solid Pokemon with a really nice ability with Queenly Majesty.
Yeah.
Preventing like any fake outs, preventing any just general priority moves. So that could help if people are like trying to fake out your Grimmsnarl, for example, or your Fletchender.
or trying to make your stuff like Nihiligo or Urshifu slower with some prankster move or whatever.
Yeah, exactly. Prankster as well. I mean, that could block things like Thunder Wave, Scary Face, Trick, Fake Tears, etc.
Yeah, and it's just also a pretty bulky grass type. So yeah,
exactly. Yep. Fletchinder is. I mean, Tailwind's. I think Tailwind is nice on this team. However, you do already have Suicune for Tailwind.
Yeah, and Suicune is just a really good Tailwind setter and just fantastic Pokemon overall. So
exactly.
I don't understand the Fletchinder. And also the Graplocked, I'm not a huge fan of.
Yeah,
although I would be happy to be proven wrong, but
yes, Graplocked is not a terrible Pokemon, but it has nothing over Urshifu.
Yeah, you already have a great fighting type, and it's pretty slow for a Trick Room option, but it's not that slow.
Yeah, I think you'd have to use an Iron Ball on it if you wanted to counter opposing Trick Room.
Yeah.
I think the other thing that's a little confusing about this team is Fletchinder, Suicune, Swampert. They all kind of conflict because you have those two Water types, you have those two Tailwind setters. I do like all of those picks, but together I'm a little unsure about. So I'm sure it could be made work. It could work really well, but
yeah,
I think possibly something slightly different could have been drafted. I do like Swampert though.
Yeah, Swampert is a cool Pokemon, but yeah, I guess kind of similar to Suicune in some ways.
Yes. And the Registeel. I think tier 3 Registeel was under tiered. I think it is a great value pick. It's just a really solid Pokemon.
It's a fantastic steel type.
Exactly. It's a really solid steel type. Can just tank hits and set up and then body press you.
Yep.
Yeah, it's a really solid team. I really do like this team.
Same.
I'm sure it will do well. But yeah, I guess we shall move on to the next team. In number 3, we have HSOJ, the coach of the Luminous Lunalas. We see just some really strong Pokemon with G-Max Hatterene. It's always a really scary Pokemon because it can just set up Trick Room and then spam G-Max Smite, and that Confusion can be pretty devastating. Like, Confusion is not something you want to deal with.
No, it's very annoying to deal with, for sure.
Yes, exactly.
Then you have a very, very good Rain core.
Yes, we see Pelipper Kingdra. They are just two really solid Pokemon. We also have Raichu to redirect any electric type attacks from these two.
Yeah, and together with Celesteela as well.
And with Celesteela, also protecting Celesteela, which is a really nice combo. Celesteela is just a really strong Pokemon, both in Trick Room and out of Trick Room, depending on what you want to go with.
Marowak is also a pretty good Trick Room option.
Yes, Marowak and Fungus, you definitely both have to take them both into account. I think they are both really good tier 5s.
Yeah, and Tapu Lele is always super scary as well.
Yeah, Tapu Lele just does way more damage than it should do. And yeah, I can enable Hatterene to click Expanding Force, which is pretty scary. Also, I think Toxtricity is a nice electric type pick here because it's not something that conflicts with Raichu because it does have the spread electric type move of Overdrive. It doesn't have to worry about hitting into your own Lightning Rod. And we see, obviously, the Torracat. Great value tier for Intimidate, Fake Out, Parting Shot, as well as not terrible offense with both physical and special.
I think it has 8 in both.
Yes, so it can deal some damage, especially. I think there are quite a lot of Pokemon that are 4 times weak to fire that Torracat could just kill without them really expecting it.
Yeah, for sure. And also Liepard for Prankster.
Yes, which you can also copycat Max Guard.
Yeah. I mean, I just feel like everything on this team makes sense. There's nothing I would there's nothing I feel like I would change on this team.
Yeah, I
which
definitely agree
like.
with that.
You can't say that about a lot of teams. So,
Yeah.
It looks very like you've really thought about a plan, and I like that a lot.
Yes, this whole team's it's just really solid. There's no like few picks at the end that don't make sense. Like the entire team's just great.
Yeah.
I guess we shall move on to number 2 now. All right, we have something 482, the coach of the Atlantis Arcanines. It's a really scary team. It's definitely got some options. First, we have Gmax Cinderace, obviously. Really scary Pokemon to prep for, especially with Sableye that could set up Sunny Days to boost those base 160 power Gmax Fireballs even further. Obviously, it has Libero, so it can just change its type whenever. It's just really annoying to deal with, and can just kill stuff pretty easily. Also, another potential support option for that is Togekiss for Follow Me, which could get Cinderace plus Togekiss could be a really annoying combo.
Oh yeah, for sure. Togekiss in general is just a fantastic draft Pokemon. It can do everything you want basically.
Yes, I think it gets some pretty good coverage. It can obviously big max airstreams off of its base 120 special attack. So it's just a really versatile Pokemon.
Yeah.
We also see Galarian Articuno is another potential airstream user.
Yeah.
We can't figure out that.
Great value, tier 4, I think it was.
Yes, tier 4, which there's a lot of understated flying Pokemon, like I said.
Yeah.
Tier 4 is definitely way too low for this thing. It's a really solid Pokemon.
It is. Crocodile is another really, really good draft one.
Yes, you get Intimidate and Moxie, kind of like Gyarados. You can. It's either you can just bring it as an Intimidate Pokemon, or you can try to sweep with Moxie, depending on the matchup.
Yeah.
So that's always just really good. We also see Dragapult with Beat Up plus Justified Lucario, which you don't have to go with that because they're also decently versatile Pokemon. Lucario can also be a special attacker, and Dragapult can also just
it's a great max option as well. Dragapult.
Exactly. A lot of really scary max options here.
And Mr. Mime Galar is actually a really solid Pokemon as well.
Yeah, Galarian Mr. Mime is
It's bulky with a Violet and can fake out. It can set up I guess reverse Trick Room or set up Trick Room for Ferrothorn. Has a pretty good special attack as well. Special attack stat.
Yes, Galarian Mr. Mime is definitely really strong with that Eviolite. It's really annoying to deal with. Also, Rotom Wash and Ferrothorn are both really annoying Pokemon. They're just hard to deal with, hard to take out.
Yeah.
They're both just bulky. Can deal a lot of damage. With Rotom can also be kind of support with Electro Web. That sort of thing. Ferrothorn can set up like Iron Defense Body Press potentially.
Or it even has a pretty high attack stat.
Yes, you can also just go with like Gyro Ball, Power Whip, that sort of thing.
The only thing I don't like about this team is the Licky.
Yes.
I kind of get it. Maybe it's to neutralize weather or whatever, but I'm not a huge fan of the Pokemon.
I think personally, if you want to have something to counter weather, you just click Sunny Day with Sableye because that will basically nullify any of your opponent's weather.
Yeah.
You don't need Cloud9 really. I think that Pokemon could ever be traded, but the rest of the team is really solid.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I look forward to seeing how it does. It's a solid team. But yeah, on to the first place team of Group 2. We have Luminary, the coach of the Athens Alcremie. This is a colossal team. It got some really solid picks. So we have Primarina for Aquajet, Latios for Surf. We also see Rillaboom Primarina Entei is just a really strong Firewater Grass core. That would just really bulky Pokemon that can deal a lot of damage really quickly. We also see Durant as an alternative max option to Colossal, as well as Mamoswine, both of which are really scary. Obviously, Durant with Hustle just does a lot of damage. Yeah. And Mamoswine is a really, really scary Pokemon in prep, as it's just one of those Pokemon that, like, on paper, it beats everything, so it's really hard to prep for.
And
Scrafty,
strong with thick fat.
Yes, you have both Oblivious to prevent like Intimidate spam, and you have thick fat, so you kind of have to prep for both. We see Scrafty for Intimidate. We see Archeops. I think Archeops it's just a strong Pokemon that can like Head Smash. It's a pretty good tier 5.
Yeah, it's really fast and really scary.
Yeah, exactly. It can deal a lot of damage. We see Togepi, which, I mean, Togepi is... I don't know why it's tier 5, but...
Yeah, it's a good option for redirection.
Exactly. It's just a bulky follow me user, which just goes really well with the rest of this team. Last Pokemon Gothorita, which... It's okay here. You have a few support options. I do like Gothorita. I think I would have liked a slightly slower Pokemon on this team, so it could support it with Trick Room potentially as well.
Yeah.
But it's just got like really good support options, Fake Out, a ridiculous, Heal Pulse. You got loads and loads of support options. And I mean, I guess you can reverse Trick Room.
Yeah, for sure.
Yep. And also Latios is just a really versatile Pokemon. I know I talked about it with Colossal, but Latios can do a lot of stuff, even without Colossal.
And it has a high special attack stat as well. It's
really... Yeah, it's just a really, really versatile Pokemon. You can do so much with the Latios. There's no real bad things about this team. It's just a really, really solid team.
Oh yeah, for sure. And just like we mentioned earlier, it was really tough to place these teams. It's really close between like spot 1 and 5, to be honest, or something like that.
Oh yeah, we made quite a lot of changes. It was placing these to like top. I'm pretty sure all top 7 had a base score of like 7 and above.
Yeah.
So like these were all really close and really tough to place. Group 2 is just stacked.
Yep.
Yeah, but I think overall this team was just the best. Like you have so many options. Really versatile team. Really bulky. Really scary. Can do a lot of damage. It's got pretty much everything you need.
Indeed. Well.
Yeah. Do you have anything else to add?
I don't think so. I think we covered most of it.
All right. I guess we shall move on to Group 3 now. All right. On to the first team of the group. In number 12, we have Watcham, its team, the coach of the Chicago White Sox. It's definitely got some solid tools. You've got G-Max Lapras, you've got Zapdos, you've got Politoed to boost your Max Geysers, Azumarill or Araquanid. You got Whimsicott for speed control, with Tailwind for maybe Zapdos. It's not like a huge amount of Pokemon that can really benefit from Tailwinds on this team. We have the Trevenant and Whimsicott, which can both set Trick Room for your Dragalge, Dhelmise, Araquanids, Azumarill, potentially even Lapras. It's not a bad team. But the reason it was ranked so low is because we have 4 water types and we have 4 grass types.
Yeah, it's basically all of them share the same weaknesses.
Yes, there's just a lot of overlapping types. I mean, you have 2 grass ghost types. Even the Pokemon that aren't grass type or water type, you have a dragon flying, a dragon poison, and an electric flying, which is still a fair bit of overlap there.
Yeah.
Just some more variety in the types would have been good. I understand the water types is they are all boosted by rain, but the grass types not so much.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, just as a rain team, it's a very, very scary team. But yeah, it's just a lack of diversity mostly that makes the score low.
Yes. Apart from that, it's a pretty solid team with Lapras. I mean, I think it does benefit quite a lot from screens. But I think we're going to move on now. So in number 11, we have Miloodles, the coach of Bidoofinschmerz. I'm sorry for butchering that name. We have Colossal Dragapult. I mean, you can't really go wrong with that. We have Galarian Darmanitan, so more hyper offense. Ditto Mamoswine, Parisian, which can potentially have beat up from Dragapult with Justified. We see Tyranitar, but no Sand Abuser, just Tyranitar by itself. Another rock type in Tyrantrum. We also see Guzzlord, Quagsire, Chansey. So overall, this team's very hyper offense, like Colossal, Dragapult, Galarian Darmanitan, Virizion, Ditto, Mamoswine. A lot of fast offense.
For sure. I don't really understand Quagsire or Chansey on this team. Not Guzzlord, to be honest. I mean, you don't have any way to set Trick Rooms. I don't understand why Guzzlord is there at all.
Yeah. You got quite a...
I see 7 months weak to fighting. Well,
yeah.
8 if you count Ditto, but I didn't. It's...
yeah. A lot of fighting weaknesses. And there's 5 fairy weaknesses as well. Yeah. Neither of which are good weaknesses to have. I think this team's... I think you can just prep for it. Like, it's just hyper offense. There's not much support on this team. Because you have Dragapult as your support Pokemon, and that's about it, right?
Yeah. Yeah, there's not really any support.
Yeah,
just kind of. But there are some scary mons, but
yeah, definitely.
As most teams have, but yeah, just would have liked some more variety in both types and roles overall.
Yes, I think that's probably about it for this team. So let's move on. In number 10, we have Tree Dolphin Gaming, the coach of the Bewildered Bishops. All right, first Pokemon, G-Max Gengar. Just definitely interesting. Gengar is probably not the best value for your G-Max pick, but it's still an okay Pokemon.
Yeah, for sure.
I don't see any form of Perish Song to go with Gengar's trapping abilities, but that's fine. We see Regieleki, which I'm not personally a big fan of in draft. Bishop is... I think Bishop's a pretty good Pokemon, but this might just be a personal thing, but I don't like seeing Bishop in tier 2.
I feel like that's a bit too high, yeah.
Yeah. I think that...
pretty big weaknesses, especially in doubles. I feel like it's... pretty easy to prep around.
We see Alakazam, which, without any form of psychic terrain, it's not a great Pokemon. It's very easy to prep for.
Yeah.
Rotom Mo's nice, however, you do already have Regieleki he's an electric type, and you do already have 2 other grass types on the team. Ludicolo and Exeggutor. Ludicolo obviously doesn't have any rain to support it.
Lurantis too, so 3 other grass types.
Oh, Lurantis, yep, 3 other grass types, 4 grass types in total, which is a few more than you ideally want. I'm seeing a lot of fire weaknesses.
Yeah, a lot of ground as well. It's pretty much the same deal again. Just not the team is not varied enough to really be considered objectively a really great draft team.
No, I think Incineroar's kind of the best pick here.
Yeah,
it's just Incineroar really. No, I can't really comment much on Incineroar.
Does Bishop get beat up?
Bishop, I don't know, but it's not very fast, I don't think.
Oh yeah.
Or not fast enough. I don't think it can also be Cobalion.
So, yeah, Cobalion is very fast.
Potentially Incineroar, but that also has the same issue.
Yeah.
It's just I think if this team had a bit more synergy and a few less common weaknesses, that could be good. But it's just a few flaws. You can. That's kind of why we placed it here.
Yeah, agreed.
All right. On to the next team. In 9th place, we have King Cheetah, the coach of Sponsored by Ray Shadow Legends. We see just a lot of kind of offensive Pokemon. Breakovish, Sylveon, Crobat for Tailwind, Gengar, Blaziken, a few slightly bulkier Pokemon in Corviknight, Milotic, Arcanine, Doublade, or Doublade on the physical side. I think it's just I don't think it doesn't look like a really tough team to prep for. You know what's coming. You know Dracovish is coming. You know Tailwind's coming. And then there's just a few other bulky Pokemon that you gotta have something to deal with.
Yeah.
Arcanine is okay.
Yeah, Arcanine is pretty nice. Can do a lot of things in a draft.
I don't think it's the best tier 1 in my opinion, but
oh yeah, it's tier 1. Yeah, then probably not. Also, I don't think Corviknight is the best Gmax option because I also believe that it's actually worse as Gmax.
Definitely,
most of the time. Yeah, and then it's regular form.
Yeah, Gmax Corviknight is just a less versatile version of Corviknight because ironically, you can't Dynamax it because it is just worse. It's just objectively worse Dynamax Pokemon than regular Corviknight. Yeah. It's just a few solid picks, but the only Pokemon that really Crobat kind of pulls his team together with Tailwind. But apart from that, there's not really any synergy here. At least not that I can see.
No, I think I would have to agree.
Yeah, there's also a few overlapping types in 3 waters, 2 fires, 2 ghosts, 2 flyings. Yeah, it's not a bad team. You got some things, but just could have done with some more synergy, really.
For sure.
All right, on to the next team. In number 8, we have Tokidoki, the coach of Team Daiguren. Again, this was a team before they joined as a replacement. They've changed 7 Pokemon since, so they didn't actually draft this team, but we're still going to go through it. So Gmax Urshifu is a really, really nice pick. It's just a great value for your Gmax to.
Yeah.
We see Glastrier, Metagross, both really scary Pokemon to deal with. No great options for setting up Trick Room for Glastrier.
No, I mean,
Gardevoir and Malamar aren't the most reliable for setting up Trick Room. We see Inteleon, it's just quite a thorough Pokemon. I don't think you... Inteleon's not bad, however, you already have Urshifu.
Yeah, I was going to say that I really like Inteleon, but would have made more sense in a team that doesn't have water type Urshifu.
Yeah, for sure. Gudra's a scary Pokemon, but like, I think you do kind of want that self-proc weakness policy, even if it's a bit gimmicky. It's just kind of a nice addition to have, especially with Galarian Moltres. You could have Comfey, and you could potentially have. I mean, you could threaten both of them.
Yeah.
Latios is just a nice pick. It's just solid, all around, really versatile Pokemon. Sceptile is here.
Yeah, it doesn't really make much sense. Guess just throwing in a grass type in tier 5, probably.
Most likely. Although they don't have a fire type, so it's not completing a call.
Yeah, true.
So I'm also not too sure on Lycanroc.
Yeah, I mean, Lycanroc does its things. It doesn't miss Stone Edges. That's kind of what it does.
Yep, pretty much. There are some nice picks. Like, I think you got some good high tiers, but your low tiers dragging the team down. Like Urshifu, Glaze, Geomantic Rose, Galarian Moltres. But then your low tiers just don't support them as well as they could.
Agreed. The first 3 picks had me really excited, and then it went a bit downhill from there.
Yes, I think just a better Trick Room setter. And yeah, I think the team could be a lot better with a decent Trick Room setter. And just a few other fixes. But yeah, not like your height is good. It's just the low tiers bring it down a bit. All right. Let's move on to the 7th place team, Foghorn Leghorn's team. We have G-Max Cinderace, which is just a really scary Pokemon. It Libero, G-Max Fireball, very strong. We've already said that twice already.
Yes.
Urshifu Rapid Strike, really, it's just a really good Pokemon, really solid tier 1. Tapu Koko is in tier 2 for some reason.
Yeah, Tapu Koko is great.
Yeah, it's a really solid Pokemon. And you have Hawlucha, which is really nice in electric terrain with that electric seed and Unburden.
Yeah, doesn't Megaphone get the thing?
Yes, it gets Rising Voltage.
Yeah.
The Pincurchin, though, why do you have 2 electric terrain setters?
Yeah,
that's what I want to know.
Yeah, it seems a bit too much.
Yeah, you don't need them.
Yeah.
And yeah, on the topic of electric types, this team is very weak to ground. You have Cinderace, you have 4 electric types, one of which is quad weak. And you don't, I mean, unless you could count Hawlucha as a resist, but it's a bit.
Yeah. Hawlucha. Yeah, that's the only thing. I was going to say Hawlucha is frail, but it's likely going to have the electric seed, so at least it's going to have...
Yeah, you do have the electric seed boost.
Yeah, most ground attacks are physical, so at least you have that going for you. But, yeah.
Yeah, we do see some other solid picks. Mudstale, Ferrothorn, Absol, they're solid Pokemon.
Yeah. I don't understand Audino.
Yeah, I was about to say I don't really understand Audino.
I don't understand Lantern either. I guess.
Yeah.
I mean, I understand that you want a water type, but then why get one that's also an electric type when you're already heavy on electric types?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you already have Urshifu Rapid Strike as a water type as well.
Oh yeah.
So, yeah.
About that.
Audino, Lantern, and Pincurchin are all pretty iffy on this team.
Yeah, Pincurchin is a great tier 5, but not when you already have Koko.
Yeah, if like Koko got sniped, like definitely go for Pincurchin, but you don't want to drop both. It's one or the other, really.
Yep.
Yeah. let's move on to the next team. In sixth place, we have Jack Rich, the coach of Team Mystery. It's a pretty solid team. We see Gmax Charizard here. Unfortunately, no obvious way of setting up Sun. There's no pranks of Pokemon, no drought Pokemon, so that'll be interesting. I believe Garchomp gets Sunny Day, but that's not exactly ideal for setting the Sun.
But it's an option, nonetheless.
Yeah. Togekiss and Garchomp are both great Dynamax abusers. Yeah. Togekiss is also obviously very versatile. Scorvalite.
And also it's Cavalier, another great Dynamaxer.
Yes. But unfortunately, I don't really see a Trick Room starter. Gallade might get Trick Room. However, that's not an ideal starter.
It's not.
I guess you could use Follow Me Togekiss plus Escavalier, but
true.
I'm kind of unsure about that. We do see Silvally. Silvally is obviously a really solid Pokemon in draft because there's basically no way you can prep for it. It can be an attacker, it can be physical or special, it can be kind of support with parting shot, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
We see Tapu Bulu, honestly a really great low tier Tapu. I can't remember what tier it was actually.
Tapu Bulu is really, really solid in a draft. It's super bulky and hits very hard.
Yep. Yeah.
I'm not a huge fan of the Decidueye and Lapras and Gallade, to be honest.
No, I think those picks could have been slightly better.
Yeah, I really like Decidueye, but since you already have Bulu as your grass type, I don't quite get it.
I definitely agree.
Also, I like Electricity and Morpeko, but probably not both. Although they are quite different, but still two electric types.
Yep. I think they're okay on this team. But I think you probably could have drafted something slightly better than one of those.
Yeah.
But it's not bad. But yeah, the Gallade, the Decidueye, and the Lapras are a bit confusing.
Unfortunately, regular Lapras is just nothing compared to the Gmax.
Yep. Regular Lapras is kind of useless in doubles. It's a solid team overall. Couple of picks dragging it down.
Yeah.
All right. Let's move on to the next team. In number 5, we have Broke Vegas, the coach of Chopper. We see the Gmax Kingler, which is it's still the best Gmax Pokemon, but it is definitely I think it's kind of underrated. As it does have that Gmax Foam Blast, I believe it's called, which lowers both opponents' speed by 2 stages, which is actually a pretty good form of speed control.
Just the Kingler isn't that fast to begin with, so you kind of need Tailwind, which you have with Pelipper.
Which you do have with Pelipper. I think Pelipper and Kingler together go really well together.
Because you have Togedemaru for the Lightning Rod as well.
Yes, there's some really nice synergy there. And also we see Cinderace, just a really great Dynamax abuser with Libero. We see a lot of fake out users. Crafty, Hitmontop, Weavile, Kangaskhan, and Togedemaru.
Yes.
If this wasn't a Dynamax League, you would be really happy with that.
Yeah.
You don't really need all of them.
No.
I think Scrafty and Hitmontop and Kangaskhan, I don't think you really need either.
No.
I don't quite understand what Weavile's doing on this team.
No, I was going to say the same. You don't have... Weavile is a very strong Pokemon, but it's just so frail. And so it's not really an optimal fake out user either.
Ice Cube is also it's just an objectively bad Pokemon.
Unfortunately, as much as I love Ice Cube, yes, it's not great.
Yeah, its only good stat is defense, which doesn't even matter because of its ability.
Yeah.
Mimikyu and Drampa are actually really nice picks. I do like those. Drampa's just really strong in Trick Room. Mimikyu, obviously, just a great Pokemon. But yeah, this team seems like it was really well built, but just a few Pokemon in the middle that weren't thought through properly, that don't really fit onto the team.
Yeah.
If those were kind of improved, like traded or something, this could be a really scary team. But yeah, it's just some of those kind of mid to low tiers that could have been slightly better.
Yeah, agreed.
All right. On to the fourth place team. We have Furious Thunder, the coach of the New England Noivern. This is quite obviously, it's a very hard Trick Room team, which can be both a good and bad thing. G-Max and Alex is just really strong. And your main Trick Room setter is Hatterene, most likely. You also have Reuniclus, though, which could also take Hatterene's spot.
Yeah.
We have two redirectors. We see Indeedee and Amoonguss. I personally don't think Amoonguss is that great here. Indeedee's, you only need one redirect, really. You can just take Indeedee.
Indeedee makes sense with the Hatterene as well for expanding force.
And Reuniclus, which also gets expanding force. Also, Magic Guard Life Orb, so that's actually a really, really scary Pokemon.
Yeah.
I'm
not too big of. I usually love Gastrodon, but I don't really see its use here because you don't really have a water weakness.
No, your only water weakness is Golok, which is your tier 5, which you don't really need to support a lot.
But Gastrodon is still a good Pokemon regardless. But
Gastrodon's still good. I think, just expanding on Amoonguss, I think Indeedee female is just better in Draft League than Amoonguss. So the fact that Indeedee female is cheaper and better, I don't really see why you got Amoonguss as well. I think that was a waste of your tier 1. You could potentially got, say, a fast Pokemon.
Yeah.
As probably this team's biggest weakness is the lack of fast mode if you fail to set up Trick Room.
Yeah.
You don't really have options. We see a lot of really strong Trick Room Pokemon, though, which could potentially sweep Snorlax, as Trev already mentioned. Either Reuniclus or Hatterene could honestly sweep in their own Trick Room. Copperaja with that Sheer Force Life Orb. Conkeldurr with Iron Fist or Guts. Groudon is just really strong with adaptability. Even Golok could do a lot of damage.
Yeah. It's if Trick Room goes up, this team probably just knocks you out. There's so many strong options here.
Yeah, this team's definitely really scary. Its biggest weakness is it's that you have no options beside Trick Room. Your opponent is going to do their very best to stop Trick Room going up turn 1. Yeah,
even just something like Tailwind on something so that you could actually have a fast mode if your opponent doesn't have Tailwind or something. Just another option would have been nice. Yeah, definitely just something. Just another option if you really need it. I think that's about it for this team. Let's move on. In third place, we have Crunchman, the coach of Goth Girlfriends. I'm guessing that's what that stands for. Yeah, or Game Freaks.
Or Game Freaks. Yes. G-Max pick is definitely really solid. Really was great value here. Landorus, a little bit of anti-synergy with Grassy Terrain Earthquakes, but it's not too major.
Yeah, it's still a great Pokemon.
Yeah, exactly.
This team kind of has what I wanted in the last team, because this is also somewhat of a hard Trick Room team. At least a lot of the mons are pretty slow, but you also have an option to go a bit faster if you want to. Yes,
because a lot of slow Pokemon. You got Gothitelle, Static Attacker, Hippowdon, Berserker, Jellicent, Alcremie, Pangoro, they're all really slow Pokemon. Nihilego can also set up Trick Room. But then, as you said, you also have that fast mode, Landorus, just offensive Nihilego, Rillaboom with priority grassy glides, Jealous and can run Choice Scarf Water Spell. Zerka's not too bad out of the Trick Room either. It gets Fake Out and is just a really strong Pokemon.
Yeah, it's has a cool ability too, the Steely Spirit.
Yes, Steely Spirit next to Stack Attacker is definitely something you got to be aware of in prep. Hippowdon, obviously, I don't think Hippowdon's doing much on this team. You already have Landorus as a ground type. You don't have a Sand Abuser. So unless you're trying to deny an opponent's weather,
I mean, if you get Sand Up, Stack Attacker is very bulky. That's, I guess.
Yeah, I guess that's true, but it can set up its own Sand.
Yeah, it can just set it up. Yeah, for sure. So maybe Hippowdon could probably been something else, but
yeah,
was just a good Pokemon overall, so I still respect the pick.
Yeah. Expelled, I don't really see how it fits on this team. However, Expelled is honestly just it's just a solid tier 5.
Yeah. Can hit pretty hard with the, what's the move called? Boom Burst?
Boom Burst, yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we covered most things for this team. Unless you have anything else to add?
No.
All right. Second place, we have Upside Down Question Marks, the coach of Burger. Very creative team name.
Yeah.
So we have G-Max Venusaur Torkoal, the classic combo. You can definitely prep for it. However, it's still a strong combination. You also have Lilligant as another potential chlorophyll Pokemon. I believe it gets After You, which can be combined with Torkoal's Eruption.
Yeah, I think you're right.
We also see a Trick Room mode in Porygon 2, Torkoal, Registeel, Regirock, potentially Gothorita as an alternative setter to Porygon 2. However, they probably can't be brought in the same match as they both do need Eviolite. We do see Grimmsnarl and Thunderous T, which definitely solid Pokemon. Grimmsnarl can also go with like Venusaur and just make it really bulky. As an alternative to Sun. You can set up screens and then switch Torkoal in.
Yeah.
Maractus is here.
Yeah, it's a Pokemon.
Yeah, I think I don't like it as it's a third grass type. But I
don't think you're that weak to water either. So
no, I think its main objective is just to prevent next geysers changing the weather. But
yeah,
a little unsure about it, to be honest. The rest of the team definitely solid though.
Yeah.
Actually, Drifloon, you haven't mentioned Drifloon.
Yeah, Drifloon. I mean, you don't have.
Yeah, it's nice for rain support. Drifloon.
Drifloon can still be nice, but it would have made more sense with a terrain.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I think that's about it for this team. It's really solid. Just a couple picks that could have been better.
For sure.
Definitely a scary team. Yeah. Should we move on now?
Yeah.
In first place, we have Tom Elvis, coach of the Atletico de Moal. I imagine you're okay with me just taking over this one.
Yeah, I'm comfortable talking about my own team.
Okay, we have Grimmsnarl, just a Great Valley G-Max pick. Rillaboom, just solid tier 1. Clefable, pretty versatile Pokemon with Follow Me, and it can be offensive if it wants. Regidrago is, it's pretty solid just because it's just really bulky and it does a lot of damage. If your opponent doesn't have like a high tier fairy type or like a high tier steel type, you can definitely take advantage of that. Entei in Tier 3 is a steal, and Entei is just a great Pokemon. Gets some good coverage. It's a pretty good Dynamax Pokemon. Can also be used as a Dynamax just for those Sacred Fires. We see another dog. We see Raikou. It's pretty. I want to say, does it get Electro Web? I don't think it does.
I feel like I should know that, probably.
Yeah, you should.
But I do not. I'll look it up while we keep talking.
Yes. Rotom Wash gets Electro Web anyway, so we have that from speed control somewhere.
Yeah, it does not, by the way.
Okay. It does still get screens though, so it can be used for both offense and support. We see Celesteela. I mean, Celesteela next to screens is just really scary. It can either be on the Trick Room or just House of Trick Room with like screens. Can just get the F-Stream boost off. Lopunny is just a good tier 5. It doesn't really synergize with anything on the team, but it's still not a bad pick. Galarian Articuno, big steal on tier 4. Competitive. It can set Trick Room. It can set Tailwind. It's obviously not the best Trick Room setup, but if it needs to, it can. Mostly just a fairly offensive Pokemon, though. Aggron is probably the weakest Pokemon here. It doesn't really fit on the team that well. Second Steel type, it kind of needs Trick Room. It doesn't perform that well in Dynamax formats. It still can be used, but especially when you sell Steel, it's just a better Steel type Pokemon, really. But yeah, it's just a solid team. Got a lot of really bulky offense, which is just made even better with Grimmsnarl's greens. I think I've covered most things.
Yeah, I think so too.
All right. Yeah, that's Group 3. So, moving on to Group 4 now. In 12th place, we have Eltolzi's team, the coach of experience. This was the team before they joined as a replacement. 9 Pokemon have been traded since this. So yeah, basically it's an entirely new team now. So don't judge them based off of what this other person drafted who were before them. We have Colossal. I believe Raichu gets Surf.
Yeah, I think it does.
Yeah. I want to say close to get Aqua Jet. I think I did check that at some point. I believe it gets Aqua Jet. So you have some options for proccing Steam Engine, but they're not exactly your stereotypical options. Raichu is pretty fast though, so Raichu can definitely do that. We see a Tailwind mode with Whimsicott, Garchomp, potentially Blaziken, although Blaziken doesn't really need Tailwind, to be honest. It can just get speed boosts. Frostlass is here.
Yeah. I feel like we say that every time Frostlass is on a team. It doesn't really make
sense.
Yeah.
Frostlass is a great Pokemon in draft, but it's... I think people just don't quite see what it does.
Yeah.
So they don't quite draft it for the right reasons.
Yeah, you already have you have 2 Ice types and a Ghost type already as well.
Yeah, that's not the best. It would have been nice to see some form of Hail Abuser instead of one of your Ice types to go with a Bomber Snow. Because a Bomber Snow is just kind of there for no reason.
Yeah, I guess you can set up Veil if you want to, but that's about it.
Yeah. We see Dusclops, which can set up Trick Room for nothing.
Yeah.
It can deny opposing Trick Room by reversing it, but that's about it. You're not going to really want to bring Dusclops as that sole reason, as that's pretty much all it does. A bit of a wasted tier 1, in my opinion. Alcremie is probably not doing a whole lot. I guess it could go next to Blaziken, potentially Garchomp. Blissey's just not really doing anything.
No. It has a few good things, but I don't like a lot of teams. It just doesn't synergize that well.
No. Yeah, that was that team. Let's move on to number 11 now. All right, we have the real Bio. I hope I pronounced that vaguely correctly. The coach of the Flaming Bunnies. So, of course, as the GMAX pick, we have Cinderace. Yeah, basically everything I've said earlier in the video. Really strong GMAX Fireball based on 60 power, plus Libero. Just makes it really annoying to deal with.
Yep.
We have Arcanine as a tier 1, which is definitely a little... it's not amazing as a tier 1. I think it is probably a little bit overpriced.
Yeah.
Especially
when
with...
you also have Cinderace already.
Yep, exactly.
Fire type, yeah.
Yeah. Then we have a Azumarill. I mean, Azumarill is a pretty good Pokemon. No form of Trick Room setter, unfortunately. It can be used out of Trick Room, however, it does like to at least have that option to be in Trick Room.
Yeah.
Aegislash is actually really solid as a tier 3. Same with Serena. They're both great Pokemon. Serena obviously finishing that Firewater Grass core. Then we have a second grass type in Flapple. Then we also have Hydreigon and Flygon. So we have 3 dragon types.
Yeah.
2 of which are 4 times weak to ice, and then also 1 4 times weak to fairy.
The team is pretty weak to ice overall. If you consider freeze dry as well.
Yeah, you're basically relying on your 2 fire types and your Aegislash to deal with ice types. The Zoroark is okay. Zoroark's okay. Sandaconda is here. Golurk's not a bad Pokemon, but again doesn't really have much synergy. Overall, the team's just kind of just doesn't really have any support. It's just a bunch of Pokemon, like a bunch of overall like good picks, but put together without much thought of synergy. I think that's kind of what's happened to.
Yep, completely agree.
Okay, yeah, I think I covered this team now. On to the number 10 team. We have Noah, the coach of the Pony Poipoles. We have GMAX Hatterene, Stakataka, Amoonguss, Quagsire, Galarian Corsola. They're all solid Trick Room Pokemon. Galarian Corsola, little odd, but I guess it can work in Trick Room.
It's bulky.
Also, yes, it's really bulky. Colossal is here, probably for that Dynamax plus Aquajet from Urshifu. However, it's not GMAX Colossal. You don't get like GMAX Volcalis, so it's just worse, really.
Yeah.
Urshifu is nice. Like Urshifu and Weavile make it for okay fast mode. Riolu probably here for Max Guard Copycat, however I don't really like that strategy. There's also Ditto. It's just Ditto. Playpole is here because Playpole. And it's in the team name.
Yeah, it's a respectable choice, although I probably could have done better with another mon.
Yes, I definitely agree. Overall, this team's just... It's a pretty strange team. It's like... You're kind of relying on just setting up Trick Room and going with Hatterene, Stack Attacker. I think you can definitely deny Trick Room, though.
Yeah.
it is Amoongus. It's not like Indeedee or something. You can use safety goggles to bypass Rage Powder. Colossal's okay, but you prep for it. I think you kind of prep. You can kind of prep for everything on this team.
Also, Quagsire doesn't make that much sense to me.
Yeah, I think Quagsire's just here as a water type, which is fair, but yeah, I just don't think this team's. It's not like too much terrible with it, but it's not like the best team either.
No.
Yeah, I guess we shall move on now to number 9. We have Orange Scientist, the coach of the Morning Sun Miniors. All right, we have GMS Lapras, Regieleki, which it's interesting.
Yeah.
Do you generally want bulky Pokemon next to Lapras for the Aurora Veil? Which you do kind of have with, I guess, Silvally, but potentially Sylveon, but
yeah, Mandarine, I guess, but
I don't see a lot of synergy with Lapras.
No.
Also, there's kind of a lot of Pokemon that also do want to Dynamax instead of Lapras. Porygon Z, Palossand, potentially Regieleki. Maybe even Scolipede, that'd be pretty cool to see.
Yeah.
Obviously, we have Water Shuriken from Excelgor with Palossand's Water Compaction.
Yeah, that's pretty nice take.
Yes, it is. Hatterene, I don't really know why Hatterene's there. I guess it's here to set its own trick room and potentially do something with it.
Yeah.
Tokenomaru is questionable because you don't really have any other electric weakness than Lapras. So
usually Lapras carries a weakness policy and want to get hit by that electric move.
Yeah, that's such a good point. You kind of, yeah, if you carry a weakness policy, you don't want to stop the electric move.
Yeah.
Silvally is a really solid pick, as always. Yeah, there's just nothing bringing this team together. There's not a lot of synergy. There's just a couple combos, but yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's about it for this team. Yeah. In 8th place, we have Tori Lin, the coach of Goop. We have Venusaur Torkoal, classic combo. Can be prepped for, but it's still solid. We do have a total of 3 grass types though, so I don't know. You can't bring all of them. You definitely have to choose.
Yeah.
Tapu Bulu, I don't see any terrain abusers.
No.
Virizion, I think you can get beat up from Crocodile, potentially.
Yeah.
But I think like slightly faster beat up user, in my opinion. Virizion will most likely outspeed Crocodile, so that's obviously not ideal. Thundurus, in my opinion, is like just an incredible Pokemon in draft because you have Defiance, you have Special Offense, you have Support. It's just 3 really good modes in one Pokemon. So I do really like Thunder. Chandelure in the sun with heat waves is always really scary.
Yep.
Swampert can just complete your Firewater Grass core, and overall you have a pretty good matchup against grass types. So, like,
Swampert. I'm not a huge fan of Swampert on a grassy terrain team. That's what I'll.
Yeah, I guess that's true because they can take Grassy Glide onto something.
Yeah, or grass moves in general will just hit Swampert for more damage.
Yeah, that's fair.
But I feel like this team definitely has a lot of good things going for it.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of really solid picks.
I think Umbreon is pretty great as well.
Umbreon is a really nice pick. You have to prep for it. If you don't prep for it, it will stall your entire team out and win single-handedly.
Umbreon with Grassy Terrain is actually really annoying because then it heals even more.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, you can run leftovers and Grassy Terrain.
Yeah.
Graydon and Stoutland, both tier 5 normal types. They're okay Pokemon. I think my biggest concern for this team is just there's nothing really wrapping it together. Like there's like bits of synergy between a few Pokemon, but there's nothing that kind of brings it all together.
Yeah.
You just kind of got some separate modes. Yeah. Pardon?
Agreed.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's about it for this team. In 7th place, we have JP, the coach of the Slate Port Slackings. We have some really solid high tier picks. We have Gmax Urshifu, Dragapult, and DD. They're all just really great value Pokemon. Urshifu, obviously really scary. Dragapult can do a lot of things. I don't think it can really be that much of a support Pokemon on this team, so it will likely just be that Dynamax offense Pokemon, which I think is good for this team, as you don't have too many other Dynamax options.
Yeah.
Your other main Dynamax option would be Celesteela, potentially next to Raichu for the Lightning Rod, or even Indeedee just for the redirection.
Yeah.
And obviously Meowstic, really good tier 4 with Prankster, Screens, plus other general Prankster support stuff. Volcarona, really nice versatile Pokemon. Comfey, I guess you have Draining Kiss plus Dragapult. Obviously, Floor Healing is not really nice as well. Wishy-Washy, probably hit for a Water type. I think Wishy-Washy is not a bad Pokemon.
It's not bad. It's not the best, but it can definitely be scary.
Yeah, it's definitely a scary Pokemon. I think it's kind of a Pokemon that you can easily overlook in prep.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's a pretty strong Pokemon. Credilli is, I don't think it's needed on this team.
I agree. It's a good Pokemon overall, but yeah, it doesn't make that much sense on this team. And Glalie, I just straight up don't like. Because if you're going with Glalie, you're basically just relying on luck, and that's getting the right boosts with Moody.
Yeah, pretty much. Glalie is just a Pokemon that you're saying, all right, please save me, Moody, if you actually bring it to games. Yeah, Glalie just never really does much for any team. Credilli, I would have liked to see a slightly better grass type.
Yeah.
Well, maybe not a slightly better grass type, because Credilli is a really good grass type, but a grass type that goes with this team slightly better. Yeah, you've got some pretty good modes. It's a scary team. A few big threats.
Yeah, I agree. I think if it just had like a few better months, I think this could have placed really high. I actually really like this team. Yeah,
I definitely agree with that. Probably it for this team though. So let's move on. In number 6, we have Backpacker Raiden, the coach of the Boston Nihiligos. Gmax Duraludon is questionable. I think it's not a particularly great value for your Gmax pick, and Gmax Duraludon is just worse than regular Duraludon.
Yeah.
You also have Excadrill as another potential Dynamax Steel type. We see, obviously, Excadrill Tita. Nice sand combo. Does use both of your tier 1s, but it's still nice to have. Actually, Excadrill tier 2. Yeah. Tapu Lele is your other tier 1. which, I mean, that is just a scary Pokemon. It does a lot of damage.
It's a very good one overall.
Yeah, doesn't particularly synergize with anything on the team, but it's two unique typings. Or I missed something.
No, I think you're right. Also, I mean, you can't really run it. You can't fake out with Kangaskhan if you're running Tapalele.
Yeah, that's actually a good point.
Also, Shadow Sneak with Gourgeist, for instance. But
yes, I don't think Psychic Terrain's the best for this team.
yeah, probably not. But Tapalele is still a great Pokemon, regardless.
Yeah, exactly.
And you have some mons that could probably do well with the seed on this team.
Yes, I do think Pokemon such as Zapdos are pretty good with that raised bulk. As I mean, they're pretty bulky Pokemon in Dynamax just by themselves, and they can do a lot of damage. I guess potentially Duraludon if you don't want to run Assault Vest.
Yeah, that's actually a solid option.
We see 2 Tailwind Pokemon, which is not ideal. You only really want 1.
Yeah.
You see Suicune and Talonflame. I don't really have any preference which is better here. I think you just want to swap one of them, either Suicune for a different water type or Talonflame for a different fire type.
Yeah, would have to agree. Also, yeah, you don't need two Tailwind setters, especially because you already have the really fast mode with the sand, if you want. So you can actually do without Tailwind altogether.
I do think Heracross with Tailwind's pretty good.
Yeah.
Heracross either Guts or just Guts. Or Guts or Moxie. That's the other ability I was looking for. I think that's pretty solid next to like Talonflame. Also, Zapdos can benefit from Tailwinds if the opponent's team is pretty fast. However, you can just get off one Airstream and outspeed most other Pokemon.
Yeah,
it's still good for like counter Tailwind.
For sure. I mean, yeah, it's a good team overall. It's just the same as most teams. A few things could have been changed to make it even better, for sure.
Yeah, exactly. I think actually some of the lower tier picks are actually really good with this team. It's like G-Max pick tier 3s. They were the issues rather than with most teams it's the tier 5s.
Yeah.
I think they know what they're doing. I think just some of the high tiers could have been slightly different.
Agreed.
All right. So 5th place we have Matlisk. This is pretty scary. I think fairly hyper offensive team. You have Tornadus for Tailwind, Charizard, Metagross, Mamoswine, Kartana, Regidrago, all really, really scary offensive threats. It can potentially be paired next to Togetic as well, if you don't want to run that Tailwind option.
Yeah.
Charizard without any obvious Sun mode is a bit iffy. I'd like to see Drought or Prankster Sunny Day. Like if Whimsicott was there instead of Tornadus, I think that would have been a lot better. As Whimsicott can set up that Prankster Sunny Day.
Yeah.
Milotic is just an amazing tier 3. Like big bulky water type with competitive.
Yeah, I really like Milotic on this team.
Yeah, for sure.
I don't really understand Wigglytuff though when you already have Milotic.
No, Wigglytuff doesn't make a whole lot of sense. You already have a competitive Pokemon. You already have a fairy type.
Oh yeah, you already had a fairy type, yeah. And I don't really know what it's doing.
Yeah.
Also, not a huge fan of Turtonator, as much as I like them on itself.
No, I don't think Turtonator is great here. You already have Charizard, which is just a better fire type. You already have Regidrago, which is just a better dragon type.
Yeah.
There's not a whole lot of reason to bring it to any of your matches. Scrafty's nice though, just fake out Intimidate. I think that definitely good on this team.
And Kartana is Kartana, so.
Exactly, Kartana's just really scary.
Yeah. And you can set Rain as well if you want with Tornadus.
Yes, you can.
Keep those fire attacks.
Yeah, definitely. I think not having if Whimsicott was there instead of Tornadus, this team would have been ranked a lot higher.
Yeah, I agree.
It's just that Charizard is not having its kind of full potential being used.
That extra bonus it gets from solar powers usually is what like makes the difference between a 2-hit KO and a 1-hit KO.
I mean, yeah, because it's not only solar power, but it's also just the boost on fire type moves. It's like it's over a 2 times boost on GMAX Wildfire, which is insane. So
it makes a huge difference.
Yeah, that's essentially a super effective bonus. So losing that sum means you're essentially halving your Charizard's damage output.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's overall a solid team. Just a couple things that have held it back a little bit. All right, I guess we shall move on to number 4 now. We have Dracardonix. We see just some overall solid picks. Snorlax, GMAX Snorlax. Just a really scary Pokemon, pretty hard to deal with. Togekiss, just follow me, can support Snorlax, or Reuniclus can set up Trick Room for it.
Yeah.
Trick Room mode, probably Reuniclus, Gigalith, Snorlax. You have Tabu Koko, which really solid tier 2. Can set up electric terrain for Sceptile, can take advantage of Electric Seed Unburden.
Yeah. You also have the dual Sandrush mode.
Yes.
Dracovic and Sandslash, which is actually really cool because they hit different mons. So you have good potential with your Sand core here.
Yes, but yeah, both of I think your Sand core is definitely pretty versatile. It's not just like, I think some of the Sun cores we've seen are just like multiple grass types.
Yeah.
So like this, you have a lot of variety of Gigalith, you have Rock type, you have Water, Dragon, Ground.
Yeah.
It's obviously slightly walled by grass types, so that's like every Sand core. So I think Salamence, Togekiss are kind of there to fix that.
Yeah.
Salamence is great, really, really great pick. Intimidate Moxie. It is a second Dragon type, but Dracovic isn't really using its Dragon type offensively anyway, so...
No, it's just using one move, let's be honest.
Yeah, it's just clicking Fish's friend. I don't think there's any beat up on this team for Justified Lucario, however you can still run a special set. It can do a pretty good amount of damage. And special fighting types are not something you see too often, and therefore not many people are that prepared for them.
But again, what is the Ice Cube doing here?
Yeah, as we said earlier in the video,
that's the only thing.
Yeah, Ice Cube is just an objectively bad Pokemon, and no team can make it good.
Yeah.
Sorry to any Ice Cube fans.
Yeah. Other than that, I feel like this team makes so much sense.
Yeah,
but I would have
definitely
wished that Ice Cube was something else to give that a little extra dimension, maybe.
Yeah, I definitely agree. This team could have been a little bit higher if there was just something that actually contributed to the team in that last tier 5 slot.
Yeah, because I think this is one of the groups where the top-rated teams have very high scores overall. Because 7 is still a very good score.
Yes, it is. So, it's still really good.
Definitely a good team.
Yeah, for sure. All right, moving on to 3rd place now. We have Keystone Records, the coach of Stealth Rock Tomb. First 2 picks, GMAX Rillaboom and Incineroar. Obviously really nice. Latias, really, really versatile Pokemon.
Yeah.
Drifblim can take advantage of Rillaboom's grassy terrain, or Tapu Fini's misty terrain.
Excellent pick for this team.
And also we have Hitmonlee with Unburden, which can also take advantage of seeds.
Yeah.
And also grassy seed raises physical defense, misty seed raises special defense. So you have those 2 different options.
Yeah, and Drifblim can support, and Hitmonlee can deal damage. So you can kind of pick and choose. what you want to
exactly.
do.
Yep. Nihilego is just a solid Pokemon overall. Obviously, Meteor Beams do a lot of damage.
Yeah, and it can snowball very easily if you don't have the right things for it.
Yeah,
It's just,
definitely.
it's very hard.
Yep.
Zapdos is great. I mean, Articuno, sorry.
Yeah, just a really great tip for. Obviously, Big Mac Airstreams, I think, probably our main Dynamax Pokemon on this team. I could also see Nihilego or Incineroar Dynamaxing, maybe Finny.
Yeah.
Like, these Pokemon that we've all talked about are actually really good so far. However, it's kind of the last few picks that have definitely brought the team down from... Because our top three in this group were all really, really close.
Yeah.
So, like, just a slight change or two could have pushed it up to a first place even. The Alolan Sandslash does not do anything for this team. I think he just kind of said, I need a Steel type. I'm also missing an Ice type. Alolan Sandslash. Obviously, no Hail to support it. Without Hail, it doesn't really do anything.
Yeah, it's it dies. That's what it does.
Yep.
Pretty much. Also, Golduck is not a great Pokemon, unfortunately.
No, like you have it there for Cloud 9 most likely.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't need it as an attack. You already have Taboo Finny. But if you, I personally would just rather have some form of Sand Abuser with Hippowdon.
Yeah.
And therefore just be able to compete in Weather Wars rather than trying to just outright remove the weather with Golduck.
I think that's an excellent point because I don't really feel like Hippowdon does that much for this team either, which is a shame because it's a very good Pokemon.
Yeah, definitely. I like to see kind of Golduck and Alolan Sandslash traded for some form of Sandcore, or Hippowdon and Golduck traded for some form of Hailcore.
Yeah, that would have pushed it up a bit, probably.
Yeah, definitely.
But still a really good team overall.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, moving on. In second place, we have Terabyte Team, coach of Turn 1 Ally Switch. Just some really solid picks here. Grimmsnarl, Lando. Obviously, great start to a team. We have Politoed Kingdra, Manectric for Lightning Rods, just a solid Rain Core. Ferrothorn can also use Rain to not get hit by those Fire-type moves. We see Indeedee Male, Slowking, both of which get Expanding Force, so that can probably do a lot of damage. It's just a shame that one of them's very fast and one of them's very slow. So
yeah, they don't synergize like as well as you would have wanted probably, but still a good option.
Yeah, definitely. Hitmontop is just a solid Pokemon.
Yeah, it's great. A great draft mon. It does so much.
Yeah, I think Moltres is just great on this team. Just a solid fire type here to complete Fire Water Grass.
Yeah.
Just another Dynamax option if you want it.
And it can also, in rain, just spam Hurricanes with that 125 special attack.
Yes, exactly. If you don't, like, you think the rain would like hinder it because of its fire type, but it can take advantage of the rain if it really wants to.
Yep, and I think it gets Weather Ball as well. So.
Oh, I actually didn't know that. Yeah, that does sound pretty scary.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Registeel is actually really bulky on the special side, just hindered by its Ice type, unfortunately, but still a pretty decent Pokemon, I would say.
Yeah, that Regice can definitely be used in Trick Room with like Slowking, Galar, Regice, Ferrothorn. Honestly, a very bulky Trick Room mode.
Just a good team overall. I feel like all of the Pokemon make sense here.
Yeah, definitely. Again, this team was very close to first place. All top three were really close here.
Yeah.
Yeah, should we go on to number 1 now?
Yes, we should.
All right, in first place, we have Eclipsel, the coach of the Megalopolis Menacing Moonrays Maelstroms.
Say that quickly 5 times.
I'm good, thanks.
Yeah, it's a pretty good, very solid team, this too.
Yeah, he just has some really bulky Pokemon. Gmax Blastoise, really strong bulky water type Gmax Cannonade. Rillaboom, great tier 1. Entei, just a really, really solid fire type, so that's great if I were Grass Core. Regirock, Heatran, Thunderous T, also pretty good, also really good Pokemon. And Grimmsnarl's greens can obviously just you can be really good for the bulk, just make them even bulkier.
Yeah.
So that they can be
pretty much impossible to kill with screen stuff.
Yeah, exactly. And you can do a lot of damage at the same time.
Yep.
Oregon 2 is there's no like explicitly Trick Room Pokemon. Regirock, sorry. Regirock for Porygon 2's Trick Room. You could Rillaboom doesn't mind Trick Room either. There's a few Pokemon that could be in Trick Room if your opponent's team is very fast.
Yeah.
Darkle Chansey is probably not something I'm expecting to see. However, you definitely do have to prep for it. It's not a bad use of your 2 tier 5s. Haxor is just as a tier 4. It's not a bad Pokemon.
It's a pretty strong Pokemon overall, and get some pretty decent coverage as well.
Yeah, exactly. Really high attack stat. Definitely a scary Pokemon if you don't prep for it. I don't really have anything bad about this team to say.
No, it's just a very solid team overall.
Yeah, just a really solid, bulky offensive team. Very versatile.
And just like I like the details, like just grassy terrain for Heatran, for instance, is really nice touch.
That's true, actually. Preventing those earthquakes.
Yeah.
It's a great team. All right. I guess we shall go on to Group 5 now. Okay, let's go to number 12 now. All right, number 12, we have Green, the coach of the Destructive Dragapults, another colossal team. We see Dragapult for Surf, potentially Lapras for Aquajet. Actually, not entirely sure if it gets Aquajet.
I think it does.
And
also Dragonite also has
Aquajet. And Dragonite is Aquajet.
So a lot of options to proc the weakness policy and the ability.
Yes. But unfortunately, this team's the rest of the picks aren't as great. We see 3 Dragon types, all fairly high tiers. 3 Dragon types with Misty Terrain.
That's just a bad combination, unfortunately.
Yeah, this Misty Terrain halves Dragon type attack damage.
Yeah.
We see Porygon Z's probably the other mode for this team. Just Dynamax that, but we've also got like Lycanroc, Gengar, Drapion. They're all like solid Pokemon, but this team's just got some flaws, really.
And some very apparent flaws, and that's probably what brings the score down.
Yes.
The 3 high-tier dragons mixed with Tapu Fini is just on paper not great.
Yep, exactly. Do you have anything else to add or not?
No. I think that summed it up.
Yep. All right. Yeah, let's move on to number 11 now. We have Dakota, the coach of the Mystical Milotics. we have Gmax Lapras. Always a nice Pokemon. However, with Grimmsnarl, it's not great because Grimmsnarl's main role, obviously it can do other things, but its main role is greens. But you're not going to be using that if you're Gmaxing Lapras, because Gmax Lapras just sets up screens. So you have no real reason to have both of them, as they just conflict roles. You generally won't bring both of them to the same match, and when they're both high tiers, it's not a great use of your high tiers. We see the Sandcore. Sandcore is pretty strong, right? Kidrotita. I imagine that will benefit from Grimmsnarl.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Maybe not Lapras so much because they kind of want to Dynamax, and Lapras can remove Sand with Max Geyser.
Yeah.
We see, Heatran's a pretty strong Pokemon. However, I think if your kind of strongest Pokemon on this team is your Sand mode, is your Heatran, you are adding up a few ground weaknesses there in your high tiers. We do see some interesting Pokemon. You have Alcremie. That with Lapras can actually be pretty scary.
Yeah.
As you can decorate Lapras, and it can just be really strong with Veil Up. Zoroark Zoroark's just Zoroark. It does its thing. Shedinja, not the best tier 4. Playpole, not the best tier 5. Swoobat doesn't really fit on this team,
no.
To be completely honest.
Not really, no. I guess you can do some simple beam.
Potentially.
Yeah, but it's not the best fit probably for this team.
No. Vikavolt is, I won't complain about Vikavolt. It's not a bad Pokemon. It's decently slow, so it can be used in Trick Room if your opponent brings that.
Yeah,
but
it has a very high special attack as well. I think it's a good Pokemon.
Yes, yeah, it is a pretty strong Pokemon.
And unlike a lot of things on this team, it doesn't really share the weaknesses with the rest.
Yeah, that's a good point actually. Yeah, I think we pretty about covered this team now.
Yeah.
So, right, 10th place, we have Dylan, the coach of the Chicago Cubs. All right, we have Gmax Blastoise, we have Seismitoad Kingdra, Tornadus Kartana. That is one very big rain mode.
Oh yeah.
Obviously, the problem with this is that you have invested very heavily into rain, but without having an actual drizzle Pokemon. So you are relying on either Tornadus to set it manually, or Seismitoad or Kingdra to clip Max Geyser, probably on their first turn of Dynamax. Because if it was a small rain mode, that would kind of be okay. But as a lot of your, pretty much all of your team is built around rain.
I don't understand the 2 Lightning Rod mons, for instance.
No.
Both Togedemaru and Manectric.
There's no reason to have 2 of them, really.
No, and then also Raikou as well.
Yeah.
3 electric types.
There's a lot of overlapping types. You've got 3 water types. Rain team is fine. It just would be nice if the rain core was slightly better.
Yeah.
You've got 3 electric types. You've got 3 steel types, 2 of which share a quad weakness to fire, which again would be a little better if you had that drizzle setter.
Yeah.
Tornadus, you can argue that Tornadus also gives Tailwind, so you don't want to drop it for a rain setter. However, which of your Pokemon actually benefit from Tailwind? Seismitoad and Kingdra just benefit more from rain. Blastoise is really bulky, it doesn't really care about speed. Kartana's already really fast. Raikou's already really fast. Escavalier is a Trick Room Pokemon.
Yeah.
I think if Tornadus was traded for a drizzle Pokemon, that would be pretty nice.
Yeah, and just a few more trades to make the team more versatile.
Yes.
Rather than stacking the same things.
Yes, trading Togedemaru would likely help, as that's kind of getting rid of one of your steel types and one of your electric types.
Yeah.
Overall, some solid things. It's just the idea is definitely here. It's just a couple Pokemon that kind of brought it down. Yeah, guess we'll move on to number 9 now. We have Starry Skies, coach of the Starlight Jirachis. Okay, so we've it's quite a hyper offensive team. We have G-Max Urshifu Rapid Strike. It's a really scary Pokemon. We also have Araquanid and Swampert, which kind of, I mean, I guess you can argue Swampert doesn't, but at least Urshifu and Araquanid both do fairly similar things. They're just pretty beefy, physical water type attackers. I don't think you really need both of them, even though you do have Rain to kind of help them out.
I agree.
And you don't even have any form of Trick Room to support Araquanid.
That's a shame for this team because you have both Amoonguss and Araquanid could benefit from Trick Room, although Amoonguss doesn't really need it. But
yes, I would like to see a Trick Room setter on this team just to have that other mode. We have Cinderace, which is obviously a really scary Pokemon with Libero. We have
good budget Intimidator.
Torragut's a really nice Pokemon in Turtle.
Yeah, Galarian Manatone is always scary. I'm not a huge fan personally of Chinchino or whatever it's called. I forget what it.
Yeah, Chinchino.
Yeah, Chinchino. Yeah, and also with Chansey, 2 normal types. I'm not a huge fan of those picks, but
no, the Chansey doesn't make much sense. I guess your Thundurus is just kind of another max option. I think your main Dynamax Pokemon is Cinderace, Thundurus. You could max Araquanid.
Yep.
They're kind of your main options. Overall, it's not a bad team. It's just a few things that could definitely be better.
Yeah, agree.
Right. Moving on to 8th place, we have Willis, the coach of the Wretches Weaviles. Another pretty hyper offensive team. We have Cinderace. Obviously, Libero, we just talked about it. It's very strong. Incineroar is just a great Pokemon in draft. Obviously in VGC it's mostly a support Pokemon, but it's actually very versatile. It can be a really strong attacker or a really strong support Pokemon.
Yeah.
We have Dracovish. Would be nice to see some slightly better support for Dracovish.
Yeah, I feel like Dracovish doesn't fit the team perfectly here.
No.
But it's still a scary Pokemon nonetheless.
Yeah, you have to prep for it, but it's just a lot less scary without speed control.
I mean, you have Tailwind on that bird.
On Archeops, yeah.
Yes, Archeops.
But I think you can Cinderace Max Airstream, Tapu Koko, Electroweb, but you don't really want to be doing that because it's Cinderace, Tapu Koko, Dracovish, all fairly frail Pokemon. You don't want to be solely relying on them, really.
Yeah.
Tapu Koko is just a strong Pokemon. And then you have Holotrick can take advantage of Electric Surge.
Yeah, that's a really good form of speed control. It's gonna outspeed most things, even in Tailwind. Just have to proccing on Burden. Yeah.
Yep. Pikachu is a bit strange here.
Yeah.
Unless you're planning on running Discharge Tapu Koko, but that's pretty inconsistent. And I mean, what do you really gain from giving your Pikachu special attack boost anyway?
I mean, Pikachu can dish out some damage, I guess, in electric terrain. But
it kind of wants to run physical though. That's the only way it's going to be able to deal proper damage.
But
with Light Ball.
Yeah.
It's just kind of you just don't really have. I mean, I guess you can't. I think if you're going to get a Lightning Rod, get a decent lightning rod. Manectric is in the same tier. Yeah. Cloister, I don't understand Cloister.
No, me neither.
Yeah.
I mean,
Clefable,
you have follow me if you want to shell smash, but
yeah, you do have Clefable for Follow Me. Clefable is just a pretty solid versatile Pokemon.
yeah. But even then, I feel like you already have a lot of strong offensive options, and Cloister doesn't really do anything that different.
No, Cloister doesn't really add anything to the team.
Yeah.
Blissey, again, I don't know why Blissey's here.
Same.
That's Cloister gets Guard Split, but I don't think it does, and that's not reliable anyway. Ditto, can't really comment on Ditto. It's just kind of a wild card. Yeah. You got some threats. You got some good picks. You just want a little bit more synergy. It's just a few picks, especially the lower tier picks that could be changed. Yeah, that's about it.
Yep.
All right. 7th place, we have SJ, the coach of the Lucky Ludicolos. We do have some scary titles. Gmax Snorlax, Togekiss, Durant, Urshifu Rapid Strike. They're all really scary Pokemon. Sadly, this team's not. Some of the lower tiers aren't the best. We have. Mudsdale's great. Mudsdale's a great Pokemon. It's just a few. They don't really fit on the team that well. Thwack is nice. I don't understand Jinx.
Jinx is like the one I like the least on this team.
Yeah, I don't like Jinx though. And Goldgeist. It doesn't. It seems like you've kind of tried to draft a Trick Room mode, but you don't really have any Trick Room attackers.
Yeah, I mean,
you could argue Mudsdale, but Mudsdale doesn't actually need Trick Room.
Yeah. I think Goldgeist gets Grassy Glide though, so that's I guess something to consider. But
it does get Grassy Glide. It's just again that kind of double grass combo. Not a huge fan of it. You do have a few fire weaknesses: Durant, Jinx, Goldgeist, Thwacky. And Gosving's a pretty good pick here. Gothy Tell doesn't make a whole lot of sense. I mean, I guess it's just there for Shadow Tag.
Yeah, I mean, competitive it would be nice, but doesn't really.
Yeah, that's true.
Need it, to be honest.
Yeah, the team doesn't need it at all.
Because Urshifu and Mudsdale don't care about Intimidate, at least.
Yeah. Also, before anyone shouts at me, Snorlax also doesn't need Trick Room. You have Redirection. Togekiss Togekiss can usually protect Snorlax pretty well out of Trick Room.
But I think Gothitelle is fine for Trick Room.
Yeah. I think it just could have been a bit better. Some of these picks.
Yeah.
Definitely very scary high tiers though.
For sure. I really like Durant. I feel like it's not on that many teams, but it's a very strong Pokemon.
Yeah, definitely. Would have just been nice to have like maybe another fire type counter.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's about it. All right. 6th place, we have Emo, the coach of the Snuggly Snoms.
Gmax Inteleon.
Yes, Gmax Inteleon.
How about that?
That is a pretty cool Pokemon.
Yeah. Cool pick for sure.
Yeah, definitely. Inteleon can be a pretty scary Pokemon if it gets like focus. If you let it get a focus energy off, that's it's an issue.
Oh, for sure. It hits like a truck.
Yeah, especially with Gmax Hydro Snipe.
Yeah.
We see Whimsicott. I don't really know what Whimsicott's supporting here. I guess potentially Tailwind from Mamoswine.
Yeah,
That's
that's about it. Yeah.
Yeah, Inteleon's fast enough by itself. You're not going to be giving Tailwind to Regigigas. It's always going to be next to Weezing.
Yeah.
And Weezing could hurt a couple of your Pokemon. Like you lose your double Intimidate, you lose your Prankster.
Yeah. A lot of the Pokemon on this team do appreciate their abilities. So
yeah, definitely.
But for Gigas, of course, you need it. Otherwise,
I
Regigigas
guess
is gonna use it.
Golisopod
Oh yeah, that's
also
actually
appreciates. Yeah.
That's actually a good point.
Yeah, Golisopod's another Pokemon that appreciates its ability just being removed because Emergency X is just awful.
Yeah, it has some like really niche uses, but other than that, it's mostly terrible. The ability.
Yeah, definitely. Regigigas is definitely a really scary Pokemon. It just a lot of damage. I mean, you obviously have Weezing. That's the Glare invariant, so it can also run Misty Surge if this team's scared of like a sleep user or something.
Yep.
You do have 2 normal type attackers, which it's okay. I mean, Drampa is pretty strong.
Yeah, Drampa has so much coverage overall, so it doesn't necessarily need to run normal type attacks even.
Yeah. I think this team could have. I think it's actually the 2 tier 1s that could have been better on this team.
Yeah, I agree.
Whimsicott doesn't do much. Arcanine doesn't. Arcanine's not needed here. You have Hitmontop, which is arguably better, to be honest, despite being 2 tiers lower. Arcanine does have its uses, of course, but I think just trading Whimsicott and Arcanine for another fire type and just another tier 1. Just the rest of the team's solid. It's just those tier 1s, really.
Yep, I completely agree with that.
Okay. All right, on to number 5. We have Decaying Flame, the coach of the Philadelphia Ninetales. All right, GMAX Charizard team with Torkoal. It's always really scary. Wildfire is ridiculous. We have Regieleki and Rotom Wash. They can do similar things. Obviously, I mean, they are different Pokemon, but you don't need both of them because they do overlap a little bit with like Electro Web support sets.
Yeah, Rotom overall has better support options for sure. And it's also not walled by ground types, even though it doesn't hit as hard.
Yeah. I mean, Regieleki is just more offensive. It's just more offensive than Rotom, but
for sure.
I think when you do have those even if it's just a bit of overlap, you kind of want to remove that because you're not getting the full value out of your picks.
Yeah, and there's not going to be a lot of games where you're bringing both of them, choosing both in your final 4.
Yeah, exactly. Unless you come across Mono Water.
Yeah.
Crocodile is just a really solid pick. Intimidate, Moxie. That gives you a bunch of options. It's just a solid Pokemon. Ground Dark, pretty good typing. Obviously, Comfey. We could see a Draining Kiss with Dynamax, Moxie, Crocodile. That could potentially sweep somebody.
Yeah, that's actually a really scary combo.
Yep. The situation is just a solid grass type. I think it's pretty good here.
Yeah, I agree. We've seen in a few teams where it didn't make much sense, but I really like it on this team, to be honest.
Yeah, I think most of the times we've seen it previously, it's been double grass or double ghost or something. But here it's not. It's not like overlapping with any other Pokemon. Right. Regice is It's a little strange. You don't have like a great Trick Room set. Obviously, Comfey can. I believe Espeon can, but Espeon's really fast.
Yeah,
I don't think Regis is the best fit for this team, but I mean,
probably not.
it's still an okay tier 5.
Yeah, for sure. It can do scary things.
Yeah. Lucario, I believe Crocodile can beat up.
Yeah,
but
I think so too.
Not. I mean, I guess you can go like Intimidate Crocodile with beat up, potentially maybe get some other support options. I don't know. I guess that could work, but other than that, I don't really see the value in Lucario.
No, me neither. But at least you have the option, I suppose.
Yeah, like if a good matchup for ever comes up, you can obviously just bring it.
Yeah.
Kangaskhan and Espeon, in my opinion, both really good low tier picks.
Yeah, I agree. I think Kangaskhan is one of the better normal types in general in a draft.
Yeah, honestly, like Kangaskhan is good on most teams, to be honest. It's just a very solid Pokemon. Yeah, that's about it. All right. In fourth place, we have Uzbekistan, the coach of the Sacramento Nido-Kings. All right, Gmax Grimmsnarl, great value Gmax pick. Spectra, it's fast, it's frail, but it's got options. It can be really powerful as attacker. Can be support as well. Zapdos, I think, is really nice, especially with you have Grimmsnarl for screens. You have Suicune to potentially support it as well.
Yeah.
I think Garchomp also benefits from both of those options. So that's really nice. Mienshao was really solid, just fake out, close combats, whatever else you want to do with it. It's just a solid Pokemon, really. Tangela is a pretty good tier 4. Rage Powder, Sleep Powder.
Yeah.
It's pretty bulky. And
yeah, for sure.
It has a lot more attack than you'd think.
It used to be an only evolution, so I think it has 100 special attack at least.
Yeah, now with Leaf Storm could actually do some damage if you're not expecting it.
Yeah.
Berserker would be nice to see with another steel type, for obviously that's Steely Spirit. I don't think it fits on the team super well, but it's not a bad Pokemon at all.
No, it's still a respectable pick.
Yeah.
And Cresselia is obviously a great Trick Room setter if you want to go down that route.
Yes, Chris. I do think the only issue is you don't have enough Pokemon for Trick Room. Like you have Cresselia, Berserker, potentially an offensive Grimmsnarl, but I think that's only base 60 speed, so it's not quite slow enough. Silverlight is obviously just a really solid Pokemon. Great in draft for obvious reasons. Thievul is a little weird here.
Yeah, Thievul isn't the best Pokemon, but I'm guessing it's a tier 5 pick, right?
Yes, it is tier 5.
Yeah, I can see. I mean,
it is. You do generally want to draft it with terrain though for Unburden.
Yeah, and you already have a dark type, I guess, in Grimmsnarl, which is also.
Yes, I don't think Thievul really adds anything to the team.
Yeah, I guess Thievul is the only Pokemon I don't really understand.
Yeah, the rest of the team is solid.
Yeah, it's a solid team.
Yeah. All right. In third place, we have Jabba, the coach of Soap Shedengers. All right. We have a Gmax Venusaur team with no... Oh, Sableye, sorry. I was going to say no way of setting up Sun, but missed Sableye. Yeah. And obviously brings to Sunny Day, Quash, etc. It's got loads of tools. Venusaur's fairly scary Pokemon. Fine Lash, Sleep Powder. You can prep for it. You can definitely prep for it. But yeah. Thundurus is okay here. Again, I do prefer to see Thundurus on a team where you don't have another prankster Pokemon, so that because again, just overlapping roles, you're kind of restricting what you can do with your Thundurus because you're generally not going to bring it as a support option as you have Sableye. So you're just limiting what you can do with your tier 1.
Yeah, agree.
We see Cobalion, which can be comboed with Beat Up Alolan Persian.
That's
obviously
a strong option.
Yeah, obviously Cobalion is a really scary Pokemon. Alolan Persian is actually a really solid pick. Fur Coat is just really bulky. It's pretty fast. Fake Out, Parting Shot, Beat Up.
It's hard to find a beat up user that's actually faster than Cobalion as well.
Yeah, but, definitely.
Alolan Persian does the trick.
Yep.
I don't quite understand the double Storm Drain.
Double Storm Drain.
I don't understand what. I think Gastrodon makes a lot of sense for this team, but I don't really understand Maractus. Especially when
I definitely agree.
Yeah, you already have G-Max Venusaur. That's just a superior grass type in every way.
Yep. Yeah, Gastrodon's nice just to prevent like Max Geysers changing the weather. But
yeah, and you also have 2 really good mons in Entei and Landorus that are weak to water. So just that alone is really nice.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, but Maractus doesn't make much sense, as you said. It doesn't really add anything to the team. It's a second Storm Drain user. It's a second Grass type. Yeah, I do think the other picks are pretty solid. Landorus I does a lot of damage, and it doesn't need to Dynamax, which I think is good for this team, as you already have quite a lot of Dynamax options.
Yeah, and I believe it gets Weather Ball, so you could actually do Rain with this team if you wanted.
Well. Yes, that's a good point. Actually, it does get Weather Ball. Yes, so Landorus's coverage on this team is just really scary.
Yeah.
It just does so much damage. Entei, just a really solid tier 3. I mean, it's Entei.
Yeah, it's just a fantastic Pokemon overall. Good Dynamax option as well.
Yep. Articuno is, it's a good Dynamax attacker. It's also a pretty good support with Icy Wind. I want to say it might get Tailwind. I don't think it does.
I think
still, Icy Wind's pretty good.
Yeah, Icy Wind is a good move for sure.
Lopunny's just a solid pick. It's just a good tier 5 Pokemon. You don't have any other normal types on the team.
Yeah.
So it's overall just a really solid team.
Only Maractus is the only thing I'd change probably on this team.
Yeah, I'd agree. Maractus is a bit weird, but the rest of the team is really solid. All right. In second place, we have Wendell, the coach of the San Francisco Smigals. Okay. G-Max Hatterene is obviously a really scary G-Max pick.
Yep.
Concentric Room and Changiscally G-Max Smite. You also have Porygon 2. It's an alternative Trick Room setter, really bulky, really annoying. Celesteela, really bulky, really annoying. Do a lot of damage or can stall things out with Leech Seed in the end game.
Yeah.
Celesteela is just a really solid Pokemon. We see Rotom Heat, which is just a great Pokemon. All the Rotoms are great Pokemon. It's just solid tier 3.
Yeah, solid support options. Can do damage. Can really do everything.
Yep. Also, Raichu goes nicely with Celesteela. However, I don't see any other electric weaknesses on the team that you're covering for. I think it is just the Celesteela.
Yeah, I really wish the Quagsire was just a pure water type, to be honest. And then Raichu would have been even better as well. Plus, I don't think Quagsire is all that great in doubles.
That's fair. That's a fair point. I think another thing I would have liked to see on this team is some form of redirection so that you can guarantee Trickroom going up. Because right now there's nothing really stopping like a fake out. There's nothing stopping for like a taunt into Porygon 2 or just something knocking out Hatterene.
Yeah.
I think that's probably this team's biggest weakness. But I mean, you don't have to go Trick Room, obviously. This team likes Trick Room, but you also have Raichu Celesteela, as we said. Rillaboom Hitmonlee. Hitmonlee obviously getting the Unburden boost from Grassy Seed.
Yeah, so that's a super fast mode already in that. So I think it's a very versatile team overall.
Yeah, I do think so.
Just a few things that it probably could have been different. I can actually understand why Flygon is on this team, but in general, it's not my favorite Pokemon. But
yeah,
at least it has 2 types. Well, I guess you already have a ground type in the Quagsire. But,
yeah, I guess that's true. I do like Flygon here though. It's just kind of it's just a first option. You can
same with Frostlass actually, except you already have a Ghost, I guess.
Yes.
But Frostlass can at least use Icy Wind and stuff, which could be nice for this team.
Yeah, I think Icy Wind from Frostlass, Electro, these are electric types. Actually supports Flygon really well.
Yeah.
And Frostlass and Rotom can obviously just be straight up attackers in Outer Trick Room. So yeah, it's really solid, really versatile. Just would have been nice to see some form of redirection on this team, to be honest.
Yeah.
All right. In first place, we have ModPro, the coach of the Minnesota Twingulls. Okay, first pick, Gmax Rillaboom. Amazing value for Gmax pick. Meganadel, that's just a really scary tier 1. Max Ooze, Beast Boost, Max Airstream, and a lot more coverage than it really should get.
Yeah, it's a great Pokemon. So it's and Metagross too, which we've seen on a lot of teams already. Just super solid overall. Same with Milotic.
Yeah, Metagross and Milotic are both really scary here.
I like Talonflame on this team as well as a Tailwind option.
Yes, I think you have lots of options for supporting a Pokemon. Obviously, Talonflame's Tailwind. We have Meowstic's Screens, which could just make these Pokemon ridiculously bulky. Like nobody wants to deal with a Metagross behind screens. That's just not fun.
Nope.
I
think Dusclops is the one.
We see Togetic. I think that could be some really nice support for either Naganadel or potentially a way to get up Trick Room. Dusclops if you do need to use that.
I was going to say, I think it's a perfect Trick Room Pokemon for this team because it can also not only set up Trick Room reliably if you want it, but it can also proc Weakness Policy on Metagross.
Yes.
Shadow Snake. So I think it fits the team so well here.
Yeah, I think it does too. Then you got some solid Trick Room Pokemon and Caldra and Marowak. Just not really any complaints I have about this team. It's really solid.
I guess both Dusclops and Togetic both want Violitis, but that's like a minor.
That's true. I think generally Togetic will be Feel Faster mode. Togetic's a great Pokemon. I'm not sure how much you'll need it here, but when I'm sure when he does use it, it will be very strong.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay. That's it for Group 5. Let's move on to Group 6 now. All right, in 12th place, we have Huxley, the coach of Okay.
Yep.
His team has a pretty big lack of synergy because of all of the Reggies.
Yes.
And you didn't even draft the best one, Registeel. The one you didn't draft.
Yep, if it had Registeel, this team was a 10 out of 10.
Exactly.
Now we're stuck here in 12th place, unfortunately.
Yep. We see Regigigas without wheezing. It's obviously an issue. We see Regieleki on a team that has no real ground type answers. Because even Regice, it's like, what you're gonna get hit by a physical rock move.
Yeah.
That's like you're only super effective outside of Silvally. I do think Silvally and Togekiss are definitely the best picks on this team.
Yeah.
Gmax Duraludon just isn't a good value Gmax pick. You can get a lot more out of your Gmax too.
Yeah, for sure.
Regirock and Regice both want Trick Room. You don't have Trick Room. Regidrago is not terrible here. I guess you can pair it with Togekiss.
Yeah.
Crustle is a bit random.
Yeah, you already have a rock type. So
yeah,
and a bug type is not generally something you're looking for to draft when you only have 10 or 11 options, but
no, just generally not top priority.
Yeah, I will say that I kind of like Zoroark and Regieleki together. It's always fun to disguise Zoroark as Regieleki.
That's not a bad point, actually. Yeah, Zoroark, I mean, that's definitely a combo you could use. Ditto is just kind of a filler here, I think.
Yeah.
Which is fine. But yeah, this team's just kind of lacks synergy. And it just has too many weaknesses.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we said enough.
Agreed. Let's
move on to yep. All right, in 11th place we have Horizon, the coach of the Hollister Honey Badgers. All right, we have Gmax Venusaur, and no obvious way of setting Sun. It's always a bit of an issue. Who generally wants a good way to set up the Sun with Venusaur? Otherwise, Venusaur's just not a good draft Pokemon without Sun.
Yeah, it kind of wants the Sun for sure. And when I say kind, I mean it really.
We have Comfey. Yeah, it needs the Sun.
Yeah.
Comfey can spot a lot of Pokemon here.
Yeah.
It can drop a weakness policy on Moltres, potentially Como-O or Buzzwole.
I mean, if you want to kill Buzzwole or Como-O, you can.
I think it will do a little too much damage. You definitely need to spam Floral Healing for the next 5 turns after that.
Yeah.
Orion's didn't really have any support for it, but it's still something you have to keep in mind in prep because it does just kill stuff.
Yeah.
Hitmonchan is not terrible. It's okay.
Yeah, it's nothing out of the ordinary. It's just an okay Pokemon. Mimikyu is nice, but don't really see how well it fits the team.
No, I don't think so either. Last 3 picks, Aggron or Creamy Apple are all a little odd.
Yeah, this team it has a lot of similar weaknesses. It's weak to flying and it's weak to fairy, for instance.
Yes.
So
Also
That's
ice.
Yeah, ice as well.
Yeah. Just nothing like super amazing about this team. Just a fair few weaknesses.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's move on to number 10 now. All right. We have Lucy Briggs, the coach of Team Hamburger. Very good name.
We have one team just called Hamburger and one called Team Hamburger. That's nice.
Yep. This is it's an interesting team. We have GMAX and Doris, Dracovish, and Talion, Hydreigon, Aegislash, Toxtricity. I think it clearly meant just kind of offense.
Oh yeah, it's a very offensive team.
Yeah, Porygon 2 doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Doesn't really support anything in particular on the team.
No.
Nothing really needs Trick Room.
Sylveon is like the only thing that could use Trick Room, but even then it's not that slow.
Yeah.
I guess Aegislash is okay in Trick Room as well, but yeah.
Yeah, generally you're okay with Aegislash's speed just because of its shield form.
Yeah.
Shedinja, again, it's overpriced in Tier 4. It's not an amazing drop Pokemon. You lack support, really. You just got a lot of attackers that by themselves can't really do a whole lot, to be completely honest.
Yeah. Do you have any way of setting up Tailwind?
Yeah. I know Hydreigon got Tailwind at some point. I don't know if it gets Tailwind in this gen.
I don't think it does.
Okay.
Actually. Although I could be wrong. But if you don't, I feel like Tailwind would have been nice for all of these months.
Yeah, Altaria might get Tailwind, but I don't think it does. And even if it does, it's a pretty bad Pokemon anyway.
Yeah.
I guess just kind of to stop weather. It's a pretty good like Venusaur counter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, just a few really good months, just lacks some support and versatility to make it.
Yeah, definitely. All right. In 9th place, we have Bunny Warrior, the coach of the Tennessee Typhlosions. All right. GMAX pick, Urshifu Single Strike. It's a really good value pick. Incineroar, great Tier 1.
Yep.
You have a really scary rain mode, Pelipper, Seismitoad, Ludicolo. I guess Thunderous will also contribute to rain because it can manually set up Rain Dance with Prankster. Also, I think it's just not a. It's just a pretty good attacker on these kind of teams. Hippowdon makes not much sense.
No, unfortunately not.
Because
you're heavily invested into rain already, so I don't understand why you want the second rain weather setter.
No, the sand really hurts you here. If you bring Hippowdon, you definitely can't run Sand Rush. So it's Sand Stream. It's kind of it's
a few months that kind of like having Sash, so you can't really, and sand kind of ruins that as well.
That's true. Yeah, I don't expect to ever see Sandstream, to be honest. I think Hippowdon could definitely be traded. Seismitoad's already a good ground type anyway, so you don't need it for anything in particular. Metagross is solid. Does Thunderous get Brutal Swing? I know Tornadus does.
I feel like that's one of the moves all of them get, maybe.
Yeah, that would make sense. Yeah. So, like, Prankster Thunderous plus Brutal Swing with Metagross to potentially proc a weakness policy could be pretty scary. Yeah. Lantern isn't doing much here. It's just another water type. It doesn't contribute to your Rain Core. I don't see how it helps at all.
No, Me neither, unfortunately. It's as much as I like Lantern, it's just not great.
Yeah. Archeops is pretty good to 5. It is another flying type, but yeah. Lorentus is okay.
Yeah. Although you already have a grass type, but yeah.
Yeah, you already have grow grass type. You already have a Defiant. Overall, you do have some solid options in kind of your first few picks.
Yeah. It's mostly Hippowdon, because that's a fairly high tier as well. Could probably done something better, I feel like, with that pick.
Yeah, Hippowdon's a complete waste, to be completely honest. Yeah. Let's move on to number 8. Right, we have Kieran, the coach of the Cherubi Cherries. Colossal team. Dragapult for Surf, Sneasel for Surf. Yeah. Got some strong options outside of Colossal. You have Tapu Koko, Holucha for the terrain combo. Umbreon is a really solid Pokemon. Also Thievul for Electric Seed Unburden.
Yeah.
You have Maractus for Storm Drain just to help Colossal. I guess it's a grass type as well.
I don't really understand the two. Well, I don't want to call Gothitelle a Trick Room setter per se, but I don't understand Bronson and Gothitelle that much.
Yes,
that's the biggest issue I have with this team.
I was gonna say that you have Bronzong and Gothitelle, both Trick Room setters, but you have no Trick Room Pokemon.
Like you really don't want Trick Room on this team because it's like a very fast team.
Yeah, definitely. They could obviously be traded. I'm not sure how much Suicune does for the team. Nothing really benefits from Tailwind. I think it's just better bulky water types if you don't want it as a support.
Yeah, that's actually a good point. Like most teams really appreciate Suicune, but here it doesn't really do that much, which is a sentence that's rarely said about Suicune.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Okay. 7th place, we have Ace 54, the coach of the Illinois Illuminates. Thank you. We have Gmax and likes really scary Pokemon. Fable for Redirection, and obviously just a really versatile Pokemon. Androtherium, great attacker, great intimidate Pokemon. Blaziken's a pretty good fire type. Obviously got speed boost, which I think that's really nicer. Actually, Rapid Strike, just a really solid attacker. It's a good water type for your team. Latios is a really versatile Pokemon. It gets lots of tools. I think that is nicer.
Yeah.
Then you have kind of a Trick Room mode. You got Galarian Slowbro. I guess Malamar. I guess Wailord.
Yeah, neither are like super great Trick Room Pokemon.
No, I honestly don't understand Wailord either, to be honest.
No. I mean, it's nice to have the Trick Room option for Snorlax, but I feel like those could have been, and Galarian Corsola, I don't see it doing too much. It's just like it just sits there. That's
Yeah, I think it's good if your opponent's team is mostly physical because you can just spam Will-O-Wisp Strength Slap. However, yeah, it's not the best Pokemon in doubles. Yeah. Don't have anything else to say.
Yeah, really, nothing major wrong, just a few picks that I think could have been better, but a lot of good things going for it.
Yeah, definitely. Okay. Next team. 6th place, we have RKD. Definitely a solid team. GMAX Lapras. Obviously set screens. I think looking over the team, the biggest issue with that, in my opinion, is that a lot of Pokemon that would appreciate the screens kind of also want to Dynamax. Like Zapdos, for example, potentially Cardano. I think the best partner for Lapras could be like Bulu.
Oh yeah, those two together behind screens are scary.
Yeah, I think Bulu Lapras is definitely very strong, but I just don't see how many other options you have for Lapras as partner.
Yeah, like Zapdos is a top tier Dynamax option, so you pretty much want to Dynamax it as much as you can. But the Lapras is a waste if you're not G-maxing it, to be frank. So yeah, that's a bit of a shame.
Yeah, definitely. Raichu isn't doing a whole lot here. I'm guessing it's designed to protect Lapras.
Yeah, and it could set rain dance if you want to do like a rain.
I guess that's true.
Yeah.
I mean, Lapras can set up its own rain.
Yeah, it can.
Also, you did say this earlier. Lapras kind of wants to be hit by an electric move, like a weakness policy.
Oh yeah.
I'm noticing you've got Tabu Lele, you've got Tabu Bulu. Two terrain Pokemon, I believe their seeds both raise different stats, so that's nice. However, you don't, despite having 2 terrain Pokemon, you don't have any unburdened Pokemon to take advantage of the terrain. I think that would be nice to see.
A few of the Pokemon definitely would appreciate a seed though, so it's still a solid option. But yeah, or an unburdened mon on this team would be really nice. Even one of the lower tier ones, because there are some low tier mons here that I do not like at all, like Chansey and Coughing in particular.
Yes, I think just having an unburdened mon, like you're always bringing terrain pretty much because you have 2 Tabus. So just having an unburdened Pokemon just kind of adds another layer to the team. And yeah, Chansey doesn't do much. Honestly, Chansey and Blissey are just bad Pokemon in draft. I think all the teams we've seen so far, they don't contribute anything.
Yeah.
Coughing, I don't like Coughing. You disable your abilities, so no terrains, no Beast Boost, no Lightning Rod.
Literally all the Pokemon like their ability on this team.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, Coughing just doesn't make any sense at all. I guess it could be to cripple the opponent's abilities, but you're crippling yourself as well.
Yeah, it's generally not worth bringing up. Doublade is pretty good. Obviously, no, I really would have liked to see a Trick Room Satyr, because Doublade and Drampa is actually a pretty solid low tier Trick Room core.
Yep.
Because if you just replace Chansey and Coughing with a low tier Unburden, because I know there are quite a few, and a low tier Trick Room Setup, because I know there are some pretty solid Trick Room Setters in Tier 5.
Yep.
You could have a pretty solid team.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Volcarona is also just a nice Pokemon, really versatile. Completes Firewater Grass. Yeah.
I'm a huge Volcarona fan.
Yeah, it's a great Pokemon in draft.
Yep.
A few rock weaknesses, but it's fine.
Yeah, at least you have a couple of resists as well.
Yeah, you have your 2 steel types, so it's fine.
Yeah.
So yeah, overall solid team. Yeah, let's move on to number 5. Right, we have Austin, the coat of Aqua Teen Hunger Force. All right, G-Max Gengar. Not the best value for your G-Max tier. As obviously you can draft like a day 1 or 2 completely for free. Would have been nice to see something a little different, but Gengar's not a terrible Pokemon.
Gengar is fine.
Yeah. Tyranitar. Tyranitar's obviously a really nice Pokemon. It would be nice to see just a Sandrush user. That way you get more value out of your tier 1 pick, your Tyranitar.
Yeah. I guess you can be annoying with
yeah.
on Garchomp. That's like it. The only thing Sand does.
Yeah, that's not overly consistent, but you can run that if you want. Obviously, Garchomp and Tyranitar both have 4 times, and Ferrothorn all have 4 times weaknesses. They're all quite high tiers.
Yeah,
having a quad weakness.
They're kind of at least they balance each other out. Those 3.
Yeah. Having a quad weakness isn't necessarily a bad thing. It's just that when you have lots of Pokemon with quad weaknesses, you kind of... Actually, there's 2 other low tier picks that also have quad weaknesses, and Weavile and Heracross. A slight reduction of that would be nice. Garchomp's obviously a really solid tier 2. Really like Garchomp. Ferrothorn's a really nice Pokemon here. Grass type.
I think Sigilyph is a pretty underrated Pokemon as well.
Sigilyph is actually, it's really, really versatile. It does a lot of damage, and it has a lot of support options, and it's tier 4 pretty cheap.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I think Sigilyph can definitely...
Yeah, that's a really great pick. Does it get Trick Room as well?
I want to say yes.
Because I know it gets Tailwind.
It does get Tailwind.
Yeah, really, really a lot of options.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, it does get Trick Room, I think.
Okay. Yeah. Entei is just a really, really solid fire type. Yeah, it's just a great Pokemon. 2 water types in Azumarill and Vaporeon, but they do different things. It's not too weak to electrical grass as far as I can see, just quickly looking over the team.
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of Vaporeon myself. I think Azumarill is a great pick though, but I really don't understand.
Super necessary.
Yeah, I don't really understand Weavile either on this team.
No.
You don't have anything to take advantage of beat up, and you already have a 4 times weak to fighting in Tyranitar. So I'm not a good fan of that pick, personally.
No, I don't think Weavile really adds much to the team. Obviously, I think it's just kind of a frail attacker, which
I guess is it the only thing with fake out on the team?
Yes. I just think it's a little bit overpriced for when you're getting it just as an attacker without any form of the support options for the more synergy.
Yeah.
Heracross is actually a really nice Pokemon. I do really like Heracross. Heliolisk's not bad.
Yeah, Heliolisk is a really versatile attacker.
Yeah.
And Glare is always good to have as well.
Yes. A lot of physical Pokemon. Tita, Garchomp, Entei, Ferrothorn, Azumarill, Heracross, Weavile.
That's true. At least you have 2 or you have 3 fairly strong special attackers. But
yeah, you can go Sigilyph. I guess. Heliolisk.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. I think that's about it for this team.
Yeah.
12th place, we have Neptune Tide, the coach of Tideful Fire. This is obviously got a really scary sun mode. You've got
just look at the first 4, even 5 months, and it's just like a straight out VGC team almost.
Yep, Charizard, Torkoal, Venusaur, Gastrodon, Whimsicott.
Yeah,
I mean, yeah, that is literally just a VGC team. I think there's a few picks that aren't so great.
Yeah.
Cradilly is your second Storm Drain and your fourth Grass type. It's not contributing a whole lot, honestly.
Manectric is your Lightning Rod user for, I guess, Charizard and maybe Sharpedo, but I feel like it's a bit overkill as well.
Yeah, I don't. Because remember, you're only bringing 4 Pokemon to each match. You're not going to be able to bring Charizard, your Storm Drain, your Sun Setter, and your Lightning Rod. Because if you do that, like they just knock out Charizard and suddenly you have no offensive pressure.
Yeah.
Rotom is nice. It's a good pick. Obviously, grass types. There are definitely too many grass types on this team.
Yeah, at least those 3 grass types together aren't that bad because Venusaur is not weak to poison, Rotom is not weak to flying, and Whimsicott.
Yeah.
Yeah. So at least you have that kind of gun. But yeah, 4 is definitely too much, but 3 is already kind of pushing it.
Yeah. Indeed, he's a solid Pokemon.
Oh, yeah. Indeed is great.
Yeah, especially for there too. Out of what I'm guessing it gets Expanding Force.
Yeah, probably.
Okay. So yeah, I'm guessing that's why it's there. You're not exactly going to be setting Trick Room with it. Even if you do, like Whimsicott could set Trick Room just as well. I guess like Torkoal Gastrodon. Sharpedo's not a bad Pokemon, honestly.
Yeah, Sharpedo is versatile draft Pokemon.
Yeah.
Honestly, it's a really great team. It's just a few picks that are disappointing.
Yeah. I mean, top pick's really good. Some of the lower tier picks not so great. But definitely some really scary stuff. Yeah, it's a good team. All right. Third place, we have NJB, coach of the Drift Veil Darkrai. All right. Gmax Blastoise, obviously a really great Gmax Pokemon. Bulky Water type, Gmax Cannonade. Spectra. Spectra is it's a good draft Pokemon because I mean I think it is frail. I don't think it's too hard to prep for, but it does obviously hits really hard. Has a lot of support options. Cresselia is just a nice Trick Room setter for your Glacier, and I guess Registeel.
Yeah.
Registeel, obviously really solid Pokemon. Glacier, really scary. You do also have that combo that we saw earlier, the beat up Alolan Persian plus Justified with Virizion. I think that's really solid. They're both pretty low. Like Virizion's tier 4, Alolan Persian's tier 3, so that's pretty good value. Beat up Justified core.
Salazzle gets beat up too, right?
Salazzle does get beat up as well.
Yeah.
I don't really see why you need 2 beat up users.
Yeah, I feel like Salazzle doesn't make that much sense for the team. You already have a fire type.
Yeah, I don't think Talonflame is amazing here either, because there's not a whole lot that really benefits from Tailwind. Virizion is generally going to be next to its beat up user. Raikou is fast enough as it is. Spectra is fast enough as it is. Blastoise doesn't really care about speed because it's a big bulky water type.
Yeah.
Sandaconda's, I feel Sandaconda's just there as the ground type. Not a bad Pokemon.
No.
But it's okay.
If you don't need the sand, I feel like there's better ground options.
Yeah,
and
definitely.
This team doesn't need the sand.
Oh, definitely not. It's an okay Pokemon. It's not amazing though.
Raikou is a good pick, but
yeah, Raikou is really nice. Overall, I think it is a really solid team. You have some really bulky options. You also just have some fast options.
I love the Trick Room mode for this team as well.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's just a pretty versatile, pretty scary team. Couple picks pulling it down. Yeah. I think that's about it. All right, second place, we have Legit Ludicolo, the coach of the Austin Alakazams. Okay, so GMAX Grimmsnarl, great value GMAX pick. I think Rillaboom tier 1, it's just a really solid Pokemon. And Torracat in tier 4, really nice value pick. So those three kind of just like a bulky VGC team.
Yep.
Primarina, big bulky water type. Do you think it benefits from screens? That's just a pretty scary Pokemon. Does a lot of damage, takes a lot of hits. But I mean, it's a bulky water type. Rotom Heat's a nice Pokemon here. It is a second fire type, but I think that's probably fine.
Yeah, they do different things. Those Pokemon.
Yeah, exactly. You do have your Trick Room mode with like Cofagrigus, Claydol, Conkeldurr.
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of the Claydol because Cofagrigus gets Trick Room already, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, Claydol doesn't really do any damage, so I don't really understand that.
I don't mind it just because it's both of its typings are unique on this team.
That is, yeah, I guess that's a fair point.
Yeah, I think Dynamax candidates aren't that obvious. I think probably Duraludon with potentially the screens, maybe like nasty plot offensive Rotom. Potentially Primarina. I guess.
Yeah, Conkeldurr can max as well.
Yeah, Conkeldurr can max. It's just a shame that Max Knuckle is bad.
Yeah, Max Knuckle brings it down for sure.
Yeah.
I think Galvantula is a pretty cool pick.
Galvantula is a really nice tier 5. Definitely undeterred. Obviously, it's an electric type. Good for this team. I don't know how much this team will need it. It's still a solid Pokemon though. Yeah. Okay. So in first place, we have the Sylveon boy, the coach of the Welsh Wooloos. T-Max Rillaboom, really nice pick. Cinderace, Libero, it's really scary. Crocodile, Intimidate, Moxie. You've got options there. Also, beat up for Cobalion. Don't know if any other Pokemon get beat up here.
I don't think so.
Okay, I was just questioning Morpeko and Gengar.
Yeah, I'm not. I'm looking at Morpeko now, actually. This is really good content, me looking at the website.
Yes.
No, it doesn't get beat up.
Okay. Just thought it would be good to check.
Yeah.
Milotic, obviously a great tier 3, especially competitive. I do think it's nice on this team. As like Rillaboom, Cinderace, Crocodile don't want to deal with Intimidate. Meowstic Male in tier 4 is really good. I think a lot of your Pokemon benefit from screens.
Yeah.
Togetic, I'm not sure how much you bring Togetic on this team. I think it's probably a good partner for Cinderace.
Yeah, definitely.
Gengar's not a bad Pokemon here, but Blacephalon isn't needed because you already have a very offensive fire type, you already have a very offensive ghost type. It's just kind of a mix of the two. Yeah,
Blacephalon could have been another. Well, Blacephalon or Gengar, to be fair, I would have been fine with one of them being something else.
Yeah.
But both are still very scary Pokemon. Just a bit too similar.
Yeah. Goodra is obviously just a really scary Pokemon. There's no like obvious self-proc weakness policy strat, but I mean, it's still a really scary Pokemon. It's really bulky. It's actually max 1 when lowering your attacks, so like you can't take advantage of its slightly lower physical defense. Morpeko is just really solid tier 5 with like fake out budding shot. It's really fast. Obviously, Aura Wheel can do a lot of damage. Yeah, it's just a really solid team overall. Just some great picks. It's just pretty hard to break. Does a lot of damage.
Yeah. It's pretty obvious why it's number one in this group. It's just a really good team.
Yeah. Okay. I think that is all for Group 6. So, let's just go on to Group 7. All right, let's just go on to number 12 now. We have the Pokedex, the coach of the Superiors. We got Gmax pick Duraludon. Obviously not the best Gmax. Just not great value for Gmax, and regular Duraludon is better. We have Dracovish. Dracovish could put in some work with support from like Tailwind Corviknight, Icy Wind Articuno. It does definitely need that speed control though. I would have liked to see a bit of a slightly better speed control for Dracovish. But I mean, not even just for Dracovish, but for the rest of the team.
Yeah, the team isn't. It's pretty mid speed.
Yes.
Very fast.
Yeah,
it's not really a trick room team either. So yeah.
Yes, I remember when prepping with this team. Apart from Ditto, all of the Pokemon between base 60 speed and base 85 speed. Yeah. And you have no like amazing speed control. So it's very easy for people just to outspeed your Pokemon or underspeed your Pokemon. I think that is a big issue with this team because you do have some really strong Pokemon. You just need to like add that synergy and speed control.
Yeah.
Sure. Another 2 steel types, so 3 in total with Corviknight and Aegislash, and they are pretty good Pokemon.
Yeah, I think Corviknight and Aegislash are really good, but I think it's Duraludon that probably should have been something else.
I think Duraludon could definitely be something else. Nidoking's honestly a solid Pokemon. Again, the speed control would be nice. Decidueye Decidueye is like all right here. You've already got a Ghost type, but it is a Grass type, so I think that is solid.
Yeah. Fine.
You've got your 2 Fairy types. I really don't understand why you need both Gardevoir and Sylveon.
No, me neither, to be honest. I mean, you don't have Psychic Terrain or anything to make Expanding Force an option, so...
No.
Yeah,
I do like to
need both of them.
Yeah. I definitely agree with that. Articuno is honestly a great pick. Really solid tier 5. Has Icy Wind and Airstream. So that's some speed control. Toxtricity, Toxtricity is okay. Although you do have 2 poison types, your team is a little weak to ground, among other things, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
I think fire is a little bit of an issue as well. Yeah, it is. Fire is pretty bad. Overall, just more synergy and speed control could definitely bring this team up.
For sure.
But yeah, it was some good picks though.
Yeah.
Okay. On to number 11. We have Val, the coach of the Mimicuties. Okay, so Gmax Hatchery and really scary Gmax can set up Trick Room and then click Gmax Smite, and Confusion is really annoying. Obviously, other Trick Room Pokemon, you've got Rhyperior, you've got Staggertagger, Mimikyu. Staggertagger and Rhyperior, I'm not sure you need both. Obviously, they are both rock types. They do share quite a few weaknesses.
Yeah.
They are still good Pokemon though. And some of the non-Trick Room Pokemon are a little bit confusing.
Yeah, I don't think.
Whimsicott.
Yeah, Whimsicott doesn't make a lot of sense when you're so invested into Trick Room. Like all of your big damage dealers are pretty much Trick Room Pokemon except for Inteleon.
And even for like Inteleon doesn't need Tailwind. No Pokemon on this team need Tailwind. Even if you do desperately need Tailwind for some reason, I don't see why you would, but you do have Butterfree, which can set up Tailwind. Yeah, Butterfree's okay. Just I guess Rage Powder, Sleep Powder. Obviously, there are better Pokemon for the job. Dave, you could get Amoonguss in Tier 1 instead of Whimsicott, or Indeedee as one of your Tier 2s. I think Indeedee would have been pretty good here.
Yeah.
I do like the Maractus actually, because as I was saying, Stack Attacker and Hyperia obviously both pretty weak to water. So Maractus just definitely makes sense here.
Oh, for sure.
The Lapras, I can't see doing much.
No, it's a bit of a bummer, unfortunately. You already have Inteleon as well as a really strong attacking water type. Lapras is bulky, but that's about it. It doesn't really do much.
Yeah, pretty much all Lapras can do is like an endgame Perish song, but
it could. If you have Trick Room up, it could proc a weakness policy of Rhyperior with Ice Shard. I guess. Then we're getting like really niche.
Yeah, I don't think that's great. Also, Emolga, I don't know what it really does. This team.
No, I mean Emolga and Raichu is probably not. You probably don't need both.
Yeah, I was thinking the same. And yeah, you don't have any like big reason for Lightning Rod either. I guess you do have your 2 water types. I guess Raichu is pretty good on your fast mode.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, I think Raichu's fine. It's just the Emolga, the Lapras, and the Whimsicott that are a bit confusing. Butterfree could also be a better redirector, but the rest of the team's pretty good.
Yeah. Great.
All right. So, 10th place, we have Sleepy Puppy, the coach of Lapras's Cosmic Sea. Another Trick Room team. This time we have G-Max Lapras, obviously very scary Pokemon with Resonance. We have Glacier, Dusclops, Indeedee, Hatterene, Mudsdale, Aggron, I guess Colossal. So your team is basically just Trick Room.
Yeah.
I think you have very few options outside of Trick Room. I think your only out of Trick Room option would be like, I guess you could go like G-Max Lapras, but like I don't know what you'd pair it with, or you could go like Galarian Articuno Dynamax, or potentially Mudsdale Dynamax.
Magmortar could be in a faster mode, I suppose. And I guess indeed isn't terribly slow if you put up Tailwind, but it's more of a support either way. I do think that this team has a very good Trick Room option, though.
Yeah, there are a few of the Trick Room Pokemon I'm not a fan of. Looking at Colossal, I can't see Colossal doing much.
I mean, you can probably use Colossal for a fast mode if you want, except it's not G-Max, so it's just worse. But
would you have to use like we said Lapras gets Aqua Jet, right?
I'm not sure where we ended on that discussion, to be honest.
If Lapras gets Aqua Jet, I guess that could work. It's still not ideal.
Otherwise, you're probably taking too much damage from a Surf.
Yeah. Plus, Lapras is really slow, so that wouldn't really work.
Oh, yeah.
Flareon doesn't really fit on the team because you do have Magmortar. It's also just generally not the best Pokemon.
Oh yeah, both of fire type. Yeah, Flareon should definitely be in something else. Magmortar is just better in every way, pretty much.
Yeah, definitely. It wasn't a solid pick, so like you can get up Trick Room fairly reliably with Dusclops and DD Hattery. Yeah, Glacier is really scary. I am still a little unsure about Lapras because you do have Glacier as another ice type, and most of the time you'll be setting up Trick Room rather than just sitting there and clicking Resonance.
And also, this is one of those teams that have quite a few mons that share a lot of weaknesses.
Yeah.
It also brings down the overall score of the team.
Yep. I think we could just see like a fast Pokemon instead of like Colossal. Something maybe else instead of Flareon. That would make the team better.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay then. Ninth place, we have Killjoy, the coach of the Rotom Washington Pokemon team. All right, GMAX Grimmsnarl, really good value GMAX pick. Ushtree Rapid Strike, really solid tier 1. Heatran, just a great Pokemon. Ferrothorn, great tier 3. Heatran and Ferrothorn do both share a type, so slightly iffy for the Firewater Grass Core, but it's mostly fine. We did mention earlier Sigilif. It is actually pretty good just because of how versatile it is. It can do a lot of damage. It can be a good support Pokemon. I'm not really seeing Excelgor here.
Yeah, I'm not struggling to see what it's gonna do.
Yeah. Naganadel could definitely be scary. It's just a really, really strong Pokemon.
Yeah, it's but also Naganadel and Dragalge. I mean, they are different enough for sure because the Dragalge is super slow, but probably don't need both.
Yeah, you've essentially got one fast version and one slow version of the same Pokemon. And you obviously do the Trick Room mode. You have Cresselia, Dragalge, Miltank. However, having Naganadel does make the Trick Room mode feel slightly redundant because you can just go Naganadel instead of Trick Room Dragalge. Miltank's not a bad tier 5, but he can't like carry a Trick Room mode by itself.
No. Can mostly be annoying. But not really do well. Ferrothorn is also a good Trick Room Pokemon, but
yeah, that's true.
Yeah, it's just a few picks that don't really like Excelgor, and Dragalge probably I would have swapped.
Yeah, I do think this seems like overall fairly good, but it's just something to kind of put it down a little bit.
Yeah.
All right. So, in number 8, we have Zephyr, the coach of the Missouri Miniors. Okay, so GMAX Blastoise is just a really solid GMAX pick. Big bulky Water site with Cannonade. You have Tapu Lele, Reuniclus for that expanding force combo. Obviously, I don't know how well they go together due to their very different speeds. One of them wants to be in Trick Room, one of them wants to be out of Trick Room. Porygon 2 is a great Trick Room setter. Obviously, just really bulky Pokemon, really annoying to deal with. Boswell's a good Pokemon here. It's just a really strong Pokemon. You don't have like a flying weakness on the team or anything, so it's pretty good. Not like a lot of resists either, just Berserker. But it's a good pick. Landorus Therian, obviously really strong Pokemon. intimidate, can do a lot of stuff. Gilgeist as a third Trick Room setter, which I think it's a little excessive for 3 Trick Room setters, but
yeah,
I mean, it works.
all 3 are pretty capable of dealing damage at least as well. So
yeah, that's true.
they don't only set Trick Room; they can at least do something else as well.
Yeah, they don't like completely overlap with each other. Talonflame, I think Talonflame's pretty good here. That's pretty good support for Boswell. Potentially like Lele, Lando, Obstagoon.
Yeah, all of those could appreciate Tailwind for sure.
Yeah, definitely. Togetic's just a great redirector in Tier 4.
Yeah, only issue I have here is also though that both that and Porygon 2 wants the Violet, but
yeah, that is a good point. You can't. I think if you bring Togetic, you're likely bringing it on your first mode because unless you use like Reuniclus and Gourgeist and the Porygon 2 behind.
yeah, I mean, but it would kind of suck for a Trick Room mode and leave Porygon 2 behind.
Yeah, so I don't think you really have enough to leave B2 behind.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the team's pretty solid.
Yeah, I like it overall. I think it's a good team.
Yeah. That's about all I have to say. Yeah.
Same.
7th place, we have Zafre, the coach of the Royal Tiger Ninjas. So he does some really scary things. We have Cinderace, Torkoal, Venusaur. I really like that personally because obviously Venusaur really benefits from the sun. And GMAX Cinderace, I mean, I guess it's kind of similar to GMAX Charizard in that it's GMAX Fireball will just do an absurd amount of damage because it is base 160. Yeah. Obviously, it can also airstream. As well, loads of other coverage with Libero. My low tick, incredible drop Pokemon, especially in Tier 3. Umbreon is amazing. Like, if your opponent doesn't prep for it properly, it just wins. You cannot like disrespect Umbreon. Rillaboom, I'm personally not too sure about because you do have Venusaur already. And Venusaur, you don't really need 2 grass types that are always moving first because that's kind of what they both do in a sense.
Yeah, and it's an expensive Pokemon to pick up, so there definitely have some other options.
Yeah, I do think something over Rillaboom would have been nice. I believe Rillaboom was picked up fairly early on, so probably could have got a fair few other Pokemon. Nihilego is just a solid Pokemon, honestly. Does a lot of damage. Can, I guess, reverse Trick Room. You likely won't be setting Trick Room unless you really want it for Torkoal. Ribombee, I guess. I don't know how much it's contributing to the team, but you can speed swap with Torkoal.
Yeah, and it's a fairy type at least. It's always nice to have one.
Likely won't be dealing much damage to those bulky dragon types, unfortunately.
No, and it's super frail as well. But yeah, it's not my favorite, but at least I kind of get it on this team.
Yeah, it's not completely out of place.
Skarmory, I'm not so sure about.
No, I'm not a fan of Skarmory personally. I get it, like it is a tier 5, it's just a cheap steel type, but I think you do probably want a better steel type here. It's just because you can just counter it with any special move, really. Especially on a Sun team, you got to be really careful with what steel type you choose.
Yeah.
Flygon's an okay Pokemon. No overlapping types. Can't really complain about it.
It's not too bad.
Yeah.
And I think Throw is a pretty good fighting type as well.
Yeah, Throw is pretty good.
It has a very high special attack. Not special. What am I saying? Physical attack.
I was gonna say.
Okay. Oh no. Okay, it's not even. Okay, I was thinking it was as high as the socks, but it's not. Well, it's a pretty bulky Pokemon at least.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Overall, this team is really scary. It's just a really solid team. I think that Rillaboom did bring it down because you could just get something else that fits the team so much better. That you could just get so much more value out of.
Yeah. For sure. But it's still a great team, but it could have been better for sure.
Yeah, it's definitely a really good team though. Yeah.
Yeah, as you can tell, the scores are pretty high in this group overall.
Yes, this group was first place out of the average group scores we showed at the start.
Yeah.
Okay, so 6th place we have Juan Tuanamo, the coach of the West Coast Whimsicards. Some really solid picks. Gmax Urshifu Rapid Strike, really good use for Gmax pick. Incineroar, some really solid tier 1. Yeah. And we see Tabakoko, great tier 2. Really solid, honestly. Crobat is...
Crobat is okay.
Yeah. The team doesn't need Tailwind that badly, but I mean, I guess I can see it for like potentially Regidrago.
Yeah,
maybe
Regidrago could really appreciate Tailwind.
Yeah. Of course, you have Hitmontop, really great Pokemon. However, you already have Incineroar, your Fake Out, Intimidate roll. You already have that. It's just like the one time I'm gonna complain about Hitmontop.
Yeah.
It doesn't fit the team. You already have a better Pokemon doing its role.
Yeah.
And then you have Phalanx, which is just another fighting type, which is another thing that Hitmontop's overlapping here.
Yeah, and I actually think that Phalanx might be a better fit for the team overall.
Yeah.
Because it's a different type of Pokemon.
Yeah, I do agree with that. We do see a Trick Room mode in like Uxie, Runerigus, Celesteela, potentially Regidrago as well. It's not like the slowest Pokemon, but like with an Iron Ball, it can underspeed stuff and go for Regidragos. And Regidrago can go for Dragon Energies.
Yes.
Yeah, Celesteela is a really solid Steel type. Obviously, you do have Electric Terrain that will boost opposing electric attacks. But that's not the end of the world for Celesteela. The Raikou is a little strange because you do already have Tapu Koko as a fast, special electric type.
I'm guessing it's for Rising Voltage, maybe?
Maybe.
I mean, but yeah, I do agree that it's probably a bit overkill.
Even if it does get Rising Voltage, it's still too similar to Koko.
Yeah, they are very similar.
It's overall a great team.
Yeah.
Lots of really solid picks. Yeah. Let's move on to number 5 now. Right, in 5th place we have Arrow, the coach of the Alaskan Aerodactyls. Gmax Rillaboom, obviously really, really solid Gmax pick, great value. We see Regigigas, we see Galarian Weezing, really nice. I think also Galarian Weezing over Cantonian Weezing, it just adds like potential Misty Terrain if you are scared of like your Metagross being burned or something.
Yeah, I do like that in Undraft. Almost go for the versatility. Yeah,
definitely. And also Fairy type is pretty valuable in the draft because you don't have another Fairy type on this team.
Yeah.
Spectre is just a nice Pokemon. It's got a lot of tools, can do a lot of damage. Rotom Heat can also got a lot of tools, can do a lot of damage. Very versatile Pokemon. Riolu, coaching with Metagross. I think that's probably its main role.
Yeah, which is very good.
Yes. Tentacles okay. It's a pretty bad bulky water type, but at least it is a water type.
Yeah, it's an interesting pick for sure.
Yeah.
I'm guessing it was picked also to have a poison type, perhaps.
You do already have Weezing.
Oh,
So,
right. Yeah. Then it's just an interesting pick.
yeah. I mean, I'm not like against it. It's just a little strange.
Yeah, I feel like it could probably put in more work than people expect.
Yeah, it's not something you see often.
No.
Guzzlord is a little strange.
Yeah.
Well, especially when you already have Goodra. Goodra is just a better Dynamax bulky dragon type, to be completely honest.
Yeah, it is. And
like Guzzlord's a solid tier 5. I just don't see it on this team because you already have so many Pokemon that want Dynamax. And yeah, Goodra just does the same thing, but probably better.
yeah.
Trevenant is I don't really know what Trevenant's doing.
Yeah, Trevenant seems a bit out of place.
Yeah. You already have a better grass type in Rillaboom. You don't really need Trick Room. I guess you can reverse Trick Room.
Yeah. I feel like because your Trick Room options aren't that great, to be honest.
Yeah, that's true. Overall, the team is solid. You have a lot of options. I think some of those options are obviously fairly obvious. Weezing, Gigas, Riolu, Metagross. But it's a solid team.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, let's move on to 4th place now. All right. We have Lucky, the coach of the Philadelphia Fusion Flare. Max Venusaur, obviously, just a great Pokemon. Has Fine Lash, Sleep Powder. With Ninetales, I do honestly really like Ninetales. Like if you don't want to draft a Trick Room mode, I do think Ninetales is better than Torkoal. It's also a lot better value because it is a tier 3.
Yeah. Definitely agree with that.
I also think Grimmsnarl goes quite well with Venusaur. That's something we see in VGC quite a lot. Just screens that can make Venusaur really bulky.
Yeah, I think screens go super well with Galarian, Zapdos, and Mamoswine as well.
Yeah, that's true. Both of those Pokemon do appreciate the screens. Yeah, and Mamoswine is just really hard to take down, so with screens, that's even worse.
Yep.
Galarian Zapdos is just a great Pokemon. You don't really need the Define on this team, but it's still nice to have. Also, obviously, Max Knuckle, Max Airstream together is fairly strong.
Yeah, it's a pretty great combination.
We have Regieleki. I don't know if it's like the best electric type on the team, but it's not bad.
It's always something your opponent needs to prep for, at least.
Yes. Yeah, it just doesn't really synergize that well. It's still a unique typing, so
yeah,
it's fine. Gastrodon, obviously, stopping like Max Geysers that could be a pain for like Ninetales, like stopping Venusaur's Sun, Mamoswine. I think that's really nice. Vaporeon isn't needed though.
Yeah, Vaporeon is really the only Pokemon I don't like on this team.
Yeah.
I guess you kind of maybe you don't need 2 normal types either, but I do think that both of those are pretty solid.
Yeah, I think Taurus could be traded. I think Taurus and Vaporeon I don't like on this team.
I really like Tauros, to be honest. I think Tauros is a great draft Pokemon, but Kangaskhan is probably more valuable overall.
I do just think Kangaskhan is just a great value to 4, honestly.
Yeah.
And Frostlass is just really solid.
Yeah.
I guess it's a second ice type, but still a good Pokemon. Yeah, overall this team's really solid. Loads of really scary Pokemon. And yeah, looks like a really hard team to deal with. So, yeah. Let's move on to third place now. All right, we have Green Gator and the coach of Family Guy Funny Moments. Gmax Charizard Sableye. Obviously, Sableye Prankster setting up the sun. Gmax Charizard just a really, really scary Pokemon. Does way too much damage. Togekiss, really versatile Pokemon. Potential redirection. That's always nice. Garchomp, really, really scary Pokemon. Great max option, I think. I do think Suicune does support it well with Tailwind.
Yep.
I do like that. Also, you're really, really solid Trick Room mode with Bronzong, Conkeldurr, Regirock. I do think that's really, really strong. Manectric is not a bad tier 5. Protects Charizard, Togekiss, and Suicune from electric attacks. I don't think it's needed, the Lightning Rod, but I guess it's still appreciated against
it's still a fast mon. You can use Snarl. You can, yeah.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Lightning Rod. It has. I think it's a good pick for this team.
Okay, yeah. I think Serena is just a really great grass type. Obviously completing that 5 water grass core. It's just prevents all sorts of like prankster moves, fake outs, random priority moves. Greedent is probably just here because the team logo.
Yeah.
I don't think it contributes that much. I mean, it could. No. You could bring it. Like it could put some work in the right matchup, but I don't think it's great yet.
No, it's like a worse Snorlax.
Yeah, it's like Snorlax, but really budget.
Yeah. But you have it adds something to the Trick Room mode. But yeah, I definitely agree that it could have been probably a better Pokemon. But overall, I think this team is really, really good. I don't see like any overlapping types at all. It looks very well planned out.
Yeah, honestly, this team's really good. Yeah, definitely a really great team. Yeah. I guess we'll move on to second place now. All right. We have my team. So I'll just let you take over this one.
Yes. Thank you very much. You have the Gmax Snorlax, obviously, which is really great Gmax option, especially on this team where you both have Trick Room and you have the support in form of the Clefairy, which can redirect and let Snorlax do whatever it wants, pretty much. You also have Tapu Fini, which is just a great draft one overall. Sets up the terrain. It's super bulky. It can Dynamax. Just has everything, pretty much. Same with Zapdos, as I've mentioned many times before. I think it's one of the best Dynamax options in probably the entire game. So it really fits like a fast mode for this team. You have Snorlax for the slower mode and Zapdos for the faster. Entei, really good value. We've talked about this a lot of times. It just does Entei things. Registeel, really good steel type. Really nice for the Trick Room part of the team. It's just a pain to break down. Virizion is really interesting grass type to complete the Fire Water Grass core. It's paired with the Doug Trio, which gets speed up, I believe. Am I right, Square?
Yes, it does.
Yes. So you have that option as well. Doug Trio obviously can trap with the Arena Trap. It's a very interesting Pokemon. You don't see it that often, but I think it's an interesting choice for a draft for sure.
Yeah, and I do like it with Virizion because if you lead incorrectly into the beat up justified combo, like you can't switch around it.
Yeah. So there you go, everybody. We've spoiled Squirrel's tactics for you.
I've already used this in a previous week.
Yeah. Mandibus is there, I guess, for setting Tailwind if you want that option. Plus, just being really bulky, it can use Foul Play, which is always annoying. Just a pretty good Pokemon overall. Espeon, I'm not a huge fan of personally on this team. I think there are better Psychic types. It's a very fast Pokemon though. So I guess there's that. And finally, Dusknoir, which is a pretty good Trick Room setter. Unlike Dusclops, it can actually do some respectable damage if you wanted to as well.
Yeah, its attack stat is fairly high.
Yeah.
You get some good coverage.
Yeah. I don't really know if I have anything else to say. Do you have anything to add about your team?
Not really. I think you've covered most of it. Yeah. I mean, it's pretty much just built to not have many weaknesses. That's pretty much the idea of this team. Just a flexible team.
Same as the last one. The type chart is really solid.
Yeah. Okay. I guess we'll just move on to the first place team now. All right. We have Crest of Thunders, the coach of the Morbid Motham, with by far the highest base score in the entire league. No team got close to 8.8 other than this. So, yeah, well done on that.
Yet another team with Colossal and Dragapult. I feel
there
like there's
so many Colossal Dragapult teams.
Like 5 at least or something. It feels like at least.
Yep. Okay, so Team has Colossal, obviously. You have Dragapult, Surf, Primarina, Aquajet to support it. Dragapult and Primarina are both really solid versatile Pokemon outside of supporting Colossal. Dragapult can also beat up Cobalion, so you go with that option. We have Galarian Moltres with Comfey, obviously that weakness policy combo. It's a really scary option. Don't think we've seen too many Galarian Moltres in this draft, but I do really like him.
Yeah, it's a super, super good Pokemon.
Yeah, definitely. Meowstic Male, I think is really good here. I do think a lot of Pokemon benefit from the screens. Primarina, Galarian Moltres. And it's just super cheap.
Yeah, it's it's an underrated prankster user.
Yeah. Tier 4 for Meowstic is just way too low.
Yeah, it's super good.
We have Tangrowth for the grass type. Also has redirection. Can do some good damage with Leaf Storm. Or Power Whip, I guess. Obviously Sleep Powder, you do have that option if you need to. Jolteon is just a fast, solid electric type. Sandaconda is like just a ground type. It's not a bad Pokemon. It can set sand. It's obviously not as good as like a Sandstream Pokemon, but it's still solid. Like if you wanted to go Sandrush, Stoutland, I doubt we'll be seeing that too much, but it is just an extra option.
Yeah.
Yes, I think Stoutland. There's no other normal types, so not a bad Pokemon here.
It's your only Intimidate user, and then you have that extra layer with the Sand mode with the Anaconda, and I think that's why this team is placed as number 1, because like the attention to detail is just very high. Like even the last picks, which on most teams just are kind of whatever. It feels like they were very well planned out.
Yeah, this whole team, like you've got so many options. Every Pokemon just contributes something. Yeah, like you've just got so many scary modes. Definitely a terrifying team to face. Yeah, I think that's all I have to say.
Yeah, great team.
Okay, so let's move on to Group A now. Okay. In 12th place, we have WBS, the coach of the Floridian Thunderers. G-Max Snorlax, great G-Max pick. Got some other scary threats. Naganadel is really fast. Just really scary Pokemon overall. We have Duraludon, Thundurus. Again, both really good Pokemon. These four kind of all want to Dynamax, which that's a bit iffy, but that's fine. Blaziken, Sizzle, like solid picks, honestly. We see Spiritom's actually pretty nice. I think Spiritom's a pretty good div for.
Does Spiritomb get to Trick Room?
I don't know. I don't think it does.
Yeah,
it
probably.
Can do some decent damage. It's a decent support Pokemon as well.
Would say, yeah. I wish there was like a bit more support for
Snorlax.
That's what I'm not seeing.
No, the Snorlax doesn't really fit on the team because you don't really have Trick Room. You don't have redirection. So Snorlax is kind of strange here. We see Jolteon, which seems a little unnecessary because you do already have the Thundurus. Like Thundurus is an amazing electric type special attacker. You don't need Jolteon as well. Frostmoth is a second 4x fire weakness and a third bug type actually because we've got a lot of support.
Yeah.
I do think you just need to be careful with that. Obviously, I don't think Frostmoth is the best here. I mean, I get you want an ice type, but I don't think Frostmoth specifically is amazing here.
Would agree. I don't know. Does Frostmoth get Icy Wind?
I don't know, but it's not like the fastest Pokemon.
No, it's
anyway.
Pretty slow already. So yeah, an Icy Wind support would have been pretty cool, I guess. But I mean,
yes.
you just have some overall common shared weaknesses, and you don't really have the optimal support for the good mons that you have on the team, and that's, I guess, why it's not ranked that highly.
Yes, I think there's kind of a lot of overlapping types, weaknesses. You got some scary Pokemon, but they're just not supported as well as they could have been. Like you don't have anything to support your Dynamax users, like Naganadel, Snorlax, Duraludon, Thundurus. You've just kind of sort of got offense. I mean, it's not a bad team, but it's not the greatest. Yeah. I guess let's move on now. In 11th, we have Talon, the coach of Team Talon. Venusaur, Torkoal, great combo. Obviously, G-Max Venusaur, G-Max Fine Lash, Sleep Powder. Torkoal would appreciate some form of Trick Room mode on this team. I think generally you can get more value out of Torkoal if you have the option of using it as a Trick Room attacker. Otherwise, I do just think Ninetales in Tier 3 is better value. Weavile is a little strange here. It's just a fast attacker, but there are better fast attacks in Tier 2, definitely. Generally, if you're getting it into Tier 2, you also want it to be able to have some form of support. Aegislash, I think Aegislash is pretty nice. It's just a great steel type. Tier 3, Aegislash is a great Pokemon. I do also really like Umbreon. I think Umbreon's great for this team. Yeah, I do really like that.
Yeah.
Hey, you go.
No, I just said I would have to agree with that. Like the Umbreon and Aegislash, even Weavile, I think is fine. I don't understand the Kabutops at all on this team, unfortunately.
No,
it's a really cool Pokemon if you have a rain option, but this is a Sound team, so it just doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
Yeah, the Kabutops really isn't doing much here. We also see the wheezing, which again doesn't really make any sense on this team because you have a bunch of Pokemon that rely on their abilities. You have obviously Chlorophyll, Venusaur, Drought, Torkoal, Fear Force, Nidoking. You have a couple of Inner Focus Pokemon, so you could potentially end up getting yourself flinched by disabling their abilities. I don't think it's great here. It doesn't have good synergy with the team. You've already got a Poison type, you've already got a Fairy type. I think there's better use of that tier 2, to be honest. Well, I do like Galarian Rapidash though. I don't think it's a bad tier 5. Obviously it does overlap with Weezing because you've got that fairy typing, but without Weezing, I do like Rapidash.
Yeah, it can actually set Trick Room as well. I mean, it's obviously not a great Trick Room setter, but at least it's an option if you want the Trick Room for Torkoal.
Yes.
That can do it.
Yeah, that's true. It's definitely not the most reliable, but the option is there if you really wanted it. Nidoking's just a really strong Pokemon, Sheer Force. The Decidueye is a second grass type on a team where you likely will be using Venusaur quite a lot. I don't really understand the Decidueye here.
No, I agree. And if you're running Sun as well, probably don't want that many grass types because you're making yourself vulnerable to those fire attacks.
Yes. We do see Raikou. I don't think Raiku's pretty good here. Unique typing. Electric's always nice to have. Just a solid tier 4 overall. Yeah, so overall good teams, just a couple pick. It's just, I think, it's like Kabutops, Weezing, Decidueye. You're a little weird here.
Yeah, definitely a few picks that could have been better.
Yes. Okay. Yeah, let's move on to number 10 now. Right, we have Jeff DeBoss, coach of the Midwest Moltres. This is mostly a Trick Room team. You have G-Master Ralladon, which doesn't really need the Trick Room, but the rest of the team, Dusclops, Marowak, Crawdon, Glastrier, Miltank, Shiinotic, Mimikyu, Musharna, Guzzlord, all Trick Room Pokemon. Even Hitmontop can be like pretty good in Trick Room. Obviously, Trick Room setters, you've got 3. I don't know if you need all 3, but I think they're probably okay. Mimikyu's also pretty fast, so you can do some stuff with the outer Trick Room if you wanted.
I would have probably liked a special sweeping option over one of the 3 setters because you have some very strong mons, but all of them are physical that can generally sweep nicely in Trick Room. So I mean, Musharna is okay, but it's not as dangerous as the physical sweepers.
Yeah, you can probably stall out Trick Room just with some Intimidate pivoting, to be honest. Guzzlord, I guess it's a special attacker, but it's not exactly the best. You can just prep for it with a Fairy type, which the majority of teams will have a decent Fairy type.
Yeah, for sure.
And I would just like to see a slightly better fast mode on this team because it's questionable whether you can even get Trick Room up reliably. I'm pretty sure Shiinotic gets Rage Powder, but you can ignore that with safety goggles. I think when you're investing this much into Trick Room, you want a Follow Me user, not a Rage Powder user.
Yeah, I think Mimikyu is usually able to get it off.
Yeah,
safely, but
if you you'd have to run Mental Hub, but yeah,
like something that could have set up Tailwind could have been nice for this team because you have Mimikyu and Duraludon, which both can kind of work in a faster mode and big damage. So
yeah, I'd just like to see some form of faster mode. I mean, maybe I don't know what you swap out. Maybe like Miltank you could swap for faster Pokemon. One of your setters as well. I don't think you really need all three, or potentially just one of your physical sweepers for Trick Room. I wasn't really strong Pokemon though. I'm just concerned it's just Trick Room.
Yeah, I agree with what you said.
Okay. On to the number 19, we have PokeX, the coach of Nerds versus Gamers. We have GMAX Charizard, but no, I think it's just another one of these Charizard teams without a great way to set up the sun. I think that is obviously a bit of an issue. Charizard's GMAX Wildfire is, over twice as strong in the sun. So you're losing out on so much power. GMAX Charizard's just not, it's nowhere near as much of a threat out to the sun. It's a lot easier to prep for. Thundurus is a really solid Pokemon. Obviously, it's really, really versatile. Defiant, physical attacker, prankster support, prankster special attack. It is one of many flying types, though. You do have 1, 2, 6 flying types. It's obviously not ideal. We do see Indeedee tier 2. Indeedee is really nice. Obviously really solid tier 2. Follow me, Psychic Terrain. Really nice pick. We see Ferrothorn and Toxapex. I don't quite know how I feel about these two kind of very stally Pokemon. You don't want to bring both to the same game because otherwise you're just going to be too passive. So I do think they do overlap a little bit. Also, Toxapex being a part of 3 water types.
I would like to play the game that's called How Many Mons Appreciate Taking a Freeze Dry?
Yeah,
0.
that's
0 Mons.
That's a very good point, actually.
And you have a lot of ice weakness on this team.
Yeah, you die to like freeze dry. That's really not ideal. Landorus is obviously really powerful. Therefore, Earth powers and other coverage. Mandibuzz is pretty good. Is alright. It's not like essential for the team, considering how many flying types you have, therefore how many Airstream users you have. You don't really need the Tailwind. You already have a fair few bulky Pokemon, but it's okay as a Dark type. Dragonite's a nice Pokemon. Again, it's another flying type. It's another ice weakness. I think overall this team, it's really, I think the picks have a lot of potential. You just have too many flying types, too many water types, too many ice weaknesses.
Yeah, for sure. I feel like Skarmory doesn't make any sense for me on this team. I don't really see why I would ever bring it, to be honest, because you have Ferrothorn, that's just, in my opinion, a superior steel type, and all the other flying types are basically better as well.
Yeah, Skarmory is fairly pointless. You just got a few overlapping roles. The Pokemon is solid. You've managed to find a lot of great value picks, but you got to have that synergy. Okay. Let's move on to 8th place. We have Sudowoodo, the coach of the Menacing Mudkips. Alright, GMAX Urshifu, great pick. Really good value for GMAX to Kartana. I think Kartana is really nice. It covers for the Urshifu's fairy weakness. Obviously, Kartana is really strong, really scary. Yeah. And you do have options for, obviously it does have its fire type weakness, but you have things like Milotic. I guess you also have Cinderace and Torracat, which can switch into it. Clefable is just a really good versatile tier 2. Follow me. Can also be pretty offensive. We do see Driftbloom and Sceptile, which really seem like they want some form of terrain, as they're both unburdened Pokemon.
Yeah, if this team had terrain, I think it would be so good.
Yeah.
Also, I'm not sure about Blacephalon on this team when you already have
No.
Cinderace. And Stunfisk, cool and all, but it's still Stunfisk.
Yeah, I don't know. It's Stunfisk. Stunfisk is not great. I don't think it'll really do much for the team. I mean, it's an electric type that loses to water types. And yeah, those 3 fire types. I would like to see either Blacephalon traded for something, or Cinderace traded for something.
Yeah, you don't need both of them. I think Torracat is fine because it's just a very different Pokemon than the other two. But yeah.
Yes, I think Torracat is honestly pretty solid.
Yeah.
Just gives you that intimidate and fake out option. Milotic is obviously really solid with that Firewater Grass Core. Got no problem with that. It's really, really solid Pokemon. Really like it here. Also, yeah, going back to Sceptile, especially without terrain, I don't see you ever bringing it over Kartana. Superior grass type, to be honest.
Yeah, Sceptile really only makes sense when you have terrain. In general, it's not a great Pokemon otherwise, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think just having the Driftbloom. Driftbloom's not worthy, not a worthy tier 3 without terrain. Galvantula's a solid tier 5. Galvantula's pretty good. Yeah, I think Driftbloom, having too many fire types, Sceptile, Stunfisk, just don't really fit the team. If you had terrain, Driftbloom and Sceptile would be fine. But yeah, you got some solid like high-toes. I think just a few picks. It could be changed. Okay. Yeah, let's move on to number 7. All right, we have Selly, the coach of the Boston Blacephalons. GMAX Grimmsnarl, Great Value GMAX pick. Obviously, Reduke Prankster user. I think screens are really good with Galarian Moltres, Rotom Heats, Tapu Fini. They're really solid with screens. Galarian Moltres, obviously, really scary attacker. Really, really bulky, especially with Grimmsnarl screens. Rotom Heat, super versatile Pokemon. Can be offensive, can be support. Tapu Fini, also super versatile Pokemon. Gives you that misty terrain to protect yourself from like Will-O-Wisps or Yawns, or I guess if you do want to go down the Trick Room route, it protects you from any like opposing spores from a Moongus or Shiinotic or Fungus. In your Trick Room mode, I think Trick Room mode is pretty good. Obviously, Regirock and Stag Attacker are kind of fairly similar. They're both physically defensive rock types. That's a little bit iffy. I think a Regirock could be maybe potentially a different sweeper, whereas Stag Attacker was something else. I think this Trick Room Core would be really, really good. Obviously, Porygon 2 is just an amazing starter. Stack and Regirock, both great Pokemon. I mean, I get Gastrodon, but I think if you were to trade one of your rock types, you wouldn't need it.
Yeah, I completely agree about the 2 rock types. Both are really good, but you don't need both. And especially, I think Avalog is a respectable pick as well. But it also shares a lot of weaknesses already with the rock type. So your 3 main Trick Room mons are weak to the same things. So definitely would have liked to see one.
Yes.
A different one. I also understand Archeops as like a cheap tier 5 pick, but it's just a third rock type.
Yeah, I definitely agree. And yeah, another thing I will point out, Regirock, Stakataka, Avalugg, all, as well as sharing weaknesses, they all have a pretty low special defense. So you can kind of just have one Pokemon that beats them all, to be honest. Yeah. Stoutland, I guess, for Intimidate here is not terrible. I don't personally like Stoutland, but it's not overlapping with any typing, so...
I think it makes sense, because you have two really solid monsters that can set sand with their when they're maxing as well.
Yeah, that's true. It could be a potential late game after Trick Room option. And yeah, Archeops is just kind of another rock type. I think this team you ought to trade either Regirock or Stakataka. I think that'll make the team quite a lot better. Obviously, there are still a couple issues, but overall, it seems really solid. You got some really good picks. I really like the kind of options you have with screens. Yeah. Okay. Let's move on to number 6 now. We have Crack, the coach of the New Jersey Revenants. UMax Rillaboom, great value UMax pick. Obviously, Rillaboom is a great Pokemon. We also see Incineroar. Rillaboom and Incineroar is obviously a pretty scary combo. It's just the fake out pivots. Regieleki is I think Regieleki's fine here because you do have Rillaboom to help deal with those ground types. I'm not the biggest fan of Regieleki in draft, but I think it is pretty good on this team. Obviously, can be an attacker, can be speed control with Electro Web. We do see Cresselia. I guess I can set Trick Room for potentially. I'm not seeing a great Trick Room option on this team. I'm seeing multiple Trick Room setters, but no Trick Room sweepers. Obviously, Alolan Executor can set its own Trick Room. Slowbro can set its own Trick Room. Even Malamar can set up Trick Room.
I think Alolan Executor is the best sweeper.
I think so.
On this team. And also, here's the sentence I never thought I would say. This team kind of has a bug type weakness.
Yeah. You're not wrong, actually.
You don't see that every day.
No, that's something new. I didn't even notice that. Yeah, I just find it kind of weird how you've got 4 Trick Room setters, and the only Pokemon that can really take advantage of Trick Room are the setters. I would kind of like to see a Trick Room sweeper on this team. I think that would be pretty nice. Wheezing to me doesn't make a lot of sense. You disable your Grassy Search, you disable your Transistor, you disable your Intimidate.
Wheezing should probably have been something else.
Yes, I definitely agree. Klinkklang's a solid steel type. I think Klinkklang's alright for this team. Yeah, Klinkklang's solid, huh? I would honestly like to see a Sunsetter, because you do have Harvest Alolan Executor, you do have Vileplume. Obviously, those Pokemon both benefit from the sun. It's just a little bit of a missed opportunity, though.
Yeah, I agree. I think that could have made your fast mode a bit more scary, because Vileplume is actually surprisingly fast with Chlorophyll.
Yes, it is. And yeah, currently your fast mode is pretty much Regieleki and Graciolide. So just adding that extra mode would be pretty nice. Say if we saw like Ninetales over Wheezing, maybe. Obviously, it would be a second fire type, and I obviously haven't thought this through. I'm just making this up on the spot. I think just having that Sunsetter would be nice for your team, and like swapping out a Trick Room setup for some kind of sweeper.
Yeah, that would have helped a lot, because it's not a bad team. Just a few things that can be improved upon.
Yeah. All right. In fifth place, we have Silcoon, the coach of ICQ Supremacy. Gmax Hatchery. It's a terrifying Gmax Pokemon. Sets Trick Room, clicks Gmax Might, which the confusion is obviously just really annoying. Landorus T, just a great tier 1. Fairly versatile, Intimidate, really strong attacker. Rotom March also very versatile. Can be offensive, can be support. Comfey, I don't really see what it goes with, to be honest.
No, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense, but I feel like Comfy can at least put in work on almost every team, so I still kind of respect the pick.
Yeah, I just don't know if it's worth that tier 3.
Yeah, maybe not. You could probably have gotten some better value, but still a solid Pokemon. Solid enough.
Yeah. I think Mienshao is pretty good here. Obviously very fast, fake out, close combats. It's a great Pokemon. Spectres, I'll learn fast, versatile. Obviously it's very frail. But yeah. I would have liked to see some sand for Excadrill.
Yeah,
currently you're
at first too, but I feel like it would probably be better. But both Landorus and Excadrill can set sand if they max. So
they
I feel
can.
like it's not ideal, but at least it's something.
Yeah, I would have preferred if it was a stab move though, because obviously Max Rockfall's not even stab, which isn't ideal.
Yeah, that's true.
Pokemon Mario doesn't make a whole lot of sense. You already have a steel type. You don't have an electric weakness at all. Like I don't think there's a single Pokemon weak to electric on the team, and you have 2 ground types. I personally don't like Togedemaru. And you've already got an electric type. You've already got a steel type. You don't need lightning rod. You've already got fake out. Your team's already pretty fast, so you don't need like a speed control.
Yeah, you basically don't need any of the things that Togedemaru is good at doing.
No. Chansey Shuckle is there. I mean, personally, I don't think Chansey Shuckle's great in draft. However, they are both tier 5, so I think that is a pretty good way of spending your tier 5s if you can't see anything else that helps the team out. Galarian Corsola it's Galarian Corsola. It's just a bulky Pokemon that can be really annoying for physical attackers. I do want to touch back to Gmax Tatooine. I'm not sure how good it is there, just because nothing else on the team really appreciates Trick Room. I think it's a bit of an issue because Hatterene really wants Trick Room, but I don't think you ever get the opportunity to set up Trick Room.
Yeah, I completely agree. It's a bit of a waste because Hatterene is such a good Pokemon.
Yes. I think swapping out a couple Pokemon for like a Trick Room mode would be nice, or just swapping Hatterene for a different Gmax and just giving up that Trick Room mode. And yeah, not a fan of Togedemaru. Overall, you got some solid picks though. You got a lot of really fast Pokemon. Obviously, Landorus can Airstream. Spectre's really fast. Mienshau's really fast. It's a scary team. Okay. Let's just move on to 4th place. We have Axedu, the coach of the bad Aerospray main. Axedu was a replacement. He did not draft this team. He simply joined, and this was the team he was given. He's traded 7 Pokemon. So his team is looking completely different to this, but we're still just gonna go through it. Gmax Lapras I think it's just a great Gmax pick. I think Teammates Resonance is pretty good for some of your picks. Just like concerned about like potentially lots of other Pokemon wanting to Dynamax, and obviously without Dynamax, Lapras is pretty worthless. We see Dragon Ball Colossal, which honestly I respect that on this team because just a regular Colossal, it can set Sand or it can set Sun, and then you can have like Draco Visual Venusaur on the back.
Yeah, that's actually a really good point. I didn't think about that before you said it. That's pretty smart.
Yeah, I think that is very solid because like once Colossal goes down, you just have that second fast sweeper in the back that can just come in and start doing stuff. So yeah, I think that's actually a really nice little tag. Nihilego is obviously really solid. It is another ground weakness. I think you've got quite a few Pokemon weak to ground. Colossal, Nihilego, Raichu, Turtonator, Gengar.
Yeah.
You do have like you don't really have much defensive tools to deal with it, but you do have like Draco Vision, Lapras, which obviously can take out ground types.
Yeah.
And Venusaur. Galarian Articuno is great for. Obviously competitive. I guess deters Intimidate from like Dracovish. I don't really see anything else that's too fast to Intimidate though. I'm not too sure about Raichu. You're not really weak to Electric. I guess the only Pokemon would be Galarian Articuno. Because, I mean, Lapras doesn't mind taking those electric hits because it is so bulky and it can hold weakness policy.
Yeah. I don't really understand. Turtonator is my biggest issue.
Yes.
I don't really think it makes a lot of sense because you already have a Dragon type and a Fire type.
Yeah, I don't
think that could have been something else.
You actually have 3 Dragon types because of Dracovish.
Oh yeah, Dragapult as well.
Yep.
So yeah, I think it's a pretty solid team overall. Just also Licky, I'm not a huge fan of personally, but it's
no. I don't think you really need to turn off weather. Like
no, you have a lot of weather stuff for your team, so
yeah, you do.
Doesn't really synergize that well.
Yeah, and both of your two kind of Lapras and Colossal can both set weather to potentially replace the opponent's weather if you need to. So I don't think turning off weather's a big issue. I think Gengar's just a nice tier 4. I don't think there's any overlapping types. Well, actually, Nihilego does kind of overlap special poison type role, but that's probably fine. You don't have a steel type, so I guess it's just another way of countering fairy types with the 2 poisons. Yeah.
I don't really have much else to add, I think. Pretty solid team overall.
Yeah, I think this team's got a lot of good stuff. But yeah, let's move on now to number 3. We have Lat, the coach of Miami Heat. Genetic Cinderace, obviously really, really scary. Libero, Genetic Fireballs, next to Whimsicott, which can set up Tailwind, can set up Sunny Day. So yeah, that's really scary. Metagross is also another really annoying to prep for attacker. Whimsicott, I think it does actually work in Tailwind if you want it to. It's got a decent speed tier for that. And can just boost its defenses. Really scary Pokemon. We got a bit of a trick room mode. Galarian Slowbro, Amoonguss, potentially Golurk, but I don't actually know its beta. I think it's relatively slow.
Yeah, it's 40 something, I think.
Okay, yeah.
Slow.
Yeah, it's pretty nice. We see Gallade potentially for that B-top justified combo with Whimsicott. I think it's an alright Pokemon. It definitely got a prep for it. Obviously, it does overlap both its typings do overlap. But that's probably fine. Wipeout's obviously Prankster. I don't know quite what it does for this team, but they can have some solid options. Obviously, got a lot of Prankster stuff. Blastoise is really, I think Blastoise is nicer. Big, bulky water type. Has a lot of support options. Can also like Shell Smash, Water Spout if the matchup is right. Kangaskhan's kind of just a solid normal type. Tier 4, great Pokemon.
Yeah. I'm not a huge fan of. I feel like Whimsicott makes a whole lot more sense for this team than Liepard. And also Gallade, I don't feel like it really fits that nicely with a team. You already have two psychic types and you already have a fighting type. Also, Golurk is 55 speed. I was wrong, so it's maybe a bit too fast for Trick Room. But
okay, yeah.
I feel, especially Liepard, I'm assuming it's a pretty high tier since the Prankster. I feel like
yes, tier 3.
Yeah, it could have gotten something better. I feel like.
Yeah, I do agree with that. Glade gives you that B-top option, but I'm not sure it's worth it because it's just some overlapping types. And yeah, you already have some good partners for Whimsicott, so I don't know if it's needed. But yeah, overall it's a really solid team. You got a lot of options. Yeah. Okay, let's move on. In second place, we have Bealtaine, the coach of the Spikemuth Sneasels. GMAS Blastoise is obviously a really solid water type. Rillaboom, great grass type. Grassy Glides just do a lot of damage. Entei, it's just Entei. It's just a really great fire type, especially in tier 3. You also have Zapdos, just that electric typing, really strong Dynamax user. Can do some stuff out of Dynamax too. You also see Mamoswine. I think Mamoswine's pretty solid. I believe it's tier 3. It's just really annoying to prep for. It's a really strong Pokemon. And all of them all benefit from Meowstic screens. Maybe Rillaboom a little bit less. But I think they all can take advantage of screens really well. I think Meowstic's really nicer. Great Fire Water Grass score. And obviously there is that Tailwind mode, Talonflame as well. I think that can support like Mamoswine, Zapdos, potentially Entei, if you really wanted to go with that. I don't know how needed Bishop is. Obviously it is that defined Pokemon, but realistically you're not that weak to Intimidate. Mamoswine with Oblivious, Entei with Inner Focus. Rillaboom doesn't appreciate Intimidate, but that's about it.
Yeah, Surfetched with Scrappy as well. So, yeah, Bishop feels a bit out of place.
Yeah.
Guessing also, you need the Steel type.
Yeah, it's not even that good as filling the Steel type role because of its Dark typing. Obviously, Steel type, especially when you don't have a Poison type, your Steel type should be your Fairy counter, but Bishop, it can't really take a strong Fairy hit.
No.
Other than Persian, I think other than Persian's okay. You got Fake Out, you got Parting Shot.
It's really fast.
Yes, it is really fast Pokemon, really bulky on the physical side, and it obviously had that Dark type. Again, another reason why Bishop's a little out of place. You already do have that Dark typing.
Yeah. Also Pikachu. I'm
not
a huge fan of, unfortunately.
No. You don't really have an electric weakness. I mean, you have a few Pokemon weak to electric, but you also have like Rillaboom, Mamoswine, which should be able to deal with them perfectly fine.
Have screens as well.
And you do have screens, yeah. So Blastoise isn't going to be taking much damage from electric type moves behind screens anyway, especially when G-maxed. And yeah, you don't want to be redirecting your own max lightnings.
I think Surf Edge is a real cool pick for this team, to be honest.
Yeah, I think
it's a really, really strong Pokemon overall with decent coverage.
Yeah, Surf Edge is a pretty good Pokemon. It seems like really, really good. Unfortunately, it was just that Bishop and Pikachu that did pull the rating down a little bit.
Yeah, but other than that, I think it's a really, really great team.
Yeah, the rest of the team's just really great, really solid. Yeah. So in first place, we have Lumaris, the coach of the Deimos Deoxys. Firstly, we got G-Max Colossal, Rapid Strike, Aquajet. Also Sneasel for Surf. Rakdos for Storm Drain, support Colossal. We see Cobalion, I'm guessing beats up Sneasel. Justified combo, that's obviously really strong. We do see Sableye. I'm not entirely sure what specifically Sableye supports, but I think it could potentially be helpful with next to like a Max Gudra or Max Togekiss. Actually, I mean, because it can just burn things, and that's obviously really annoying. It does have a lot of support options, so I think it could definitely do some stuff that we're not expecting.
Yeah, even just quash something for one of the slower mons outside of Trick Room. Be really useful.
Yes. For example, you could use like Mudstell. Like Max Mudstell, you can quash things and just let Mudstell go first with big Miracle Eggs to boost its special defense before the opponent can move and just doing a lot of damage. We see Manectric, which is, I don't think you need the Lightning Rod. However, I guess it is helpful for the Urshifu Rapid Strike and the Togekiss. And it's honestly just a solid Pokemon. Can do some damage as like Snarl. So, Aromatisse, I think Aromatisse is a really good Trick Room setter. You can set Trick Room for Mudstell if you need it. You can reverse Trick Room.
Really good, I think overall, to be honest.
Pardon?
Yeah, I just think it's a really good pick overall. It has pretty decent stats also.
Yes.
Yeah, it's really slow for a Trick Room mode, so it's also good.
Yes, and yeah, it's a second fairy type, but I think that's fine. And yeah, it can obviously reverse Trick Room, because your team's relatively fast. I mean, you can go Trick Room. You can like go Mudstell. Mudstell or Aromatisse could be pretty strong. Yeah, it's overall just a really solid team. You've got a lot of options. Obviously, lots of really scary stuff. I think Togekiss can actually support the team quite well with Follow Me. Which I don't think I've pulled that up before. So yeah, it's a really great team.
Yeah, just another one of those teams where it feels like everything makes sense and everything supports.
Yes, nothing is out of place. So exactly. I think that is really good. Okay, well, it's time. Top 10. Yeah, let's go straight into it. All right, 10th place team is Tom Elvis's team, the coach of Atletico de Mobile. I will take over this. Obviously, we've already gone through all of these teams, but we will briefly cover them and justify why they are placed where they are. G-Max Grimmsnarl it's a great value G-Max pick. This range is really, really nice for this team. Just a lot of bulky Pokemon, Entei, Celesteela, Regidrago. I guess Galarian Articuno even, that benefit from screens. Rillaboom, really strong Pokemon. Fable, really versatile. Follow Me, can do a lot of damage. Entei is really, really nice tier 3. Great fire type for this team. I think Rillaboom, Entei, Rotom Wash, really good Fire Water Cross Core. Celesteela is an incredible Pokemon. It can be used in Trick Room and out of Trick Room. So, I mean, you have an obvious Trick Room mode. Galarian Articuno is your Trick Room setter. Maybe a little bit of a better Trick Room setter would be nice, but Galarian Articuno is just a great max airstream user, competitive. Don't really know if the team needs competitive or not, but it's definitely still a really, really solid pick in Tier 4. Raikou is also solid in Tier 4. I'm not sure how well it fits the team, because you already have an electric type, you already have screens. Don't know if Raikou's needed, and Raikou's coverage is basically just electric and water. I guess you have Aura Sphere as well, but I think it's too similar to Rotom Wash.
And Snarl.
It does go Snarl. Yes.
I will say that a few people felt like the lower tier picks on my team weren't the best, and I have actually swapped out Aggron by now. So I will actually agree with that. Aggron didn't really.
Yes.
I didn't bring it. It just never. Yeah.
Yeah, Aggron, I do think brought the team down a bit. Obviously, top 10. Every Pokemon needs to fit the team very well to get this far. This team could have been higher if Aggron was a better Pokemon here. It doesn't really fit the team. It's a second Steel type. You don't have an amazing Trick Room mode to support it. So realistically, it's not the greatest Pokemon here. Lopunny, I think Lopunny's pretty good. Don't have a problem with Lopunny. Overall, it's a great team. I'm not a fan of Raikou. I mean, yes, you do have Snarl options, but you also have Grimmsnarl, which can Light Screen. I guess Spirit Break as well. So I don't think you really need those options at Snarl. I just think Raikou, offensively, Rotom Wash kind of does a similar thing. As a support, Grimmsnarl kind of does a similar thing. I don't think Raikou's the best here, even though it is a great Tier 4. Obviously, we are being more harsh on these teams now that we are in the top 10. Because overall, it's an amazing team, but it's just a couple things that would be nice to just be a little different.
They are absolutely valid criticisms of the team. I will agree with that.
I presume I haven't missed anything?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, yeah. Let's move on to the 9th place team. Right, we have Mud Pro, the coach of the Minnesota Twin Gulls. It seems pretty scary. You've got GMS Rillaboom, which is great value. Meganadel is a terrifying Pokemon. Metagross is really scary to prep for. Milotic, great water type. Probably the best valued water type in the entire draft league. Gives you that competitive option, which I think that does help out this team. Rillaboom, Conkeldurr, Marowak, all don't appreciate Intimidate, so having competitive I think is really nice. You do have Talonflame for the Tier 1 to potentially support Naganadel, to potentially support Metagross. Obviously, you do also have the Screens option, which I do think works just as well, if not better, with those two Pokemon. You also have Togetic, which is kind of another support option for your fast mode. You're not going to use Togetic on your Trick Room mode because of Dusclops pretty much needing the Everyear Light. I do think it is a little weird having 3 different support options for your fast mode, because you're never going to really want more than one of them. Obviously, having 2 of them is fine. There's some versatility between matchups, but I don't know if all 3 are necessary. I think you will probably find yourself like steering towards 1 or 2 of them. I don't think the team really needs redirection, as amazing as Togetic is, as great value as it is.
Yeah, I think it's a really great team. I would have probably liked another option for offense, maybe something in the mid speed tier that could work both in Trick Room and a fast mode. probably also a special attacker because the Trick Room is very physical at the moment.
Yes.
It's really just me nitpicking. The team has so many options. It's must be a nightmare to prep for, to be honest.
Yeah. I think if you do bring on Trick Room mode, you pretty much need to go Dusclops, Conkeldurr, Marowak, Milotic. Because otherwise, if you don't bring Milotic, you're too weak to Intimidate. And obviously, Conkeldurr and Marowak are your Trick Room Pokemon. You need Dusclops to set it up. I think that is kind of your set in stone Trick Room mode. I mean, it's not a terrible thing, but just having a couple more options would be nice, because you're pretty much forced to bring Milotic. If your opponent has an Intimidate Pokemon, which I know a lot of people do have pretty strong Intimidate Pokemon. Talking of Intimidate, we have Stoutland. I'm not personally a fan of Stoutland, but I mean, I do get why people are picking it. Like, it's a tier 5 Intimidate. It obviously no other Pokemon is normal type, so you're not overlapping any typings. I guess having a normal type is pretty valuable here, as you don't have a dark type. So otherwise you wouldn't have anything to really beat ghost types. Which you are a little weak to, because Dusclops weak to Ghost, Metagross weak to Ghost, Meowstic weak to Ghost, Conkeldurr can't touch Ghosts. You don't really have any super effective for them, but it's probably okay. Again, just nitpicking. Got to justify why these teams aren't higher than they are.
Yeah, absolutely.
Overall, it's a really great team, though.
Really like this team a lot.
Yeah, definitely. Really difficult to prep for just because of all of the options this team has. Okay. Yeah, I think that's about it. So let's move on to number 18. This is my team, so I will let you take over again.
Yeah, just a really solid team across the board. You have your G-Max Snorlax, which can both work in Trick Room or with the Clefairy. Tapu Fini, always great. It sets up the Misty Terrain, which is useful in a lot of cases. Zapdos, great max option. Good for speed control with the max Airstream if you want to go fast. Entei is probably one of the better tier 3 picks on the entire tier list, to be honest. It just does so much. It's not weak to Intimidate. Can hit really hard. Has some support options as well. Registeel is steel type for the team. Can function really well in Trick Room. I also think it has great synergy with Clefairy. You could probably redirect and just set up your defenses and never get killed if you really wanted to. You have the Justified option with the Virizion and Dark Trio, which also would trap the opponent, potentially, with Dark Trio, to make sure that they can't really do anything to prevent the Justified. So that's like an extra layer to the entire strat. Mandibus, Tailwind option, just a bulky flying type in general. Espeon exists. It is a psychic type. And yeah, Dusknoir, solid Trick Room setter. Can't be faked out. So that's always nice if you're gonna set up Trick Room. And can also do some respectable damage. Yeah, like I've said before, I'm not personally a huge fan of Espeon on this team. I don't really see what it does. That's the obvious criticism I have.
Yeah, that's fair. I think a lot of people don't like the Espeon. I do personally quite like it. It's just fast, can do a lot of damage. Has some pretty versatile support options that I will not be revealing.
Yeah, that's fair.
And it's just a tier 5.
Yeah.
I mean, this team is designed to not have any weaknesses. I think that's the whole point of this team, just kind of not have any bad matchups. I think the main problem, I think why this team was placed lower from what I heard from the people who were ranking it, was just it. Well, it's not got like any flaws. The other teams are just more busted. That's the best way to put it.
Yeah.
They're just
Yeah, actually, now that you mention it, that's kind of true. I mean, you have some good attacking options, but you don't have anything that's like really insane that you're super scared of right off the bat. I mean, Zapdos has a high special attacking stat, but that's about it. And so Ante has a high attack stat as well. But I feel like a lot of the other teams probably have some scarier ones overall, like purely offensively. So I could definitely see that.
Yeah, I mean, personally, I really like my team. But,
oh yeah, of course. It is a great. I mean, it's on the top 10, so you should be happy with it.
Exactly.
96 teams overall.
Yep. I'm pretty sure we've covered everything. So yeah, let's move on to 7th place. All right, we have Teumbi, the coach of Atlanta Blaze. Personally, I think this team is amazing. If it was purely my opinion, I would have placed a little higher. Grimmsnarl, great Pokemon here. Obviously, screens, I think pretty good on this team. Thundurus, I think one of the things I'm not a fan of is just the fact that Thundurus can't fully utilize its Prankster mode because it clashes with Grimmsnarl. So you're just kind of getting slightly less value out of your tier 1 because you're reducing the options you can do with it. Obviously, Thundurus, Nihilego, Rotom Heat, amazing core. Really, really scary Pokemon. Very versatile. All of them, really. I mean, Nihilego just kind of does damage, but it can do some other things. Urshifu Single Strike is really scary. Obviously, Wicked Blows. We see the Registeel again. Registeel's just a really nice Pokemon, really bulky, nice steel type for the team. Obviously, great switch-ins.
Super scary with screens as well. Sorry for
yes, especially the screens, because that can just give you the time you need to set up. You just take less damage. There are 2 Tailwind users, which I think is a little unnecessary. I'm not a huge fan of that. You don't need both Suicune and Fletchinder. Also, you have Suicune and Swampert.
Yeah.
And you have Grimmsnarl as a Prankster user.
Yeah, that's like the only criticism I have.
Yeah.
I mean, probably might be easiest to swap out Suicune, to be honest.
I agree. I think swapping out Suicunes would be good for this team.
You want a ground type in Swampert, and Suicune is a higher tier, so you could probably get better value out of
yes.
rather than Fletchinder. But Suicune is still a great Pokemon, so I'm definitely sure you can make it work in a lot of battles.
Yeah. I think Fletchinder and Serena is actually a pretty good combo because Fletchinder, I mean, naturally, those Gale Wings Pokemon are weak to Fake Out, which Serena prevents, and then Serena can take advantage of the Tailwinds for like Power Whips, Drop Kicks, Triple Axles, High Jump Kicks. That's just really powerful. Grapplock's not the best Pokemon here because obviously Urshifu is just an objectively better fighting type. But I mean, overall, I think I do really like this team. Looking at it, I feel like it probably is a similar problem with mine, where just the other teams are more busted and just have more offensive power.
Yeah, probably. But it has a lot of power. The Urshifu and the Nihilego cannot be slept on.
Yep, they are both really scary Pokemon for sure. Yeah, should we? I think that's probably about it. It's a really, really solid team, with a couple weaknesses. Yeah. All right, 6th place, we have Lumaris, the coach of the Deimos Deoxys. Obviously, you got the Colossal with Aquajet from Urshifu Red Strike, Surf from Sneasel, obviously Sneasel can also do the justified stuff with Cobalion. Colossal obviously appreciates Storm Drain from Maractus. That's a nice combo. Also, True Rapid Strike is a good Pokemon on its own. Obviously, Surging Strike's really strong. We do see Togekiss, really versatile Pokemon. I think Follow Me is really nice for this team, as well as just potential max Airstreams. I think it's a really great max option for this team. Goodra and Mudsdale are both also really great, bulky Dynamax options. I think could benefit from Sableye Prankster with Quash, Will-O-Wisp, and all its ridiculous move pool of other status moves. I think Sableye could definitely do some pretty crazy things. Manectric's not really needed there. I mean, Lightning Rod isn't that important. It's not a terrible pick because it can do some other stuff outside of Lightning Rod, and Lightning Rod does benefit a couple of both of your tier ones. But I just don't know how necessary it is. Goodra, Mudsdale are both great switch-ins. Even Maractus. Aromatisse, I think Aromatisse is such a great Trick Room setup, but the only Trick Room Pokemon you have is Mudsdale, unless you have Colossal, which just no. Mudsdale doesn't actually need the Trick Room. It can be supported by Sableye, it can be supported by Togekiss. And Aromatisse is obviously a second fairy type. It can reverse Trick Room. I don't think you need Aromatisse as great. It's an amazing Trick Room setup, but I just don't think it fits the team that well.
I think Aromatisse is fine for the team. If you're up against a really fast team, I think it's nice to have the Trick Room option, despite most of your mons not being terribly slow.
Yeah, I mean, you do.
There's not really many. The things we're saying is basically they basically have too many options, and some of them are a bit overkill. That just says that it's a pretty good team.
Yeah, that is true. It's quite widespread. Also, I don't think you need Trick Room to counter fast teams, because Sableye with Quash ruins fast teams because they generally rely purely on speed control, and Sableye just takes that away. I personally don't like Aromatisse. I think there's a couple of Pokemon that just could have a little more synergy with the team. Overall, you got some good options. I just think there's a couple of Pokemon dragging it down a little bit. Obviously, they're not completely out of place. They do still fit the team in some way, but it could have just been a little bit better.
Yeah, I think that's completely fair.
Okay. All right. 5th place, we have HSOJ, the coach of the Luminous Lunalas. Obviously, GMAX Hatching is really scary. Trick Room, GMAX Mites, ton of damage. With Tapu Lele, so that you can use Expanding Force. Although, obviously, the issue with Tapu Lele, Hatterene is that they have very different speed tiers. One of them wants to be really fast, either naturally or with a choice to go off with Pelipper's Tailwind, and the other wants to set up Trick Room. So using them together is obviously a bit iffy. As nice as that Psychic Terrain is for Hatterene. Celesteela is a great Pokemon. It can be used in Trick Room. It can be offensive. It can be a late game Leech Seed Pokemon. Obviously, out of Trick Room, it can be supported by Raichu with Lightning Rod. And obviously, Raichu's speed control. Raichu's a great Pokemon for Celesteela, for offensive Celesteela. And also, Raichu fits very well with the Rain Corp with Pelipper Kingdra. Redirecting any electric attacks, it could be a problem for that. I think that's really nice. the Kingdra is just a really great Pokemon with brain. I think Toxtricity is actually a really, really nice offensive type for the team because obviously you do have Raichu, you don't want your attacks getting redirected. So obviously Toxtricity gets Overdrive. That's a spread move, so it's not redirected by Raichu. I think that's just really nice planning there. Also, that poison type helps out with fairies. I think that's pretty solid. You're not weak to ground at all, so I think Toxtricity fits this team pretty well. Marowak is a nice Pokemon for the Trick Room. I think Marowak is just a really nice Pokemon. It can do a lot of damage with Dead Club. Fungus is... I'm not the biggest fan of it, however, in Tier 5, it is a steal. I think Fungus in Tier 5 is a great pick.
Raid and you don't have any other Eviolite on either? Oh yeah, you do. Torracat, sorry. I'll be quiet.
Yeah, that's true. Torracat is a fake out putting shot. I think it's a nice fire type for this team because you don't necessarily need an offensive fire type just because of your rain core. Obviously, your fire type moves will be dealing less damage, but Torracat can deal damage if there is a Pokemon like quad weak to fire. It can just kill it. I think Torracat's a really nice pick here. Just intimidates great.
Yeah.
Lightbud is probably here for like copycat Trick Room stuff with Max Guard. Not the biggest Lightbud fan, to be completely honest. Still a decent prankster Pokemon.
It's nice to have a prankster Pokemon on your
Yes, it is. Especially Dark type prankster. I think it's a pretty nice combo.
Yeah. Gets fake out as well.
So yes, it does. Cool. You do already have Darkrat, but
yeah,
I guess it's nice. And Raichu, I guess it's nice as a third option.
Yeah.
I think it seems really nice. You've got great fast mode. You've got a great Trick Room mode. Really versatile, really well thought out.
Yeah. I think in general, Celesteela is one of the best Dynamax Pokemon overall. And it's just supported perfectly with this team.
Yeah, so everything about this team has been really well planned out. There's just so much synergy. I think it's a really great team. You've got loads of options. Every Pokemon fits the team very well. I think that's very important here. It's overall an amazing team.
Yeah, I guess Tapu with the prankster user and also with Torracat.
Yeah, that's true.
That's like the one thing I'm not
sure how Tapu Lele fits. It's still a nice first offensive Pokemon, but
yeah, it just kind of limits your options. And that's just me trying to find something negative about the team.
Yeah, if we like being really nitpicky
offensively, so it's still a really
yes.
And also, I know some people feel like the team is a bit predictable because it's which I get it, but
I think there are definitely a lot more predictable teams because
yeah, for sure.
You just have so many options.
Yeah,
really.
It's not just a rain team. It has some more layers to it.
Exactly. You got so many options. I really like the team.
Same. I think it's just great.
Yeah. Let's move on to number 4. All right, here we have something 482. A really, really scary team. Gmax Cenderace is obviously really annoying due to Libero. It's fireball does so much damage. Dragapult is just a great Dynamax option. Sableye, I think, supports Cenderace really well. You have Quash if you need it. You have Sunny Day to boost Gmax Fireball. It's pretty nice. You have Frozen Wash, you have Ferrothorn. I think they're both great water and grass types, both very bulky, can do damage, can be more supportive. They're great picks. Togekiss is super versatile, follow me, or potentially a Dynamax candidate. I just think that's really nice. I think it supports a lot of your Pokemon very well. You have the Lucario. Lucaria's okay here. You potentially have beat up from Crocodile. It's not a bad pick. I potentially could have got something slightly better, but
yeah, it is. Yeah, I mean, you also have beat up from Dragapult as well if you want the faster.
Oh yeah, I don't know how I missed that. Yeah,
So,
beat up from
I
Dragon
think
Ball.
Although I think it's a solid option. Unlike a lot of the other beat up ones, it can actually be special attacker as well, so you can never be quite sure.
Yeah.
what you're up against.
Well, I will add Cabalion and Virizion both have equal attack and special attack. I'm pretty sure.
Okay, maybe. Lucario has a really high special attack.
Yeah, it does have a really high special attack stat. It's just kind of a budget beat up option. Which the Dragon Ball's pretty good. Galarian Articuno, it's a solid Pokemon. It is a 4th max Airstream user, which I don't think it's needed on the team. I guess having that competitive option is nice. Galarian Mr. Mime, I think it's just a solid Trick Room setup for, I guess, Ferrothorn.
Yeah. Honestly, I think it's like one of the best tier 5s overall. It's just it's super solid. It's bulky. It gets fake out. It can do Trick Room. It's
it's easily one of the best tier 5s. It's just I think it's a really great Pokemon.
And I think Screen Cleaner is actually a really cool ability as well.
I think it is, because that can just ruin some teams. Rely on screens. It's a great Pokemon. Licky Licky, I don't think Licky Licky is necessary here. It is that Cloud 9, but you do have Sableye Sunny Day, which pretty much prevents any form of weather. Because you even if they switch out to the Zeta, to this weather Zeta, you just click Pranks to Sunny Day and it's gone.
Yeah, I just feel like you have so many really, really good Pokemon. I don't see you wanting to bring Licky just to stop that weather.
No. And even if you're facing a Sun team, like, I think Cinderace can take advantage of the Sun. You can go safety goals to avoid a Venus or Sleep Powder.
Yeah.
And then Cinderace is taking advantage of the Sun just as much as your opponent is. So I think you're perfectly fine with weather. I don't think you need Licky Licky. That's the main criticism I have about this team. I don't like Licky Licky.
Yeah, same. I think, and I also think you were correct about Articuno is probably not the most needed on this team, but still such a great tier 4 option. So I can actually definitely see why you would pick it.
Yeah, I definitely understand because I did find it hard to resist just picking all of the flying types because they were all just so undertiered.
Overall, it's a fantastic team. Really, really good.
Yeah, it seems really scary. It's a great team. We haven't really mentioned Crocodile. Obviously, Intimidate Moxie. Offensive Dark type, offensive Ground type. I think that's really great here. I do like Crocodile.
Really, really versatile Draftmon. Really cool dual stab. Just a great Pokemon overall.
Yep. I think we've gone through everything now. So, all right, here's where the stakes get really high. All right, 3rd place, we have Luminary, the coach of the Athens Alcremie. Colossal. It's great GMS Pokemon with Primarina Aquajet or Latio Surf. I think Rillaboom Primarina Entei is probably like one of the best possible Firewater Grass cores.
Yeah, I was just going to say it's arguably the best Firewater Grass core in the entire draft.
Yeah, I think it's a really great Firewater Grass core. They're all so bulky. They all do so much damage.
Yeah.
You can't really ask for anything more from that core, honestly. They're all amazing Pokemon.
Yeah.
Primarina in Tier 2 is great. Entei in Tier 3 is amazing. Crafty, just a great Intimidate Pokemon, great Fake Out Pokemon.
Great fit for the team because you have a lot of fairy resists.
Yes.
With it 4 times weakness. So if you can play around this, I think Scrafty is an amazing Pokemon as well.
I do like Scrafty here. It's a great Pokemon. Duran, I think Duran's a great max option. You have lots of like fire type counters, like Entei can take fire hits, Primarina destroys fire types, Mamoswine, Latios. Mamoswine obviously not weak to fire types due to its Thick Fat ability. Mamoswine's also a really great max option. Really scary Pokemon to face. Also that Togepi pick. I think that Togepi pick's amazing. It's in tier 5. Togepi is amazing value. It's a great if you like follow me user with potentially Durant or Mamoswine. It can take a hit, a pretty big hit without going down.
Actually,
so I think
it actually has a lot less weaknesses than Togepi as well because it doesn't have the flying type.
Yes.
So you get a lot in stats, but at least you have that going for it.
It is crazy to me how undertiered Togetic and Togepi were. I think Togepi is honestly a tier 4.
Yeah.
I don't think it was even tiered at all.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's probably why it's only picked once, I think, in the entire draft. So really good catch.
Yeah, that is a really great spot. Togepi's amazing for this team. Latios, we did mention it as a soft user for Colossal. The Lati twins are like so versatile. Latios can do so much support-wise. It can do so much damage. It's a really amazing Pokemon. We haven't seen it much. We haven't seen the Latios much in this draft league, which is kind of sad because they're amazing Pokemon.
Actually, it surprises me a bit.
Yeah,
I will say that I'm not personally. I don't think Archeops. I think Archeops could have been something better because Latios already gets Tailwind. If you want to go, that option. You already have. I guess you don't have a flying type.
You don't have. I think Archeops is fine here.
Yeah, then it's actually. It's if you don't lose. If you don't lose more than half your HP, you can deal out some very, very scary damage, actually.
Yeah, I think Archeops is actually pretty good here. Obviously, it's just a tier 5. Archeops could do some stuff. Gothoraitor is just a solid support Pokemon. Fake Out, Shadow Tag, can reverse Trick Room. I want to say it can imprison Trick Room as well, but might be wrong. It is a second Eviolite user. Obviously, you won't be able to bring Togepi and Gothorite to the same match.
I think that's fine because I don't think you would have wanted to do that either way, even if
I don't think so either.
So yeah, it's probably not a problem.
Yeah, I don't think you need both in the same match anyway. Gothorite has just got a bunch of really strong support options. Obviously, Heal Pulse is amazing. Gets like Helping Hand, things like that. And Shadow Tag's just great as well, like Fake Out. And with Eviolite, kind of annoying to deal with. It's pretty bulky.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I think the Shadow Tag is really nice. A really nice extra layer to have for any team.
Yes.
And it's your only psychic type, so yeah. No, I guess Latios as well.
Yeah, and I can't really find anything I don't like about this team.
No, I thought I didn't like Archeops, but now that I saw it was the only flying type, I actually kind of dig it. So yeah.
Yeah, this team's just amazing.
Really,
I really have nothing I can complain about. Okay. Let's just move on to second place now. All right. We have Cruiser, the coach of the Detroit Darkrais. This team's really solid. Really scary team. G-Max Rillaboom, great value G-Max pick. Obviously, Rillaboom's a great Pokemon. Togekiss is very versatile. Follow Me, Max Air Streams, can do a lot of damage. Metagross is a terrifying Pokemon. Metagross is really hard to prep for. It's really bulky, does a lot of damage. And Suicune gets Tailwind. It can actually, with a lot of speed investment, you can outspeed your Metagross and Bulldoze. That's the thing you can do. I think Suicune is just really nice. Tailwind's pretty good for the teams. I think Suicune and Garchomp do go well together. Personally, we see another Scrafty. Obviously, an amazing Fake Out Pokemon, an amazing Intimidate Pokemon. It's a great Pokemon. I think it's just a nice, fast offense. Can do a lot of damage. I do think Ghost type attackers are actually very good in Draft League, just because of the lack of Ghost resistances. Cinderace is an amazing Pokemon, for all the reasons we've already talked about. Libero is really annoying to deal with. You've got Tailwind support, Redirection support. Rillaboom can Grassy Glide any water types, any ground types. I think Garchomp's also a great Dynamax option. Makes Quakes, makes Wormwinds. Doesn't even have to Dynamax. It can like Soul Stance and just be non-Dynamax Pokemon. And yeah, it goes well with Tailwind. Geodude's just a great electric type here. I think this team does benefit from an electric type. I think that's a good pick. Purloin's interesting. It can, if it's overlooked, it can definitely be really scary. Gets a lot of just annoying prankster moves, and honestly, as a tier 5, I think it's a good pick.
It's a really good budget prankster user.
Yeah, definitely. I think this team could benefit from that a lot.
Yeah.
I don't know specifically what it gets, prankster-wise, but I know a few things it gets.
Yeah, same. But I mean, as a tier 5, you're not expecting to bring it every week, probably. So just getting something that definitely can be very useful in some battles is really nice.
Yeah, I definitely agree.
The Sceptile isn't ideal because you already have grass type.
Yeah.
For your unburden mode.
It's kind of a shame because the entire team is incredible, and then you just have Sceptile.
Yeah, I mean it's not the worst because at least
you do have unburden. Obviously, that double grass combo with a Rillaboom Sceptile is very easy to prep for.
Yeah, it is.
It's not ideal.
I'm not sure if there were any other unburden options in tier 5, but
I know there are a few. There's things like Thievul.
Okay, yeah. Then I feel like you could probably have done better, maybe, than Sceptile. But
I think no unburden is better than Sceptile for this team. For this team probably. Specifically, not in general. And it's just a shame. I think the rest of the team is just incredible. Sceptile just brings it down a little bit. Just why it's second and not first. I mean, there's not really much higher it can go.
There's obviously not a lot of things wrong with this team since it's placed in second.
Yeah, Sceptile is literally the only bad thing I can say about this team. Everything else is amazing. Is anything else you want to add before we?
No, I think we covered all of it.
Okay. All right, on to the first place team, which I imagine a lot of people may already be able to guess. First place, we have Crest of Thunders, coach of the Morbin Motham. Obviously, this is by far the highest base score in the entire league. And I mean, everyone who was participating in ranking the teams just agreed that this team was incredible. Colossal Dragapult, Primarina, Surf, Aquajet. Colossal is obviously really scary. You have to prep for it. Beat up with Cobalion from Dragapult. That's really nice. Meowstic, definitely a great pick. Obviously tier 4. That can really help with like Galarian Moltres or Primarina. Primarina, and also Colossal's like Steam Engine proggers like Dragapult and Primarina are both amazing Pokemon by themselves. They're not picked specifically for Colossal. They can also do their own thing really, really well. I think Tangrowth is a great pick. Obviously, you have Rage Powder, Sleep Powder, Leaf Storms, Power Whips can do a lot of damage. I think Tangrowth is a great tier 3. You don't really see much of Tangrowth or Tangela in this draft, but I think it's definitely a great Pokemon.
Yeah, it's a redirector that can also deal some serious damage, both physical and special. So it's really versatile draft mon.
Yeah, it's a great draft Pokemon. We also see Comfey, potentially Draining Kiss, Galarian Moltres is the obvious one, also Dragapult.
Yeah, I think though both of those options are incredibly scary with the weakness policy.
Yeah, definitely. And obviously Floral Healing, which with Galarian Moltres is just a great combo because of how bulky Galarian Moltres is.
Yeah.
Even Dragapult. Jolteon is, I think Jolteon's just a great electric type that just helps you beat water types. So obviously Tangrowth isn't like your supreme attacker. I think Jolteon's really good to
great.
We see Sandaconda. I think it's just there as a ground type. Can set sand. It's not the best sand setup, but it can set sand if you really want to go with the sand mode. Which Stoutland obviously gets Sand Rush. I imagine you're using Intimidate more. However, if the matchup does come up where you can use sand, go for it. And that's just a really nice tag that you've just managed to add with your tier 5s. Yeah, this team's...
honestly, there's honestly not a thing I would change to this team. I mean, I'm sure you could, if you really looked at the tiers, I'm sure you could maybe find something.
I imagine you could.
But it's just a super, super solid team.
Yeah, this team's just amazing. You've gone through everything. It's got a lot. It's just got so many options. Yeah. I don't really have any complaints to add.
No, it's like you said, it's no surprise that it's placed number 1 because it has had by far the highest points.
Yeah.
So yeah, just a really nice job picking this team.
Yeah, it's a great team. Yeah, don't know what else to say. I think, yeah. That's about it for the video then.
Yep.
If you've made it this far, thank you for watching. This has been a huge product. Thank you to everyone involved. And yeah. Sorry, it was so late, but we tried our best to get it out quickly.
I feel like you will be excused just given how long this video is as well. Everybody will see exactly how much work was put into this.
Yes, just looking at how long this recording is, it will definitely be close to 5.5 hours.
Yep.
So
I can't believe we've been talking for that long, but yeah.
Oh yeah, thank you for watching. Yeah. I'll see you in the next video.
Yeah, everybody good luck in the draft as well.
Yes.
See you.
Bye.